It's the Owl Show, bringing my love from me to you. The Owl Show, help me help you to help me help you. The Owl Show, bringing my love from me to you. The Owl Show, help me help you to help me help you.
How you doing?
Hey, hey.
That's a nice gay intro you got there. What's up, chat?
Give me your thoughts on the intro.
My thoughts are they are not my taste. I don't know what kind of music that is. It's nothing I'd ever listened to, but it's unique, right? So you got that going for you. Memorable, somewhat.
Brother Gaius says this stream is already too long. Wrap it up, Clam.
Okay. Bye.
Mumbles says I can't believe I'm waiting for the Oz show. Despotolus is in the house. Squisher 420 is in the house. 6 people waiting. 6 downvotes. Seems about right.
Oh wow. You know, they said I wasn't allowed to talk in the chat. They said there's rules here. I don't know what the rules are here.
There's no rules here.
Oh, okay. They're all new to me, so it's nice to meet all y'all new people. I mean, these are not the typical CGers that I see on the regular. I mean, some of them are, but some of them I don't recognize them.
This is obviously the hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah, it's okay. I used to work for Double Toasted. I know all types of people.
Diva says Oz posted a video on War Campaign today. I think that's why the video has so many dislikes already.
Oh yeah, I watched that. That was educational.
Were you aware of the situations prior?
Yeah, I mean it's interesting too because as the unofficial documentarian of Comicsgate for the last 6 months, I have a lot of people who want me to incorporate War Campaign, even in the comic that I'm drawing now. And I'm like, it's just too fresh. Unfortunately, I can't do that. It wouldn't be fair to anybody, unless I just turn them totally into villains. But then at the same time, Jack Show has been nothing but supportive to me, and Ethan plays my stuff all the time. So, by proxy, by default, essentially, I am, pro Ethan, pro CG. But I don't have a personal stake in it. It's just kind of like that's just the way the wind's going.
There's a current conspiracy theory that... Are you aware of Liam Gray?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's a current conspiracy that Liam and I are the same person.
That's okay. I thought you were for the longest time.
Well, there you go. Mr. Dong says, inside you are 2 Australians. One is a stoner clam who exposes War Campaign. The other is an orange man with Stockholm Syndrome towards War Campaign. Which one will win?
I thought Liam was you, and I thought you were Az.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so I
was
totally
hear that? Give me some of your subs.
Yeah. So, and then I realized, oh, no, that's not true. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh, here you are. You chatted in the chat.
Yeah, there I am. I was like, what up, chat?
Hello.
So, Micah.
Yes.
Now, Camel Moon, we're going to focus on you tonight. But
okay. Tonight?
Micah has come in because he's finally awake. And he's been booked on my show for about 3 months, and he keeps canceling every night.
Oh
yeah, I'm terrible like that.
I don't think we've ever met. How are you?
I'm very good, Camel Moon. How about yourself, man?
All right. Yeah. Oh, they're gonna ask to kick you.
Oh yes. Well, that's usual. That's every day in Comicsgate for me. It's kick Micah.
Yeah.
So, tell me, Camel Moon, What's going on with you?
We're doing the Hail Salad comic, right? The sort of the early days of CG, and it's very loose. It's really broad strokes. Don't don't buy it as some type of documentary or anything like that. Some like actual account of how things went down. It's mostly just sort of like for fun. But it's also, if you enjoy the cartoon, it's it leads up to everything that happens in the cartoon and sort of makes them interesting sort of revelations, so that the cartoon makes a little bit more sense, and then you can look at it in a more interested kind of way. And yeah, I mean so essentially it's the Iliad, so it's like the Trojan War, but I've changed all the Trojans to Twitter trolls, and I've called it the Trojan War, and it's probably about 32 pages, and I have 2 planned, and the first one does well, then we'll do the second. We have about 23 grand that we've made so far, so hopefully by the end of the campaign we'll be hitting about 50, if those like backer tracker things are accurate, and then that'll be it, right? And then we'll move on to the next one.
So Licia Lynn, how are you, Licia? She wants to know about your wife.
What do you want to know?
How long have you been married?
Since October. Yeah.
Oh wow! So it's a recent marriage.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you. We've been together since. I'll go get a picture. You guys keep say something for a second.
That's right.
Something for a second.
Micah, you get a picture. So Micah.
Yes.
What happened? You going to apologize to me in the chat live?
Yes, actually, I am sorry for that. I completely, again, working overnights and trying to make shows that are close to noon, not easy to do. That is for sure. So that is my bad.
Okay.
Anyway, it turns out I actually have one here anyway. So this is her. I don't know if you can see it.
Hang on a sec.
Kind of see it. I get kind of bad at this shit. Although, you know what? She's going to be kind of pissed. Actually,
you are a lucky man.
Yeah, she's a bit of a looker.
Oh, yeah. I got very, very lucky. She's gorgeous and love of my life, and I'm very lucky to have her. Yeah, we've been married since October. We're together since 2016, I want to say. So,
right. Yeah. And where did you meet this? What's her name?
Oh, I'm not going to say.
Okay.
Yeah. But
is there a nickname that you call her that we can call her rather than
you
just
can
your
call
wife?
her Babes.
Babes. Okay. So where did you meet Babes?
Well, I used to do a TV show. Well, not a real TV. I used to work for a website called Double Toasted. And,
really?
Yeah.
I used to be a fan of theirs until they went all political.
Yeah, well, that was around the time that I was like, I don't know if you even remember me. I used to have a show. It was called Toast to Toast. And
yes.
So that was my show.
Okay, now I thought your voice sounded familiar.
Yeah. So she had seen it. And so we started talking, and so she was essentially a fan of Double Toasted, and yada yada yada, and then we started dating, and here we are. So
she was working there, was she?
No. She was just a fan of the show.
So hang on a sec. We're going to get back to that. I think we're going to examine whether you're going to get Me Too'd. Alien Xenomorph for $2. Thank you so much. That's right, Micah. Suck that D.
Thank you for giving my friend Oz $2 to insult me. And why are you trying to get me into a fight with Eric July, Alien Xenomorph? What the fuck? Did you hear about that, Oz?
No. Dark Gift Comic Presents for $2. Thank you so much. What's up, peeps? Sorry, what were you saying, Micah? Who's getting in trouble with who?
Eric, Alien Xenomorph there, he has an issue with me, which, whatever, get in line. But he was super chatting Eric July, saying I want to get into a fight with him. I'm like, what the hell is that about?
Who's Eric July?
He is a libertarian YouTuber He's also the lead singer of I think it's like a metalcore band called, oh God, I forgot the name, but he's pretty big, got over 100,000 subs, and part of the thing with Alien Xenomorph is that like he'll super chat people just talking about me, which whatever, but like he just randomly starts super chatting Eric July saying that I was saying all this stuff about him when I love Eric's content. I'm like, what? Backwards, that's it. Thank you, chat. So,
right.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
you're
weird.
beefing with this guy that's got heaps of subs.
There's no. So I like Eric quite a bit.
So, Dr. Camillus.
Yeah.
So, Babes was, for want of a better word, a groupie. Who
yeah, maybe.
You've groomed with what, promises of work or what?
I guess. I mean, she could play the drum kit when she wants. That's pretty much as far as that goes.
So how does a fan of a show meet you?
I mean, it was, back when I was doing Facebook shit, I mean, now I guess I'm kind of off Facebook. I haven't been on Facebook in a while. And, she texted me and she was like, hey, nice job on the show. And just kind of started out friendly at first. And, yeah. And, anyone who has met a woman knows how that story goes. So there's one guy
every story is different. And not everyone in the chat has met a woman.
No.
So
one guy said that the picture came with the frame. That was pretty good. Maybe it's all a lie.
Alien Xenomorph for $2. Thanks again. Micah Curtis Love War campaign until they became unpopular.
There's a story there, but let's talk about Camel Moon instead of that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
We'll get to it. But I'm still thinking that somehow you've groomed this woman. So I need to understand what promises were made to her with regard to your show.
Well, I mean, luckily for me, she had zero interest in any type of internet personality lifestyle. So, in fact, once we got together, she kind of stopped listening to Double Toasted, and then we just kind of moved on from there. So. I don't think there were any promises. I don't know. I don't know if there's a weird line of questioning. But
how long were you guys together before you moved in?
Just under a year, I think. 8 months, maybe.
Cool.
Yeah.
And you got married pretty quick then. You're like, I'm not going to find a hotter chick than Babes. So
yeah, maybe that's probably true. Well, we were together about 3.5 years. So,
yeah. Alien Xenomorph for another $2. Micah has blown more men than Little Kim. Not easy.
No one has blown more men than Little Kim. Let's be honest. I could never catch up to that.
So, what sort of work does your wife do?
I think I'm gonna have to put the kibosh on the wife conversation now.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't know it was sensitive. I didn't know it was a sensitive topic.
It's not. It's just I'm here to sell comic books, not pimp my wife out.
I'm not asking you to pimp her out. I'm just asking about your life. Like, if you had children, I'd be asking about your children. Do you have children?
I don't actually. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have fur children?
Well, I have a cat.
You got a cat?
Yeah, I got a cat.
What kind of cat is it?
It's a black cat.
It's just a tabby, is it? It's not bred or anything?
Yeah, I was a, sheltered cat.
Okay. And how old are you, like, in terms of age range?
Are there other ranges that I could...
A lot of people don't like to give me an exact figure.
Oh,
so
really?
They say, like, 30 to 35 or what have you.
I am 37. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so how come you don't have kids? 37's pretty old to be not having kids.
I don't want them, I guess. It hasn't really occurred to me. I have other shit to do, to be honest with you.
So it's a decision on your part. You don't want kids.
It was more of a decision. Well, I mean, we kind of agreed, 'cause she's very career focused and so am I. So.
Okay, so she's a career woman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. All right. So we're here to sell comics, Dr. Camillus Moon.
Are you sure?
This is how you sell comics. You get people to understand the man behind the mind behind the book.
Possibly. You might be right.
Amit Rayner wants to know how old your wife is.
She is younger than you. She is younger, and we're gonna leave it at that. She's not like, illegal. But I'm not gonna give a range on that either.
She's 20. She's 23, Amit. So, tell me about the comic then, man. Come on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So tell me like the structure of the comic. Like you're doing an Iliad, you said, and like how have you chosen the characters, and how did you choose what adventure they go on, and how are you creating the book?
Well, I think because I used to make like indie films, and I've been doing comics for a while now, and I think about it in sort of like set pieces, right? So like this would be a big, great scene, and then you kind of focus that as like your tentpole scene, and then you have like your conversation and dialogue leading up to it. But you try to make sure that the conversation and dialogue isn't boring, right? So what I would try to do is like you have like I wouldn't necessarily call it an action scene, but you have scenes of characters doing things leading up to it, and then they're talking about whatever that action scene is about to happen. So it could be, for example, if it's a Western, before the shootout, you would have them, working together, I don't know, on two horses or something like that, and they're trying to get water for the horses. So it's just sort of an interaction between the characters, because there's nothing more boring than sitting there and watching two people fucking drink coffee. But
that's kind of what your show is, though, right?
My show?
Well, your videos.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of true. It's a funny point, though. So yeah, I wanted to depart from that, but I also needed to keep the same cadence for the
because you don't have the audio track, so you need to pick up your game and do something a bit more visually exciting.
Sure, and that's definitely something that I had to consider going into it. But I think, I've been a professional editor for 15 years. And one thing you definitely start to do is you learn like the subject's sort of rhythms and cadences. And I think I have a pretty good idea as to the certain things that they would all say, on top of, the mannerisms that they imbue, so that I can make it feel realistic and not too much of a departure from what you might expect these characters and their dialogue to be.
Lisa Lynn says Camel Moon's wife voice is used at the beginning of his videos. Is that true?
Oh, I thought you said my white voice.
I assume all your voice is white.
She did two of the intros. It was mostly just so that it was like to tell you about the Indiegogo campaign, that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's her, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you pay her for that?
I cooked her dinner.
Alien Xenomorph for $2 says Ro and EVS have a nickname for Micah, Finger Cuffs.
Ro's too small for me.
Finger Cuffs.
Not my monkey, not my circus. Asks a good question. Why do avatars rarely show up on StreamYards anymore? I don't think it's a StreamYards issue. I think it's a YouTube issue. I think that when they throttle the internet, I think icons are one of the things that they sort of get first. If that makes any sense. What do you think, Camel Moon?
I'm sorry, I was zoning out. What were you talking about?
That's all right. That's kind of.
I really didn't think you were talking to me, and I was like, I don't know, did I miss something? You can repeat it, and I'll try to answer.
Why do you think icons aren't showing up on StreamYards or YouTube videos?
Oh, I haven't noticed it to be an issue, to be honest with you.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
Oh, okay.
It's not just my show. It happens around. Xenomorph for $2 says, Is Micah just here to sit and nod? No, Micah's going to yell at some people, but we're not up to yelling yet.
Yep.
Okay, so Slick Rick says Camel Moon is a type of weirdo that laughs at everything.
Yeah, it's true.
He didn't laugh at that, Slick Rick.
No. Maybe next time you'll get me.
Mm.
Turn it into a drinking game. Kill yourself in the next 3 hours.
Question Comic says this guy really fucking sucks.
Oh, all right.
Oh, wow. Somebody's hostile today.
Amit Rama says, when will his book come out and does he have a coupon code for it?
It'll come out probably in February, but, no, there was no coupon.
So so how long are you giving for production of the book?
I have about 6 pages in so far, and I have about half the thumbnails done. Because I have to pencil, ink, and color everything myself, right? I'm not going to outsource.
Yeah, I just meant like from when the campaign ends to when you're expecting delivery. Like, what sort of time frame are you giving yourself?
Well, I said February, right? So that would be, from whenever the campaign is done, that would be about 4 or 5 months.
Okay, so that's pretty quick to get it done and out to people.
Yeah, I guess so. It's only one issue. I kind of feel like if you can't get 32 pages done in 5 months, then you really shouldn't be in this industry.
Corey Wick asks, is there any pages to show from the book?
Let me see here. I have some line
What's on your
art.
Indiegogo?
Yeah, so on the Indiegogo, I just have the covers right now because I didn't have I was, trying to sell what, the cover art. I didn't have the space for the line art, and the line art is not colored, so I didn't feel like it was worth putting up.
Right.
Yeah. But I have some, but I don't know if you want to see it.
Of course we want to see it.
All right.
Hang on a sec. Actually, how long's your intro video for the...
1 second, sorry. The intro video... Well, I don't have
Maybe, how
yet.
about this? Are you able to bring up the Indiegogo page and we'll go through, what you're offering and so on?
Sure.
So if you want to share your screen, and then I'll give you control of it.
All right. Let me bring up the Indiegogo first.
People are a bit worried that...
let me do it a different way. What are they worried about?
That Slick Rick has killed your mood.
And that's what happens, because you want to be a smartass, and then it gets you nipped in the end.
Nah, don't worry about Slick Rick. He's like that with everyone. A lot of people in these chats will tend to rib you just to kind of see how you react to it. But if you don't let it get to you, they'll usually chill out. Or if you just laugh at how silly they're being. Because they're being angry over somebody who's not in front of them.
Yeah, no, I know. We used to have a chat at Double Toasted. It was full of all types of people.
Well, they were just mad that co-host didn't come over from the spill.
Yeah, so. That was probably part of it too. All right, so here's my screen. And let's see here. I'll share this. And here is the campaign. Do you see this?
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, we can go through.
Hang on a sec. Do you want to just make sure all the... Instead of sharing you've shared your Chrome, try just share the web page itself so we don't have all your other browser windows and everything open.
Oh, I've monitored. They're fine. There's nothing here that I'm not worried. It's all good.
Okay.
I'm not doxing myself here.
Have you shared it with audio?
Can I share it with audio? There's no audio really to share, so.
Oh, you didn't want to play your video and stuff? Okay.
Well, no, because right now the video is just one of the episodes of the cartoon. So,
Type
I'm
type
working
one
on
in the
it.
chat if you've never seen a Camel Moon episode. We'll get a bit of a because as you said, that there's a few people here that you're not aware of. So maybe not everyone in here has seen one of your videos. I just want to give you the best chance at winning people over.
Oh well, there's only 2 responses. 1 and a 2 and a 7.
They'll come in. Don't worry. There's a 30-second delay on between us and the audience.
Oh well,
maybe not 30 seconds. Maybe like 5 seconds.
Truth is tired. Truth should go to bed.
The Truth is being a bit lazy. He needs to pick his avatar. Please subscribe. Opaz79 says, I love the Ethan design.
Thanks, man.
Nah, let's just move on to this gigantic android.
Yeah,
I'll remember this gigantic android when you want to pimp your product. I'll just say, yeah, let's just move on.
So never then.
Yeah.
Oh no, well hung and dung wants it. Come on, we'll play it. We'll play it.
Yeah,
it's
if you
like
want
5 minutes, whatever.
Okay.
We'll liven the mood.
Can you guys hear that?
No.
Okay. Well, then I gotta make sure that that's. Oh, wait a minute. I don't need that.
Here, why don't I do it for you, Camel Moon? So
that would be awesome. Thank you.
Because I'm pretty familiar with this. So, in 1 second, I'll bring it right up.
JC3, welcome to the chat. Please subscribe. Says you're the worst host ever, Oz.
All right. Let me get this queued up. Try not to boomer it up like I tend to do on occasion.
Spirit Scar says, a guest as inept as the host.
I'm allowed to be inept.
We are queued up and ready to go. Here we go.
Sure.
Hi, you're watching Camel Moon on YouTube. If you enjoy this cartoon, sign up for the Hail Salad comic merch campaign on Indiegogo, and you'll be notified of its launch. Thanks for watching.
I'm already drunk because I've had enough of this shit. Let's let Cecil in here as well. Cecil, how are you?
I haven't had a drink, but I got a glass and I got a bucket of ice and I got a bottle of whiskey next to me.
You're like Howard Hughes.
We promote Cecil's alcoholism.
I could sip on a little whiskey.
All right, sip a little whiskey. I'm just saying. Hi, John Malin. How are you?
Old reliable John here.
Kelsey, I'm so glad to have you back.
Kelsey looks like you lost some weight.
I don't think so.
I was about to do a face reveal. I was like, if Anna's not wearing a mask, I'm not either.
Oh, she's got her Spider-Man mask on again.
I got a great, crazy, whacked out theory, man.
Yeah, they're saying Anna's a lesbian.
A lesbian ventriloquist dummy.
Oh my God, no, I'm not. Balls always hurt my hand.
Haters gonna hate.
Shut up, John. I like men. I don't like women.
Anna, stop wearing men's clothes.
They think I'm a lesbian because I wear suits to weddings.
Anna, why? Why did you do that? Why did you wear a tuxedo?
Why not wear a dress? Why not break out of your shell?
Fine, next time I go to a wedding, I will wear a dress.
Not even I would wear any of that.
Sorry it didn't work out.
I'm not a lesbian.
Making your way in the world today.
Takes everything you got. Na, na, na.
Where Anna can wear a suit.
With a dildo. And she could think the other girls that are cute.
And Kelsey has been jerking off into a sweat sock ever since.
Kelsey's snuggled up to a gator.
There's no reason for Kelsey to be ashamed of his big, hulking, hairy, nude body.
How weird is that? Like, my mom let me look at that when I was a kid. Yeah, I can get behind that.
If you think about it, like people are like freaked out about touching feet, but if you want to shave my feet, that's fine. I don't care.
Well, I'm not ashamed of my nude human body.
Nude right now.
Yeah, I think honestly, man's natural state is nude. You don't see me letting myself go.
When you go over Ethan's house, they give you roller skates to get around the place easier.
Try to blur out my nudity, you bastards.
No thanks.
I'm inspired by my own nudity. Said young man.
When you were going to New York for the first time, you ended up in the YMCA looking for a place to stay.
Pick yourself off the ground.
Before you know it, you're at the front of a train with a policeman, an Indian chief, and a construction worker behind you.
No, it would be like, like that with the music.
Come on, Kelsey, don't screw this up.
If you think about the Mandela effect, I swear to God, that wasn't spelled stain, man. I remember when I was a kid going, Stein, it's Berenstein Bears, Well, would they be smart enough to pull off a troll like that? Or it had to be accidental? They're all idiots.
I wonder if we could go take a look at what Fraggot is doing. Fragaboom, where are you?
Yeah, right now, I'm chilling in the city. What I really like is some ass titty. Give me $1. Yeah, I'll give you 50. Now you got to give me that ass titty.
Normally, I have a real negative view towards rap, but I feel like you've elevated the art form.
Ass titty.
Reminds me of a young Vanilla Ice.
He gave him the old razzle dazzle.
Next up, we have the unknown comic.
Hi, everyone. It's your boy, Zach. And oh my gosh, when you're a kid, you get the Spider-Man costume, but then it says Spider-Man right on the chest and has a picture of Spider-Man, and you look like an asshole. I don't know. Maybe you don't care, but this is really cool to me because in America, your social security number is based on the state and the year. So you might say, okay, so fine, whatever. Well, so my buddy here bought some plain Pringles, and I'm still freaking salty about it 2 days later.
This is the worst shit I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, so that doesn't work. Let's try something else then.
This is an endurance test right now.
I mean, where are they? Are they in a basement? What is the backdrop here?
So anyway, the people in our dimension who always was, like, for instance, a buddy of mine, he's still the same guy, but now he's the guy from the other dimension.
That's scary. That's some scary shit. It's like if you are that guy, I represent, I suppose, the fact that it's not going your way. Let me remove this fake Ethan. But yeah, a pie throwing ape.
Orangutan.
I was sleeping under my trailer.
There you go.
So that was good to do because there was a couple of people that were like, "Oh, that's who Camel Moon is."
Yeah. I guess a lot of people wouldn't know, right? I guess they just might not know.
Yeah. And we have soundboard Zach come on my show occasionally. He sounds exactly like that.
Oh, really? Who the hell is soundboard Zach?
It's Zach. There's a guy that basically records sound bites from whatever Zach's latest video is, like you've done there, and he comes on and he talks to me. Yeah, he talks to me through that.
Huh. That's
probably about as riveting as talking to Zach in normal.
Well, it depends. Does the conversation start with him comparing his current state of mind to a Knight Rider episode?
Yeah, sometimes he'll come on and talk about dead puppies or, whatever Zach likes to talk about.
He's an interesting guy, we'll put it that way.
All right, so
yeah,
Oh,
so
you've
I
got
can
our
show you
spells.
some art if you like.
Yeah.
This is a 2-page spread. Again, it's just the line art. I'm gonna have to go in and do the cross hatching, inking, and shading, all that kind of stuff. And this here is, I think it takes place right after that, or maybe there's a battle. I can't remember. I have to check the thumbnails. Yeah. So again, I need to do all the inking and the coloring and that kind of stuff. And then over here, these are the stickers. These are hollow foil stickers, and they come with the ash can because we're doing like a sticker book. And then over here, this is the inside of the ash can. And this stuff is not going to be drawn by hand. It's going to be pulled from an episode of the show. So you can kind of like make your own episode. That was kind of the point of that.
Oh, okay. So it's like a DIY.
Yeah, kind of like a color forms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so are they like removable stickers, or you just, because no one's ever gonna peel their stickers, don't you?
They might. I mean, I don't know. It's worth $1 million one day, and bite too. But yeah, like no, they're not removable. I mean, I could, but I feel like if I did that, then they still wouldn't be as good quality. So, because I have a lot of people who say that they don't want to actually even use the stickers for the book. They actually want to put them on like their MacBooks and surfboards and snowboards and that kind of shit. So,
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And so what's the price of your book? Like, what are you doing it at?
Actually, I guess I could bring up the share screen.
Yeah,
again.
show the tiers.
Yeah. Okay, so am I sharing?
Yep, you are good.
Oh, okay, my bad. So yeah, featured perk is $50, and that gets you this cover here, and it's in hollow foil. And it also gets you the sticker book ash can that comes with 3 sheets of stickers. And right now we are on our way to the second stretch goal at $25,000, and that'll add 4 more pages to the ash can and another sheet of stickers, probably about 5-6 stickers per sheet. So that'll kind of flush that out. Then I think the lowest tier we have is just regular newsstand edition, and that's the cover you see here on the left. And it doesn't come with any, bells and whistles or anything, but you can get the book for $20. You can get just the sticker book by itself if you want. We have a T-shirt. It has all the characters on it, and then we have the acrylic standees. And we have different waves of them, and I can go down further and show you. So this is what they look like here on the left.
Right.
And then we have like a head sketch variant, and we have a retailer edition. We have this thing called the Big Salad, which is kind of one of everything. And then the top tier right now is this canvas print of the painting, done in a sort of Frank Frazetta, Boris Vallejo kind of style.
Boris Vallejo.
Yeah.
What's your process like when you're drawing?
Well,
when you're doing this comic, what's your process?
I really don't know how to answer that. I don't mean to be rude. I mean, I just kind of imagine like, well, this is what I want to see, and then I just kind of draw it. Could you be more specific?
Yeah. So do you have like, say, assets that you're dropping into the book, or are you just using the existing assets you've got and using them as reference, or like what are you doing?
So for the how would I explain that? So for the ash can, those are going to be assets pulled directly from the cartoon. I'll probably do some new ones, just to kind of spice it up so it doesn't look like, I don't want people to be bored with it. But for the actual comic itself, everything is drawn fresh, so it's nothing is going to be reused. I don't have assets that I'm, dropping and pulling into anything. And then I just kind of like switched my styles. I can just switch styles, like kind of just wearing hats. So I just know that when I'm making the comic, okay, this is my more like sort of house style. And when I'm doing the cartoon, it's going to be that kind of like retro Filmation, Hanna-Barbera stuff. And then for the painting, I was like, okay, let me, because I have a history in painting. I was like, let me just make sure that this looks the way that I would imagine, one of those old album covers would look like. So yeah, it kind of gives the appearance of being like a fully rounded IP.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so are you just drawing straight onto like your digital pad, and then you're going to go over it again with digital inks and then color it? Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, everything is done on my, I have a tablet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you written the I'm getting people yelling at me because I haven't put the link to your thing in the chat. Hang on a sec. All right, I'll do it. I mean, Camel Moon's got the link open. He could just put it in the private chat, but I'll try and find it.
Oh,
I got you, Oz.
Okay.
These guys just want me to search for things because they know it's going to take me 10 hours.
It is
Are
in
you
the
doing
private
this on
chat
your
now,
phone?
buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Auga 777, I'm not the worst host in the internet.
Clearly, they've never watched a Nasser show.
Or your show.
Ouch. I think I run a pretty good show.
Mr. Dongs wants to know whether you've got ever had an STD, Micah.
Not yet.
What about you, Camel Moon? Have you ever had an STD?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that's right, Ahmed. Don't ask Oz to do any work. Damn straight. I will do the work, but it just seems to take a lot longer when I do it than when other people are doing it.
I like that comment here. He just shared the link. He must be exhausted.
Oh, gotta love the
You've got no idea how many buttons I have to push to get this thing working.
Mm.
How dare you people ask Oz to do things? What's wrong with you?
All right. So what's your work schedule like, Camel Moon?
What do I mean, I work out of my apartment, right? So, but I feel like I work 70-hour weeks because it's always something. But I love doing it, so I'm not upset at all. I'm usually upset that I have to sleep and eat because between drawing the comic and then running the IGG campaign and then finishing the trailer for the campaign now, and then as soon as that's done, I got to start on the script for the next episode. So it's as I'm a one-stop shop, so I don't have anyone else doing it, so I have to do it all myself, and that's because of that. It takes forever. It's like, again, 75-hour work weeks.
I know. I tell the chat that all the time. I'm like, guys, I'm so busy working. I make these videos for you. Like, I come on and I stream every night. And do you think I get any sort of respect at all from these guys?
No.
None. Aliens
But they're here.
Xenomorph.
It's solidarity. They're supporting you.
Micah is a poor man's NASA. Ouch.
I could actually get a book funded, though. How's Secret Comics Presents do? I'll just leave that out there.
They're not happy with my questions tonight, Camel Moon. They want to know more about you.
Oh, do they? Is that really the issue? I think people tune in because maybe they're like looking for some type of controversy, but I have nothing.
Oh, no. My show's not a controversy show.
That's what people with controversial shows say.
I'm quite reserved. I really just want to come on here and talk to artists about their art and where they come from and what they're doing. Like, how are you able to spend 70 hours doing Comicsgate work? How are you able to fund this scenario? Before you answer, I'll let you think about any lies you want to bring up.
Yeah,
Alien Xenomorph for $2 says, Micah dreams about the fame NASA had.
How can I dream about having nothing?
Oh, shots fired. But in answer to your question, I mean, I think especially if you're CG, you're here because you want to be, right? So you enjoy the work, and the work is the most important thing. I went to New York Comic Con a couple years ago, and I brought my portfolio. I was told by everyone there, sorry, no thanks. Meanwhile, I saw everybody ahead of me, like, getting business cards, and I didn't think about it at the time, but it was really totally an identity thing, and I didn't have an identity for them to exploit, and yada, yada, yada. Eventually, I started investigating this whole Comicsgate thing, and I was like, oh, there actually might be something here. And of course, it had, the kind of stank of the quote hate group kind of moniker attached to it. So I just started researching it and found out it was a bunch of bullshit. Honestly, it was just, people were attaching that to it because they were making a lot of money and they were jealous about it. And, because there's a couple of rotten eggs, all of a sudden the whole fucking thing is, has to be thrown out. And if that's the case, then throw out everything that ever fucking existed, because you're always going to have a couple of people in any type of group that's, going to make people look bad. So I had written an article called The Truth About Comicsgate, and Ethan Van Sciver read it on his show. And then Bleeding Fool and some other website. Bounding? Might have been Bounding. They also picked it up, and they did a whole thing about it. This dude got red pilled. They were talking about me. And then I just started listening to him more, and I just thought it was hilarious. So I was like, oh, I might be able to turn this into something kind of funny. So I made this like really quick Space Ghost cartoon. And I used all the voices of Cecil and John and EVS as the, Brack and Zorak and Space Ghost. And I thought it was just going to be a huge waste of time. I didn't think anybody was going to like it. I was almost just doing it to see if I could do it personally. And it blew up, and I ended up with 2,000 YouTube subs because of it. So
how many of those subs did you buy?
Probably about 1,999. Yeah.
There you go. Testify. For $2, Alien Xenomorph, just so generous.
Very.
Says, where is Micah's neck?
It is right here. It is not very tall, but it is about 22 inches around. So,
do you own a tuxedo printed sleeveless? You must.
Not yet. No, I'm gonna have to
wow.
do that. So thank you. Stop. I'm gonna actually make a note of that, because today's the Punisher. But
right. And
where
do you get all this
shirt of
apparel?
a dead franchise.
Where do you get all this apparel? Micah?
I buy it wherever, and I just cut the sleeves off of it. So
okay. You
these
don't
are
buy
my best friends
sleeveless
when it comes to that. So.
Mm-hmm. So, who are these people you think that are giving Comicsgate a bad name?
Well, I think that there is a select group of individuals who were hired specifically because of their identity, and they are under the impression that they are hired to be comic book artists or writers or editors or what have you. This is false. They are hired to be Twitter trolls. That's the only reason that they're hired, to continue to pester and annoy and to deliberately undermine people who are, looking to either break into the industry or expose the industry for what it's become. And it doesn't really matter if they're good writers at this point, because a lot of, whether it's Marvel or DC or specific editors that are high up at Marvel or DC or IDW, you name it, they're looking for woke points, because right now virtue signaling is a huge part of cancel culture and the ongoing culture war. And that is something that I'm I recognized, and I was like, well, at first I couldn't articulate it, and I couldn't really put anything on it and say like, oh, this is what's happening. It was just like a bunch of things kind of floating in my head. And then, you start to kind of piece it together, and then you find other people who think like similar things. Then you're like, oh, I understand what's happening here. I'm not crazy. It's actually, a bigger thing than I expected.
The salient point about what's going on in the industry.
Alien Xenomorph says, what's your cup size, Micah? You have perky moves.
Well, they're only perky because I do a lot of, chest workouts. As you can see, I'm kind of flexing them there. I don't have a cup size. I don't really,
you don't require
I'm not a dude with a bra. I don't cross-dress. So, sorry, man. But if you want to know my chest measurements, since you're asking about all of my measurements, I don't fly that way, but I'll play along. I can lift more than J Money. So yes, I am proud of my chest, but it's 54 inches around. So
okay, Micah likes his boobs, but he hasn't officially had them sized at Big W.
Nah.
So, Dr. Camel Moon.
Yes.
Were you interested in becoming a comic artist, or what was your interest?
Yeah, I'm kind of multimedia interested, right? I've had tons of jobs doing all types of things in the entertainment industry for the last 15 years. And I always had a comic going on the back burner. When I was doing internet-based stuff, whether it was podcasting or shows, I started to get annoyed and a little fed up with the continual critiquing of, whatever new Marvel movie was out, especially when you start recognizing that it's all just template-based. You can't even give an honest opinion because in the earlier days of the culture war, about 4 or 5 years ago, you started to see the segregation really start to divide a lot of the fans. And they were, this hive mind mentality would come out, and you couldn't even give an honest opinion. So I didn't enjoy doing it anymore. I was like, you know what? I don't want to critique other people's art. And I knew that I always, I had talent and skill and, the energy to do my own stuff. So I was like, you know what? I really need to start focusing and stop relying on being a leech in the industry, which so many people, especially on YouTube, are. You engage in these YouTube loudness wars where you're just going to scream at a camera and talk about, oh, look, let's get pissed over Wonder Woman. Let's get pissed over whatever fucking stupid bullshit is out there. And it's easy thinking, and it's kind of the deafening of this industry, of many industries, and I didn't want to be a part of it. So I was like, let me see if I can get my shit together and do something somewhat original.
And kudos to you for that, man. It's not easy to do.
It's not, I think a lot of people are, I don't want to say afraid because then that puts me in a weird position. That's not what I mean. But I think that there's definitely, there was a study that came out a couple of years ago where they found out that more people under 20 wanted to be YouTube reviewers instead of filmmakers. And that terrified me because it meant there were more people who want to talk about doing shit than actually do it. And as soon as you go down that path, it's the death of a lot of industries. And you start to see it in the comic industry. A lot of these people, they don't generally, they're writing fan fiction. Every time you see a crossover from IDW, that's fanfic. That's all it is. Or you're going to do Civil War 2. We're going to do,
Did you see? Did you see that
ahead.
IDW has just is releasing a Transformers cross Back to the Future comic book?
I did.
The Transforming DeLorean.
I don't know. Is that the story we've all been waiting for?
Apparently.
I remember in the early days of eBay, you could find like fan scripts for like Ghostbusters meets Back to the Future. These like fanzines that would come out. That's what it sounds like to me. It's like there's no originality anymore. There's nothing. Like you can have homages, that's fine. But like I think a good example, a couple of pages were released recently for this Watchmen, the Rorschach a comic that's coming out. Well, if you scroll down, two of the billboards in like the last panel are for shit from the original, Watchmen comic. It's like something for like the Beans and something for the comic book, like the pirate comic that like runs adjacent to the storyline. And it's like, so you're worrying about fan service. Like you have a chance to do something new and you're not doing it. And it's like, so you're not even trying to go the extra step at all. You're just looking to cater to an audience that already knows what it is. You're not going to try to build any lore, make a bigger world. I think this is a lot of the problems that a lot of people had with the new Star Wars movies. And it's throughout the entire industry. So,
not to mention, if there's any one crossover that anybody wanted with Back to the Future, it's Bill and Ted. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of that, right? I mean, you see a lot of these movies that are coming out, and it's just like, we're going to redo Halloween, or we're going to forget about all the other shit in between it just because we want to do our version. You know what it's like? It's like these people are making covers, and like, like you cover a song, but now they're making, it's like, oh, well, this is my rendition of the Fantastic Four. This is my rendition of, pick your 80s franchise. And because there's so much of it, it's really difficult to get new stuff out or people, who want to take a chance on it.
Did you ever submit any submissions to the big two for work?
Well, not like directly, not like the old school way where you'd mail it in, but like I had gone to Comic-Con and I had spoken with certain artists and, it was fruitless, right? It didn't really get me anywhere. So no one I would be willing to name, unfortunately.
But were you like showing around your portfolio, or like what was?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What were you trying to do? What were you trying to get into? Covers or like what?
No, interiors.
Yeah.
And I was told specifically that my style was too 90s, and that the style now has shifted to being so bland and panel based. And I was told specifically it needs to be able to translate to like a TV series.
What a waste of the
over
medium,
the shoulder, reverse over the shoulder, pull back for your master shot. I was like, what is this? This is storyboarding. I'm not drawing storyboarding.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the medium's sort of being wasted, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's why I'm like genuinely excited to be here doing this kind of stuff. I think that there's a lot of people who, especially if they're talking negatively about Comicsgate, they are so high up in the stratosphere, they forgot what it's like to actually want something and not have it being handed to them.
So did you meet your wife when she was like 19?
Oh my God.
I'm so glad that we were able to veer back.
Christ.
It just concerns me because there was like some 19-year-olds that would be accusing Warren Ellis of grooming them for work.
Oh, no, and she has no interest. She didn't even. We work together so well because she has no interest in comic books whatsoever.
So does she understand like what you're doing?
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah. And does she get the jokes?
Enough so. I mean, I think I've tried to make the cartoon palatable and broad enough so that you don't need to know what's going on, in the streams or in the community, because I have these sort of non sequitur type humor, the kind of stuff you would see sort of like 90s Adult Swim. If you know the inside joke, it can enhance the experience, but I don't think it's dependent on it in any way.
What do you think, Micah? Do you think it's accessible to people outside of CG?
Yeah, I think that it's definitely very much a CG inside joke, but then again, or more specifically, an Ethan inside joke. But at the same time, there's enough of a fan base there that people know who Ethan is, to where you can get into it. So. I think it's a fun series, personally. Not to mention, I love what you did with Winger.
Oh, thanks.
Because
that was
it's
a fun one.
so like that is not how I expected his character would end up. I figured it would be like you'd give him like a straw hat and like a piece of weed out of his mouth, make him super southern. Instead, you turn him into a dinosaur.
I think, if you think about that for almost all the characters, I've tried to stay away from those kind of like stereotypes, essentially, because I think when you do that, you kind of put that character in a little bit of a box. But it doesn't mean that you can't just say like, because nobody would think to put, that sounded condescending, but like it's not typical to make someone a Centosaurus or a Centaur, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So I think what happens is, because it's not an image that you used to, once you connect that with something else that you already kind of know, now you can start seeing it easier, and your brain isn't trying to fight it so hard.
I do like that you didn't give him any lines ever.
He has lines on occasion.
Mm.
Yeah, but usually it's one or two. He's just kind of like, hanging out there.
I saw a comment in here. Yes, okay. I know the answer to this one, but I'm going to let you answer it. Ryan Ratton, why does Dan Frager wear a dress in the cartoon?
Well, it's not a dress. It's a magic hat. It's a top hat.
He's a rabbit popping out of the hat.
Yeah, it's kind of like a halter top dress thing, but it's mostly a hat.
Candyman has just joined us. Thank you, Candyman. He says, you're having Micah on Oz? WTF did I just walk into? Yeah, he finally turned up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen any of my streams, Micah?
Yeah, I've seen a few of them. I was on one before, but it was very brief.
I know, but since you didn't make my stream, have you watched any?
Yeah, I have. I tend to tune out whenever Doug comes on because
were you annoyed when I was harassing you?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay, that's good. Oh, Catrace White wants to know, is the Donny Cates character ever coming back?
I don't have stuff planned out. Like, it's season 4, episode 6. Like, I have no idea. If he does something ridiculous and it's usable, possibly. But when he called into Ethan's show, that was just gold. And I actually had another script I was working on at that moment, and I scrapped it because I was like, this is too good not to use. So I wouldn't say no, but I can't say yes either.
Yeah. Is he even putting out YouTube stuff anymore? Or did he just sort of
I think that dried up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's drying up with a lot of these guys because they're getting out here and they're realizing that YouTube is CG territory and they're getting trounced on,
They don't, they do okay if they didn't have such thin skins.
That's true too. Yeah. As soon as you start shutting off your comments, or shutting down your likes because, that's how the algorithms find you. And then also, you give a mouse a cookie. As soon as you start doing that, you're just going to ask for more of it to happen continually. You just got to roll with the punches, especially on the internet. That's what the internet's all about right now.
Yeah. So, how's things where you are? Whereabouts do you live? Like what state?
I live in Austin.
Austin, Texas. Yeah. Why are there so many people from Austin, Texas?
Oh, I'm from Connecticut. I moved out here for a job. I'll probably be leaving soon because we're so fucking done with this place. It's just, it's like Brooklyn without the palm trees. I'm just kind of like, I can't deal with all of the politics and just the continual brain dead, hive-minded morons out here.
So where would you go to then?
We're thinking about probably Florida. Because it's it's nice, and I have family there, so.
Okay.
And there's also kind of a big comic book community in Florida too. So I imagine if the possibility of CG picking up, Florida might actually be a good place, for that kind of community because it's already a red state to begin with. So, yeah, we'll see.
Olga 777 says thin-skinned people are not prepared for life, let alone YouTube. That is why they cry on Twitter so much. Yeah, and that's why you're so easily
irascible.
Well, that's why they block you so easily as well, and they run blockchains. And I find as soon as someone doesn't want to have any discourse whatsoever, then you know that they're on shaky ground with any of their views. The Holy Ninja, yeah, welcome. Please subscribe for $2. Very general. Says hashtag
Sleeveless Army represent.
I know what he's trying to say, but the Holy Ninja. We expected a little bit more from our guests on this show. Please subscribe, and thank you so much for your super chat. It was really generous of you. Candy says, Oz, you're below 100 viewers. This is because Micah sat on all the potential. What does that even mean?
No clue.
Oh dear.
You read whatever comments you like, but you also read the super chats. But it doesn't incentivize people to super chat.
I'm not a scumbag. It's like the people are here for my show. They're not, they're here to get involved. They're not here to just, it would be nice if I only ever showed, if I had imagine for a moment that you had so many super chats that you didn't have any normal chats. Wouldn't that be remarkable?
At what point are you just like, fuck this, I can't, you're gonna spend the whole stream just reading what other people said. That's not a show.
That'd be hilarious.
Maybe you should try it.
All right, everyone. No more normal chats, everyone.
Moving forward, super chats are bust.
No more normal chats. Camel Moon wants to see what the show's going to be like if it's
a social experiment. I just want to see.
He wants to see whether the show's going to work out.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that's true. Adam Manetta says if we paid Oz, he'd just waste it buying subs.
And creating those mighty whisper networks too, right?
No, not whisper networks. I have a network of wrenches.
Yes.
Yeah, they're on each of the other CG channels, and they report back to me, and they make sure that nothing bad about Liam or me is said in the chats.
The mighty Liam Oz.
Yeah. Yeah. Does Oz have a good recipe for cooking up clams? Yeah. If you have not clams but mussels, if you have if you make a nice chili mussel dish, that's the real deal there. You got to get good quality mussels though. Do you eat mussels much, Dr. Camel Moon?
I love mussels. I've been eating mussels since I was, I don't know, single digits.
And how do you eat them?
With a fork.
Camel Moon, that's terrible.
Is there?
Do you have them in a
Oh, I mean, like a red sauce,
or do you have them? How do you serve them? Do you have them in a garlic butter? Do you have them raw? Do you have them steamed and fresh? Do you have
a train with a fox?
How do you have them?
However they come.
What do you mean? However they come? They come as like a hard shell in the ocean, like stuck to rocks.
Yeah, I don't know how many different mussel dishes you've had in your life. It's usually red sauce or white sauce. That's about it. I mean, I have them both ways, I guess.
Okay, so it's official. Camel Moon goes both ways.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Red or white, either way.
Mm. All right. What else can you tell us about you, Camel Man? What else can you share with us?
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, That's it. I like Batman. I think Batman's pretty cool. I like Ninja Turtles. I like Ghostbusters. I could just tell you about all the shit I like. And my favorite color is maroon.
Do you enjoy long walks on the beach?
Sometimes. Not really, actually, to be honest with you. I actually don't. I find it gets sandy.
So do you get out much? Do you get much exercise, Camel Moon?
Sometimes. I try to make sure that I can get out of the house at least once a day, but sometimes I don't because I'm working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there's no great fitness regime for Camel Moon.
Just picking up this coffee mug all day. Yeah.
So all the things you told us are like really surface trait kind of things. Like I like purple and I like white sauce.
Yeah. I mean, that was a joke.
I don't like going to the beach and things like that,
Yeah.
But is there anything about you that is interesting that is like personal to you?
Well, I think you have to be careful when you get into answers like that because, again, I don't want to sell my identity here. And I don't want to sell anything except for the product that I'm trying to produce. I don't give a shit about Bob Kane's personal feelings or his bringing up or growing up. I like the character. And I think that's what the crux of what Comicsgate should be. You have to be very careful that you don't rely too much on selling your personality because personality and identity, if they can easily cross mingle and be confused. So if you think I'm funny, great, but as far as whatever personal politics are or whatever, my identity is, it kind of doesn't really matter. So that's kind of my answer for that. I'm much better if you ask like a really specific question instead of what do I like, I could probably give you a more thought out response. But that's all I got.
Do you take any drugs on a regular basis?
Oh, that's a good question. No, in fact, although people assume I've done all of the drugs, I've never done drugs ever. I've done shrooms once, but that was it. And then I've never smoked up or done anything.
How'd the shrooms go?
It was fun. It was fine. You just laugh at everything. In fact, in a way, a lot of what I do with Hail Salad, I kind of imagined like the next time I do shrooms, I want to watch Hail Salad because I kind of geared it towards being interesting rather when you're high on shrooms.
High on shrooms. Lion Ratton says, but to sell a book that hasn't been made yet, it helps to know a little about the person, so to gain trust. What do you think about that?
I think that is possible for you. I don't know if that is across the board. I want people to buy my book because they enjoy the product that I'm putting out. You don't give a shit about what Mr. Coca-Cola does. You just like his product. So you buy Coca-Cola, whether or not you've heard of it, but not. So, and the way I see it is there are plenty of episodes of the cartoon out there that are free that you can decide whether or not it's your type of sense of humor, your sensibilities, your art style, et cetera, et cetera.
So Camel Moon says, screw you guys. He's zero interest in sharing anything of himself. Except for his work. He's gonna come on streams and he's gonna tell you nothing, and you're gonna like it.
Yeah. No, that's not really true. I just feel like, again, I'm not gonna just like sit here and just go over and then when I was 10, my dad left, and then when I was 12, I saw my mom do. That's ridiculous. That's a waste of everyone's time.
James Hayes says, you'll have a hard time convincing me that the quality of a crowdfunded book sells it more to an audience than the creator's personality. The products have become collectibles. Interesting take.
Yeah, I guess.
He only guesses that it's an interesting take. He's not sure.
No, I don't. I don't ascribe to any specific. You're not going to nail me down.
Slick Rick says, "Why does Camel Moon hate us?"
Well, it's just I want to laugh, and you're not giving me the permission to laugh.
Oh, that's a bit rough.
I know.
I give you permission to laugh as much as you like.
Not Slick Rick.
That's the kind of show this is, where we're all here to have a good time. Despite what you may have heard about us, that there's going to be nasty gotcha questions and people are going to yell at you and so on and so forth. That's not the experience that you're going to have here.
But it already happened. You gonna take it back?
What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no gotcha questions.
No, I guess there aren't. I would like one. What do you?
All right. Define CG for us then.
Is that a gotcha question? I mean,
it is, because if you don't say everything right, there's other people going to hate you.
Yeah, I can go back in time. I don't want to answer that.
You don't have to answer it.
Yeah. God, define CG. I think CG, the point is... Oh, it's funny, because I feel like I've been talking about that on and off. It's to be able to be a creator and not worry so much about what you're saying or the type of work that you're putting out that's specific to a diversity or an identity. I think it's just the ability to create work without someone looking over your shoulder, waving their finger and saying you can or you can't do this.
Right. What do you think, chat? Has he passed the mark on that?
I'm sure Slick Rick disagrees.
Amit Rayner says, "Do not define CG." He's yelling at you. He never uses all caps.
Oh, I think he's talking to you.
I'm not defining CG. All right. What else would be a gotcha question? Look, Camel Moon, I don't know enough about you to give you gotcha questions, and I don't do that anyway.
Okay.
So I'm not going to bring on like your illegitimate child or something and say, why haven't you paid child support or what have you?
Yeah.
Nothing like that's going to happen. I don't have a network of spies that goes out and interviews all your relatives to find out dirt about you. So you can relax a little bit, okay?
Okay.
I don't know who you are. I don't know your real name. I don't know anything about you. So whatever you choose to share is what we're going to know. You could make stuff up and we would have no idea.
Okay.
All right. So
hey, Micah's back.
Yes.
He's back. His router was cactus.
Let me ask you, did you hear my definition of CG?
I did not. I missed it.
I don't want to say it again.
Say it again and see whether it matches up with the last one.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know, right? Whether or not it's rehearsed. I was saying that I thought CG was the ability for the creator to create content without the interference of a publisher or an audience saying you have to do what we expect you to do for identity politics.
I think I think that's part of what CG is about, especially I think there's very much a anti-identity politics bent to it. There has been since the beginning. But yeah, there's I think there's more to it than that.
Okay.
So he's refunding your book, Camel Moon.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Has anyone funded my book since I've started? Has this been...
I don't have the page up.
I don't know if this is the kind of stream that people would do that on. I thought it was more of a get-to-know-you stream anyway.
You never know. You never know. And the thing about it is, you don't know what... A lot of people listen to this show while they're at work, so you never know whether they're going to go home and have a look at your page afterwards and things like that. So it's never... you can never say, look, Oz's show didn't sell me any copies, because It may very well be the case, but you know.
But you're not
dear.
gonna be liable for that, is what you're saying.
Oh, I don't mind, Micah. Oh, your internet crashed. Where were we up to? Hang on, I'll try and bring it up.
Oh, I just refreshed it. Yeah, no, it hasn't moved.
Oh, okay.
Real quick, let me address Testify in the chat there. It says no product in anyone's hand. Well, that's a lie.
Don't talk, Micah.
Now, just real quick, that
Micah?
is a lie, because the book is 3/4 of the way fulfilled. So you are incorrect.
He's quite often incorrect. That's the.
Well, he's an idiot, so that's just kind of how
the
it
area
goes.
that he lives in.
Yeah, he's not a bright guy, and he's the truth is not a friend of his. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm a known liar and pornographer.
Oh,
whose hand? Check my Twitter feed.
Wow.
In fact, you can actually. Oh wait, you can't ask people in War Campaign at this point, can you? Panama. Sorry. Continue, Oz. I just want to get that out there.
What's going on?
What's going on, Camel Moon?
What?
Welcome to the wild world of CG.
Yeah. Yeah. A little off the rails. It's okay.
That's the internet, though. Just in general, like there's a lot of insanity that goes on, and you meet the wildest people.
Bogaro says Oz carried Malin to 90 grand. Damn straight. Congratulations, Malin.
Did you?
Yeah.
Are you just saying that?
No.
Can you carry me to 90 grand?
You're doing pretty well, my friend. I mean, for an unknown artist who has 0 pages up on his Indiegogo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely,
you're getting a lot of support from CG. They're banking on you to give them something that they're going to enjoy.
Yeah, I think that you got to fulfill, right? And I haven't fulfilled yet. So like EVS has said many times, he has people on who only fulfill. I haven't been on EVS yet. I don't expect to go on until I fulfill, because I think that is a hallmark of what CG should be. Because obviously, again, it's the consumer that matters. So I want to make sure that everyone gets their product literally as soon as possible. So I put February as a date, but I mean, hopefully it'll be a lot sooner than that. I just wanted to give myself enough time.
Mr. Dong says, you thought you were going too straight to Fragger, Camel Moon, haha, think again.
I don't know what that means.
Huh?
Try again. Write it again, and then I'll reread it.
Write it again, Mr. Dongs. That was terrible. You're usually much better than that.
He was so emotional. He's like, I got to get this out. Something about Fragga.
So you
Which is weird. Mr. Dongs is usually pretty relaxed.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know what he's trying to infer. But whatever, man. Yes, you're right.
Today's a weird day.
Why is today a weird day for you, Micah?
I don't know. Just
this is normal. This is normal.
This is the chaos that is your life, Oz.
But this is just a normal show,
Is it?
I mean, normally, although I have to admit, normally Mr. Dongs is a lot more accurate in his typing, but
Indeed.
he's not even using proper punctuation today. It's really weird. So
I was hoping to get in a shouting match with someone.
why? Who told you that was going to happen, Camel Moon?
Your show, the previous episodes. I don't know if you know this.
Well, you also have to keep in mind, though, Mecha McWhatsit and Berserk Guts aren't in here screaming at each other. So there is that.
But I do have to bring in sadly Berserk at some stage because he was having a what he calls a pool party with bikini girls, and he's got to update us on that.
Interesting.
It's actually just a strung out stripper on meth in his bathtub, but that's that's how he sold it.
Well, I mean, if that's how you got to get it.
You reckon that that's acceptable?
For me, no. I can't speak for anybody else, though.
Okay. What about you, Camel Moon? Have you ever dated a junkie?
Dated a drunk, and she was a super closet alkie, and I didn't know, I mean, because they're closeted, right? So, but there was a lot of lost time in the, a lot of blackouts, a lot of lying, and I dropped her, because I was telling my friend, I was like, yeah, then she did this and she did that, and he was just like, oh, she sounds like an alcoholic, and I was like, oh my god, it was like that missing puzzle piece. And and then when I started recognizing it, and I would see, kind of how, when she was drinking, how she was drinking, and it made a lot of sense. And then I'm out. Peace out.
Was she not always smelling intoxicated?
One more time, ask that again.
Was she not always smelling intoxicated? Like that's a pretty
never
big giveaway
smelled it.
for
I mean, that's what I mean. I think it was closeted. I think she was doing it, when either I wasn't around or nobody was around or whatever.
How long did that relationship last?
I mean, we just dated. It was barely dating. I mean, just hanging out, hooking up. A couple weeks, maybe a couple months.
Was she like 19 and you were 30?
And
you're putting Rowies in her drinks?
Yeah,
like
she really wanted a job in the comic book podcast industry. And I was like, let me groom you a little bit. And he was like, will you mentor me? And I was like, maybe,
Would you do me a favor, Mr. Moon? Would you show this stream to your wife?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you reckon that she would have a response?
She's not gonna watch it. I could show her all I
okay.
want.
She wouldn't watch it. Okay.
No. Like, that's cute. Oh, you did an internet thing. That's great.
Okay. All right. What have you told her that you were talking about her?
I mean, you could say whatever you want. It's not like I've divulged any secret. Nobody knows her name, right? And they don't know. So it's like, it's not like, oh, this person who works yada 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 and lives yada yada. Like she's gonna start getting hate mail. She also isn't online, which is great. So I mean, she doesn't have a Twitter and she hasn't been on her Facebook, and I don't even know.
I wasn't suggesting we dox your wife. That's not what I was. That's not where I was going with this.
But I kind of feel like it always ends up there. So
I've yet to dox anyone's wife, but a number have come on the show to discuss their husband's performance.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Adam Minetta says she kept slurring her words. He just thought she was disabled and willing.
Oof.
Ouch.
Yeah. And then we got married.
Harsh. Yeah. So if Babes is interested, tell her
what?
Coming on and having an interview with me and talking about
Jesus
that will
what you're doing.
100% never happen. She's not coming on the internet. Sorry.
Okay.
And she's definitely not going to talk to a muscle-looking clitoris.
Now hold on, it's a clitoris-looking muscle.
Yeah. So, you're right.
There you
I totally
got to be
fucked up.
specific.
But now it doesn't make sense. Yeah. So
All right.
I don't see that.
Lord J. Barmer fan says, "Stop talking about his wife and damn it, Oz, bring on the freaks."
Yeah, I think I'm too normie for these guys.
I think you're a little bit more reserved than we're used to. You're a little bit shyer. Are you normally a shy person?
I think that's an interesting attribute to attach. almost accusatory. I don't know if I would say I was shy. I just like to think I'm not emotional.
Most of the people that come on my show are quite shy. They
okay.
No, it's true because we have a lot of creative types, and they're usually very internalized, and that's sort of the way it is, and they sort of come out on the shell the more that they come on the show, if you know what I mean. The more they get comfortable, sort of hanging around, and they're not so worried about
I think that happens
if I save this thing, I'm going to upset people, and they're not going to back my book or what have you.
I think certain creators, like if you ever listen to a writer speak, they don't know how to speak. They sound like simpletons because they are used to crafting their sentences and their words, and they have kind of like that extra time in their head to really say what they want to say. Like watch any type of political show. If they ever have a guy who wrote a book on, you'd think the guy doesn't know how to speak English. And I think it could be similar with artists, right? Because all that crazy shit that happens, it's going on in their head. But when they're actually talking to the people, they're like, oh, I put my human suit on for a minute here, and got to go do that.
Well, not to mention we also have an outlet.
Sure, yeah.
Like we were able to take that insanity and just put it onto the page.
Yeah. And so my outlet is Hail Salad, right? I mean, and I have my own stuff that I haven't even put out yet, and so yeah, I guess I don't feel the need, and you'll always notice it too. Like the majority of the people who are crazy, especially if they're, I wouldn't say like egomaniacs, but just they talk over you or whatever. These are not creative people. They almost never are. They're the people who, because that's the way they're acting when they're in public, because this is the way for them to get their rocks off, because there's no other way. So they have to be, overly emotional in a public setting, because in a way that's sort of their creative outlet.
It's interesting. I mean, we have a spectrum of guests on the channel. So
spectrum's a good word for it.
Yeah. Jackash says, Normie, Camel Moon, have you seen your show? Your imagination is a bit dark.
I guess so. I mean, I think in certain aspects, I think in certain aspects, sometimes in order to push whatever the limitations are, it can come off as dark. And there's been, I've had Cecil kill himself a couple times, and I always try to imagine whenever something happens, in that scenario or situation, what would be like the most ridiculous thing. And sometimes things just come to me. There was one episode where I had Frega jump in front of a train, or I had Ethan's head explode, because for whatever reason, it popped in my head as like, oh, that would be so hilarious if something like this happened. And I think what's nice about a cartoon like Hail Salad is that there really are no rules. And I think there's a lot of cartoons out there that they have rules, right? Whether you're watching The Simpsons or, I don't know, even Family Guy. If Family Guy did something where they were going to kill someone, then they'd have to do it as a cutaway. They can't do it in the episode proper. But in Hail Salad, it's like kind of balls to the wall. I can do whatever I want. So I kind of feel like, because I can do whatever I want, I'm going to continue to try to do whatever I want, and not hold myself back. Because as soon as I start holding myself back, then I'm censoring myself. And if I censor myself, then it's no longer fun.
Do you have homicidal fantasies like Brother Gaius is accusing you?
No, maybe it's because I do it in the cartoon. But yeah, I guess isn't that one of the questions they ask like sociopaths? Like, do you ever imagine killing someone?
I don't know. I don't know many sociopaths.
They've asked me many times, and I always say no with a straight face. So
okay.
That's how I test.
So what are these other private projects you're sort of working on?
Just a couple of. I have a comic book series that I'm wrapping up. It's going to be 12 issues. It's a maxi series, sort of. How do I explain it? It's sort of the Dark Knight Returns meets Age of Apocalypse, and that I'll probably be putting out sometime next year, at least the first 4 or 5 issues. And that is 11 issues done. So, we're kind of in the home stretch there.
When you say we, is that the royal we? Like
it's always the royal we. Yeah. Camel Moon Studios is not employing many people.
Yeah. So are you doing everything on that?
Yeah.
And so you've done basically 11 issues of a book. So what, you're at like 240 pages or something?
I think when it's done with, I think every issue has 3 or 4 covers. And then there's triptychs. I think every issue, I think when it's done, it's about 300 pages.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you're going to release that as an omnibus?
Well, no. So first I'll do the first 4 issues, and then I'll do another 4 issues for the second campaign, and then 4 issues for the final campaign. And then in the final campaign, I'll also offer, like a trade paperback that'll have all 12 of them together.
Samba Gogo asked a good question. Has any CG creator low-key begged you to be featured on Hail Salad?
I don't know if I can answer that. That's a yes, right?
Yeah.
You get a lot of.
You don't have to say who, but yeah, that's funny.
You get a lot of people who are like, when Camel Moon puts me on, he's gonna draw me like this, or Camel Moon's gonna clip that because you guys are, whatever I said. There's no way that people know what I'm going to put out because I am on my own schedule, and I purposefully essentially try to subvert expectations. And there's been a lot of times where people are like, oh, he's going to talk about this, he's going to talk about that, and I don't do it. Because also too, just because something is funny, in the context of a stream doesn't necessarily mean that it translates to a cartoon, especially when I'm making up a script. And a lot of the sentences that I create in the cartoon, they work because of the way I'm editing it together. So, I've had people all the time send me, time code. Oh, you got to clip this, you got to clip that. And I'm like, well, I mean, I appreciate it, but it doesn't really work like that. I've had one dude, super nice guy, and he sent me over like a finished audio script. Wow. And he's like, here, you can animate this. I was like, I appreciate it, but there's it's like asking a comedian to write his jokes for him. I'm just like, this is not how this works, So yeah, if you get in a Hail Salad, great. But outside of major contributions, I don't really see it working.
So your next one's sort of in the works, isn't it? Sort of coming to a close. Your next episode?
Episode 6, I have the script pretty much where I want it. And then I'm going to start the piecing and animation process probably as soon as I'm done with the trailer. Trailer will be done hopefully sometime this weekend.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
For the comic book?
Yeah.
Are you introducing any new characters in that one? The chat wants to know.
Oh, yeah. There's I'm not going to say who. You're going to have to watch it. But
cool.
Yeah, there's the only person I've announced is Narwhal.
Yeah, I've seen the Narwhal.
Yeah.
He was on here before. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 major known personalities in CG that will end up in a Hail Salad within the next month or two. That are not Narwhal. That you haven't seen before.
I did a Narwhal video.
How'd it go?
Oh, I don't know. How do you judge?
Well, did it get a lot of likes and reviews?
Oh, is that how we judge things?
I mean, I guess.
I don't know. How would you judge it, whether it's a success or not, Micah?
Well, if it is a YouTube video, I guess that would be the metric. How many people watched it, and did they enjoy watching it?
Well, I generally just produce things, and sometimes people like them, and sometimes people don't.
I'm a big fan of the sketch dance, personally.
You like the sketch dance, do you?
I do. That is a very fun video, for obvious reasons.
A lot of people don't like the sketch dance. They
Really?
think I'm making too much fun of him.
Oh, you need to get a sense of humor.
All right, Micah. Now I'm going to give you an option, Camel Moon. You're free to leave at any time. Things may get a little bit messy. So,
wait, you talking to me?
It's entirely up to you. Okay.
Me or Micah?
You.
What do you mean by messy? Because now I'm intrigued.
The link is going in the chat.
All right.
We're going to discuss the video I put out today, and Micah wants to discuss something with regard to War Campaign as well.
Oh, I'll stick around. If it gets dicey or people start, trying to lure me into some false sense of security and then chastise me after, then I'll bounce.
Okay. All right. So you'll know whether you're being too ruckus, everyone, if Camel Moon leaves.
I'm a doctor.
Dr. Camillus.
Moonanimous.
Moonanimous.
Moonanimous individual.
Moonanimous. All right. Oh, and Dino didn't see the video. Yeah, I think most people probably haven't seen the video.
I actually watched it this morning.
Did you? Yeah. It's a lot of inside baseball, but I tried to be reasonably impartial, although I was having a bit of a dig at War Campaign. What do you think, Micah? Did you see it?
I did.
Should we show it?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea just to refresh people.
You gonna play the whole 12 minutes?
It's pretty short.
Okay.
Camel Moon's used to being on shows that, are
normal.
Well, that like, I'm not going to torture my audience with a 12-minute video. Well, I'm sorry, but this is the Oz show, and you come here to be tortured for 12 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I know what I signed up for.
The thing is, there's ads on it. I keep
Well, you are monetized now.
Yeah, but sometimes I forget to click the button. All right, so I'll pause that. So I could just sit there watching my own ads over and over again. Someone should get onto that. Brother Gay says it took Oz an entire Efkin day to cut together 12 minutes of video. Camel Moon, do you want to describe the process of editing different clips, capturing and editing clips, and the time bucket that it is?
Capturing podcast streams fucking blows because you have to pull in 3 or 4 hours, right? You can't pull in what you want. And then you got to scrub, and then you got to cut what you need. I mean, I don't know your process, but it takes me a day and a half to get the audio together for a Hail Salad episode. I mean, I'm pulling from 3 or 4 streams, but I mean, they're just fucking sound bites. So imagine you have to take, actual chunks and then contextualize it, right? It needs to make sense because you're doing A/B comparisons with what these people are saying. So it probably takes, hey, look, if you can do it in a less amount of time, then go do it.
Yeah. Yeah, Brother Gaius, if you can do it in a less amount of time, go do it. Damn it. Don't be going on Twitter like everybody else asking me to put the videos together.
Yeah, where's my free content that took too long for me to get? What the fuck is that? What?
And to be honest, I probably wouldn't even made the video except Mike demanded to know. Some other guy demanded to know. And War Campaign started being really mean to me in the last couple of days.
Funny how that goes, huh?
I don't think War Campaign is too interested in me, thankfully.
A lot of mad coming from some people in that camp.
I mean, I have no reason to make anyone mad, so just Ethan.
Well, neither do I. That's
for making him
well, that's the funny thing. Sometimes Ethan's enough. Like,
well,
I
do
absolutely
that.
nuts on you for proximity to him.
That's all satirical. I mean, he knows that. But
it's silliness. You know.
Yeah. I mean, my channel has always given War Campaign a platform.
So you give him a fair shake?
Yeah. I mean, they'll come on here for 5 hours and yell at me. I'll let them do that. Come on. Play. See how many buttons I had to press?
You're a brave man for doing it, Oz.
The shit that they did to us on top of that, right? Not even a couple months ago. And then
SJW shit.
Planning for the same thing. Here it is all these small creators. We're platforming them every week. Okay, twice a week. And then you wonder why we booted everybody off the Discord, all these kind of smaller creators. Listen, motherfucker, at the end of the line, when these guys said, listen, suck our dicks and fucking throw out the war campaign, you guys went along with it. So we're just like, all right, cool. We're done with you motherfuckers. We've been doing this for so long. That's it. This is the line for us. I tell Gat the wizard, and I'm like, look, man, this is what I hear, right?
Yeah,
he
I would
goes
hate shit.
fucking nuts, man. I'm telling you, he's just throwing shit around.
All these other small creators, including myself. I'll be honest, I'm being greedy. I want this shit to stick around for what we were doing too, but not just me. It ruined it for everyone out there, right? This is what they did, man.
Fucking sold a lie at the end of the day. I remember, right? So there's this moment in 2018, in September 2018, right, where I'm arguing with SJWs, okay, because that's what we were doing. Eventually, we started arguing with elements, rotten elements within Comicsgate. But at this moment, these are straight up SJWs who we were going to put up on the screen. These are the ones specifically who have been pressuring Dynamite, Mr. Barucci, specifically to remove his association with Comicsgate. Now, I'm talking to these SJWs, and they're saying to me things like, bro, you're a fucking fool. You don't know how all this is tied together, and I'm looking for information. And it turns out that a lot of the shit they said, I honestly believe now. I do believe that Ethan Van Sciver is a liar. I 100% believe it. That's what he is. That he saw this as a money-making situation. And frankly, our boy Zach, I you know what? I want to love the dude. I always looked up to the dude. But I mean, he doesn't seem to give a fuck either. You know, as long as you make your...
I wish he would.
Yeah, man. As long as you make your money, it seems like guys who are making their money don't give a fuck. Jeff is in the chat over here. Those T-shirts are coming soon. Hoodies, all that the whole stuff right there. We could have sat there. I had a fucking phone call. Pan had a call with Ty alone with EVS. I was asleep. I had a call with EVS. You know what I mean? Where we're discussing this, and it's like, he's like, look, man, you got to do certain things. There's no problem. We're going to make Vestige 2 hit this amount of money, right? With the combination of the book being high quality and the platform, his platform and the rest. The thing is that we can't that's just not how we're wired, man. So if it's about money.
Right.
Yeah, Pet. Got over here. Those T-shirts are coming soon. Hoodies, all that the whole stuff right there. We could have been making a stack of cash. That's the bottom line, right? There was even a Dynamite deal. People don't know about this. Okay. So this was the proposal that was given to us. This is about 8 months ago. It was that there's going to be an anthology, a Vampirella anthology book. And,
yeah.
Right. And Gat, you know, we were all in on this call, and Gat is specifically asked, look, you can do 2 stories in this book.
Mm-hmm.
And he started.
And Gat, didn't you write out scripts and shit? You researched the characters and then written.
Yeah, it's actually written. Yeah, I have 2 scripts written for Vampirella right now. Yeah.
This is what
promises made.
Yeah, man, this is it. So
for Dynamite,
that would be a lie. How do you like that?
Yeah,
that's a straight up lie.
Yeah, no one could corroborate that. Who can corroborate that? No.
There would be something. There would be something to prove that. Now, there was a point when I was talking to Nick Barucci, maybe last year, where I said, you know, you should really just, since we're doing these covers, you should really just let me lease Vampirella and do a Comicsgate Halloween special where I get everybody to do, various short stories. And then I could get all Comicsgaters to do that. And he said, yeah, maybe later down the line, Ethan, I that would have really exposed, Dynamite to some harassment. So But he said maybe later down the line, maybe next year we'll do that. I did bring that up to Comicsgate. I wanted to ask them and say, if we could get that deal done, do you guys want to do that? Everybody was very enthusiastic about it, but in no time were there contracts. Nobody was assigned anything. It's ridiculous. It's just never a thing. And if it were a thing, you'd be able to find other comic skaters who were also working on Vampirella stories.
The whole Mike Miller thing. All right, so let's get into that. That's interesting. Something a lot of people here probably don't know. Right?
Oh, boy.
Yeah. All right.
Mike Miller basically got dumped because he was doing some work for him, and then that shit happened, right?
That whole pride tweet, okay, and we didn't know this at the time. So you can't hold this against us, right? We didn't know. First of all, that pride tweet, we really didn't give a fuck about that. My problem with Mike S. Miller was the fact that he wanted to cancel us. Yeah. Right? It's our problem with him stemmed from the fact that he wanted to get rid of us. It didn't come from anything
all
else.
in with fucking like Doug and Edwin and all that shit, right? It's the middle of that shit.
Yeah, exactly. And but him trying to cancel us, that was really the root of the discontent and the other issues, right? And then there was the fact that he was using his I pointed that out, that he was using his money to fund the previous campaign from the new campaign.
Ponzi scheming,
right,
yeah.
Right, okay. But this whole pride tweet thing, that was EVS, right? That was Ethan Van Sciver. That was him trying to give credibility to why he shouldn't be part of Comicsgate. Yeah. Okay. Many months later, we're told this, right? Wizard Pen.
Yeah. Basically, we had a conversation with EVS, and he had told us that he had conversations with Ferrucci about, basically getting Mike Miller out of Comicsgate, like, so that, because I don't know the extent of it, but EVS told us that Ferrucci did not want Mike Miller in Comicsgate. No, and no lesser words than that. I mean,
yeah, I heard them make that. That's not the way I operate. I'm beholden to no man. I am beholden to nobody. I make my own decisions. I'm not on the take from anyone. People are on the take from me. Let's put it that way. So nobody makes decisions for me. The reason why Mike was gone predated Nick Barrucci, and Nick Barrucci's opinion of Mike by a long time. Mike came in, and I felt sorry for him, but I was still amused by him. He was a great character on my show. It was fun to kind of his greedy kind of hey Mike, his greedy kind of scheming sort of thing was funny to play off of. But Mike kept causing problems for us, and I would have to go fix them. He pissed off half of Comicsgate initially with his Comicsgate Alliance poster that excluded almost everyone that considered themselves Comicsgate. And from there, it was just one problem after the next where, I'll stand up for my friends up to a certain point, and when they just unrepentantly keep making problems for you, I flipped my lid at Mike and just said, knock it the fuck off. But we talked that through. We talked through the pride is a sin tweet. And then the minute that Doug Tenaple and I had that interview with Nick Rekieta, and I was at a weak point. I thought that was really, really bad for Comicsgate. All of it was awful. Mike immediately gets on a live stream and basically denounces me for about 3 hours and made it clear, I think, that he was not my friend. It did not reciprocate any of the work I'd done for him, the time I spent trying to get him out of debt. None of that meant anything to him. Mike hated me, absolutely hated me. So Mike was no longer allowed on my show because I felt like on a personal level, Mike had disrespected me on a very personal level.
It's like they're investing in my future as a writer is what I look at it as, right? And so I have an obligation.
One other thing on top of that, Barrucci being pissed at Mike came after, at least from what I can remember, came after Mike had already left Comicsgate, and it was over the frog dissection video. Because he thought that was ridiculously disgusting.
Give them the most fucking the best quality, the best book, the best quality story, the best fucking art I can fucking give these guys in a timely fashion every fucking time, right? And it's got to be about the book. It's not about toys and all this other bullshit that they're trying to sell you over there that's not fucking Comicsgate anymore. It's about comic books. And so that's what we fucking said. We're going to do comic books, right? And so, yeah, I feel like people have lost their fucking way. They forgot what the hell this shit's really all about.
That over here, those T-shirts are coming soon. Hoodies, all that whole stuff right there.
You know,
Yeah,
we came in as fans.
It's even a step further. I didn't come into Comicsgate to even be a creator.
Right. Yeah, we were just fans. We were just dudes in the chat.
I was here doing the show and being, just being a comic skater for how long, right?
Yeah.
So I did never have a plan to ever write a comic book. I just looked around and knew I could do better.
One thing I noticed is they had gotten rid of their editor after I started working on it. And when I would get notes or anything important, it was always through that editor. Because I forget who said it, but I think it was Roe who said, Gat is not good about writing down his thoughts, and which made me think like, dude, you've got one job as a writer. Write down your thoughts. But yeah, like once the editor left, who I guess organized all his thoughts into like more of like a coherent form, like I quit getting any kind of detailed notes on anything. Like I couldn't get any kind of like notes, because I'd much rather prefer you just send me an email with everything you want changed or anything concerns you have, like in future pages, like there's this person has like electric blue bolts of energy, to make sure you get that. I wasn't getting anything after that editor left, so that might be part of it. Like the only thing I got was like I sent like the cover because they wanted me to rush the cover because they wanted to put it up as part of the campaign.
So I have an obligation to give them the most fucking the best quality, the best book, the best quality story, the best fucking art I can fucking give these guys in a timely fashion every fucking time, right?
So that was all the really feedback I've gotten on the cover before then, was needs more colors, but like couldn't tell me like what was. From what I can tell, everything in Vestige is his ideas, right? But the editor is the one who would actually kind of like write them down into like a, like a script form. So I guess maybe, I don't know what's up with that. With it, like I've never seen a script from him. I've only seen the scripts I've gotten from the editor that the editor put together. All the scripts I've gotten for everything from them came through their editor. It was like compiled by because it'd be like, Steve's going to get you the script. Steve's got to make corrections to the script. It was all through him. Like it was like if I asked for like what the times of day were, Steve would have to do it. And all the scripts were like written by Gat and Steve. So for what I can tell, it was more like Steve was more the almost like he took dictation and Gat just kind of told him all the ideas and Steve put them into like a coherent kind of like page, but like panel by panel, page by page form. I could be wrong about that, but that's how I understood what was going on.
So what'd you think of that?
Go ahead.
I will say this. I am very disappointed in the direction that War Campaign is going. Now, one thing I will say, not everybody of War Campaign is of the same mind. I had people reach out to me and say, hey, please do not judge all of us by one or two people's discussions, which is fine. But there's a lot of folks in there that come across as very paranoid. There's a lot of things that have been said about people that are ridiculous and have no basis in reality. And other people have been chewed out simply for being kind to other people. And in my own life, what I got pissed about was Preston Acevedo, who was my artist on 3 Nights, 4 Days, shameless plug. He went on to an auction stream a couple days in a row with Ethan. And he said to Cecil, after basically Dynamite turned on Ethan and Cecil and everybody else, said, I'm so sorry this happened to you. Which, even if you don't agree with what Dynamite or any dealings with Dynamite, which a lot of them I didn't agree with either. It still sucks to lose a lot of money. I think that that's something that just about anybody can identify with. But for saying I am so sorry, Ryan Magus, Gat, and others went after Preston basically for that. And what I find so childish about all of it is you're going after a guy for just being a human being. And Preston is my buddy. So I stood up for him. Well, they didn't like that. So several of them turned on me too. And I just said, look, if we're burning the bridge, then you're welcome to burn that bridge then. You threw the gasoline on there. You lit the match. And I'm just going to remember that. So I'll just repeat what Pan said about Ethan. I am no longer going to be a war campaign simp. I'm not going to, defend them. I'm not going to focus anything on them. I'm not going to hang out with them anymore, unless, certain members want to come hang out with me. They're always welcome on my channel to come hang out. The thing about it for me is just that, you attack somebody working with me who I consider a friend, and you also attack other people that I'm cool with too, like Tug, like Vinny. What the fuck did Vinny do? And others. I find that it's so childish to me. So goddamn childish. And then you try to present yourselves as professionals. Interesting. So when it comes right down to it, I'm definitely not a fan. And Berserk Guts is saying they just hit RGE. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like some people, they're getting on some people for not calling out Dynamite when they did. Well, maybe some of us wanted to get a little bit more facts about where Dynamite was going, because it's not easy to read from the inside out. But the instant that Humble Bundle hit, I realized, all right, these guys, Baruchi is spineless. And at some point, he's gonna bend the knee or he's gonna turn on Ethan. Look what happened.
What's the Humble Bundle?
So the Humble Bundle that they were a part of, and oddly enough, it was a member of War Campaign who brought this to my attention. It was Stu Moran, if I remember correctly. Stu got an email from their email chain for their participation in a Humble Bundle on humblebundle.com of certain Dynamite books that would be going in there. Now, one of the charities that was funding would have gone to was one called the Bail Project, which here in the United States is known publicly for bailing out rioters and Black Lives Matter rioters specifically. In fact, if I recall correctly, they were listed on wasn't Vanity Fair. I can't remember the website. But and then other resources that these folks use as people to go to should should somebody get arrested for doing those sorts of things. And of course, one of the people who organized that with Baruchi, Gail Simone, the head of that Whisper Network. So for me, that was it. I'm like, I can't give these guys any benefit of any doubt. You're helping out people that set fire to cities.
El Hombre, just to interrupt there, he yells out, "Get War Champagne on the stream to defend themselves." The link is in the chat. Anyone can come in now. But
nobody wants to come in now.
No, Berserker's got to come in when he comes back from whatever he's doing. But yeah, I think, there's been, an edict put out not to come on my show by War Campaign. So, they're welcome at all times to come on, but they choose not to, which is amazing for, a group of people that says they're not a group, that all of them come to the same conclusion.
Yeah, I find that strange too. There's a lot of narratives that come around, that are just that, narratives, and perceptions of people that come around but there's never any discussions with those people to try to get the truth. And even sometimes when you give them the truth, they just don't listen.
Yeah. Twitler says, tell Berserk we need pics from his pool party. No, we don't need pics from his pool party. At all. At all. Ombre says, shouts, War Campaign have put a fatwa on the Oz show.
Yeah, they really don't like you.
I don't understand why.
I owe you another apology for telling you to shut the fuck up that one night, so as much as I did, because I mean, you were right. I'm still bummed about it. I'm not trying to be an asshole or attempting.
No, I know. Look,
But,
I know that you had deep relationships with War Campaign.
Yeah, I had buddies.
And I myself was quite friendly with Ro. I still think that Ro is a super intelligent man. But there comes a point at which you got to realize that you're using the same talking points as anti-CG and like Renfamous and stuff. And so it's kind of like, once you have their point of view, what's going through your mind, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Honey Thunder for $1.99.
Yeah.
Thank you very
What's
much.
up, people?
Hang on, Berserk.
Hi, Berserk Guts.
Here, he can read this. Here, he can read this one, Camel Moon. Kick Micah.
Jesus, man.
So sad.
Berserk, your pool party.
Yeah, it was good. My friend Jim and his wife were over, and then the little strung out weirdo came over. We had fun.
Yeah.
It was good.
Your friend...
my ass cheek hurts though. My right ass cheek. Like, I was sitting on the side of the pool after they left, my friends, and so she starts doing her thing, right? And I like lift my leg up, and I guess because like I was sitting on concrete and like my legs were in the pool, dude, my whole like muscle like grinded on my bone and in between the fucking like concrete. It made my whole fucking leg like Charlie horse. So I picked her up and like threw her in the pool. I'm like, get the fuck off me. It's fucking weird. I never had that happen. It fucking hurt. And it wasn't my asshole. It was my ass cheek. Just wanted to bring that up. Yeah, it was good. Dude, she likes drinking this sweet ass fucking wine now. This wet red wine, fucking super sweet shit. I'm like, yo, my stomach's still fucked up, man. Ugh.
What was she strung out on?
Nah, she's a bartender, dude. She's just like super skinny. Like it makes me wonder because my last girlfriend was on heroin. So hold on, I get a beer real quick though. I need a drink.
Okay.
Well, that was just one weird non sequitur after another. I feel like I was listening to 5 different stories.
I have no words. It's just like, what the fuck did I just hear?
Okay.
Oh, good lord.
So, I mean, look, you did get cross at me, didn't you, Micah? You got cross at me for a good long while, and I didn't take you to task about it, did I?
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
And it's not I told you so situation at all. It's all of us weren't quite aware of what was going on.
Yeah. I have a feeling I'm going to be getting a lot of I told you so's, though. And I think it's probably overdue.
Well,
you can't tell how anyone's going to act, though, dude.
I'm not one of them, so I won't demand that of you because that's not the situation that we were in. David Bowser for $2 says, "Don't lie. We know the real reason your ass hurt."
Nah, man, I don't like anal at all. And even with a woman, I was with Lauren. Like, I was like 23. That's the only way I could get laid with her. Like, she would always have like something up her bung. I'm like, it's gross, dude. Anal is the fuck. If you ever had anal with a woman, it's fucking weird and gross. I'm being 100% truthful. That's not fun. I don't understand why so many people like it, dude. Like, fuck that shit. Not
what
me.
about giving it?
What? Getting it or giving it? Like I never. Dude,
So you're talking about giving and receiving.
No. Listen. She fucking tried. She tried to stick a finger up there one time, right? Yo, I felt a pain, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Yo, I mule kicked her off the fucking bed. I'm like, "Fuck that shit, dude. You ain't fucking doing that." And then she never did it again, dude. I ain't sticking nothing up my bone.
Break her fingers off next time. In your ass.
No, I kicked her, dude. I was like, "Fucking get off me." Fuck that. It's no fun.
Is that what you told her? That's no fun.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, I'm a guy, dude. I ain't getting Jesus Christ.
Next time, hey, I'm a guy.
we're gonna have to call you exit only gut instead of berserk gut.
Fuck yeah, man. I don't want nothing. Dude, I'm gross enough, man. I don't need no one messing around down there. Fuck that.
The little liquor fingers.
David Bowser for $2. Thank you so much. Says Berserk. I don't like anal even with a woman.
No, I don't. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, then you never gave someone a. It's like, oh, dude, I heard you could get like E. coli and shit or something through. Like you get some like bad stuff in your thing if too. Like, fuck that. I heard like you get like a urinary tract and shit infections if you go in like that. Fuck that.
Just tell them ahead of time.
No, dude, she was like obsessed with it. This is like when I was like 20. No, dude, she was fucking bipolar. I know that because like she loved Britney Spears, and the one day she showed up, she shaved her fucking head like me right now. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what am I dating right now? Trust me,
yourself.
No, fuck that. Yo, she shaved her fucking head bald. I'm like, yo, get the hell. No, she's bipolar, dude. And she was half black too. She's cool.
Alien Xenomorph. For $2.
But I'm honest.
Thank you so much. Micah is an expert at receiving anal. Ask Ro.
Oh goodness! Thank you for giving my friend Oz $2 to insult me. If you want to continue to support Oz and insult me, I really don't care.
He does care. He does care.
Well, I care about your financial situation, and I only want it to improve.
I don't know, man. The whole situation's weird with that kind of shit. Dude, War Campaign's been way different. Like, I used to fucking crack up at them guys, and now they're, like, going after RGE and shit. I'm like, what the fuck happened? It was all fun before. Like, now it's, like, weird. I don't get it.
A lot of paranoia. I mean, I was in their Discord server for a bit, and one thing that I noticed a lot whenever I was, in there talking to guys is like there was a lot of preformed opinions about people in CG that like these guys had never interacted with, never watched their shows, never even talked to them or anything like that. And I'm like, what on earth is your guys' problem with this person? What did they do to you? Show me on the doll where they touched you. Yeah. And I'm like, I would just read some of this shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys on? And then there was other people that, if you confronted them on it, then they would suddenly vanish. There was one. Do you think
it's a shtick or something? Like now like everyone's against them and they have to be like they're really like fucking putting people off, and now like they're acting like everyone's against them, even the smaller creators and shit. So it's like it's all us. We got to be like it's like one mind, or like I don't know. They're trying to like push everyone away, but people who are like-minded, I think.
That's a very good question. So armchair psychology here. I think a lot of it has to do with those guys just kind of, they're always around one another. And the thing about echo chambers is they can kind of drive you nuts. And that's basically what they've created for themselves. They have their own little fort, of War Campaign, and they have an issue, with certain people. There's these opinions that get tossed around, and then, everybody just kind of riles each other up. And I've seen it in action, and that's just how they go, and they have this idea that the world is against them. I never had an issue with them until that day, and I defended them to to Ethan, to Malin, to other guys, you know. And
the Dirtworm says in the last week alone they've attacked Tug, RGE, that's Raging Golden Eagle, Micah, Vinny, and Preston Acevedo. They're lost. He's used the wrong there. It's they are lost. It's THEY''RE.
No,
dude, I still love Roe though.
Lost.
Like
they have it right.
I love Roe.
They are
Like,
lost.
like Roe is funny to
Isn't
me.
that what
I
he's
don't know.
saying? He's saying they're lost.
No,
Or-
it
or
shouldn't
it
be
could be
lost. It
their
should be
loss.
Lost.
It's their loss. LOSS.
Oh, that's even worse.
Okay.
Like Roe is.
Either way, do better, Dirtworm.
I think
a better
Roe just
person.
let shit get out of hand, dude. And like Roe could have snapped this like in the ass. He could have like cleaned it up in 2 seconds, and then it would be over. I think.
You can add
if he,
Oz in there as well, by the way. I mean, they attacked me this week as well. I know I'm not, as important as.
well, is it coming from
Micah.
Roe or is it coming from Gat and like Pan? I don't know if Roe is like. I don't know, like. Roe just lets them go at people, and he's going to come down with a shitstorm now. Like it's gonna. I don't think it's Roe. Like
Well,
he goes along with it though.
I don't think people are like interested in like a flame war or anything like that. At least anybody that they've turned on recently, everybody's more, it's like, all right, it's just people just kind of turning their back and just walking away. It's like, if that's the way you guys want to go, then God bless, and good luck with what you're doing. And by the way, Matthew Fowler brought this up in the chat. They were right about quite a few things, and their gut instincts about Dynamite were correct. I'll give them that. But at the same time, the answer to, people not committing to, F Dynamite as quickly as you is hostility towards them. That's not a rational response, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're like scorching the earth now or something. Like
it's like Sherman's March to Georgia. It's just burning everything along the way.
Yeah, like it's not going to win you anyone over. Like it's going to conform your people to like think more like you, maybe, and not lose anyone. So it's got like we're under attack, maybe. I don't. But like the whole Dynamite thing, dude. Like if he's going to lose licenses from like having Cecil. Like his cover on, like you got to really think about that. I mean, he employs people and shit. Like, it's not an easy position to be in. Like, it would be cool if he stuck up for Cecil and been like, "Yo, whatever," and like brought in CG people. But he would lose probably who knows how many licenses. He'd probably lose like Red Sonja or something, and a couple other licenses. Like, it's not a good position. Like, imagine if it was you. Like, try to put yourself in that position. You have people working under you. You have a couple licenses, and people are going after you for your license because of someone you promoted. Like, what do you do? Like, it's a no-win thing.
Well, it's definitely a situation where there would have been a loss one way or another. With Barucci, the thing about it is that I think that he thought that he could, play both sides. He could tap into the Comicsgate market and make some good money because there was a ton of guys that did covers for him. There was, of course, Ethan's. There was Art Tiber's on the Black and White Vampirella crossover cover. There's, of course, Anna's infamous one and others. And the thing about it is that they're, you can't really play both sides and then expect that at some point somebody's not going to give you an ultimatum, especially someone like Dale
it was
Small.
working though. Like he had EVS, he had like all these other creators on from CG, and it was working until Cecil, and it came out of nowhere. That's like the straw that hit everyone, and he's probably like, oh fuck, like I'm going to lose like half my business now. Like that's.
And I have a theory about that. I think that Simone and the others thought Cecil was an easy target because he wasn't a guy who had been in the comics industry beforehand. He's pretty strictly a YouTube personality, and even then, like pretty strictly a Comicsgate YouTube personality. It's not like with Anna where she was fairly well known Fandom Menace member.
You also have to remember how much all these SJW creators are hurting right now with COVID. Like, you know, I mean, they were on
Yeah, they won't work
before, but now
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just like, yeah. So to see Cecil come in and you know, take an imaginary job that they might think that they had, that really upsets them.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Cecil, dude. Like, I know his campaign like made like what 20 or 30 grand like right away from it, but it's still like, dude, he's like trying to get his foot in. Like, he's a funny guy. Like, you know, he doesn't really want people going after no one. Like, he just wants to have fun, and it's like a shitty thing. It's just like, what the fuck did Cecil do to him? He's just himself. Like, he's a big drunk like me.
Yeah, it's silliness, man. It's the whole thing. It's just an unfortunate situation, you know, and I don't know.
Yeah, Brother Gaius brings up a good point. I really wanted that Clamperella cover.
Nah.
We're in talks, and it's all just fallen down.
Do you think you'll ever do a comic, Oz?
Never say never, Berserk.
Or are you just a fan? Like, we came in as a fan, yo.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's all paranoia. Like, Micah's right, dude. And, like, they think everyone's going after the business and shit. And it's like, dude, when you tell, like, EVS to fuck off, you got to go your own way. Like, you can't, like, try to get clout and, like, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, and again, I wish them well on their you know, on what they're going to do in the future. And I want them. I don't want anybody to not have success.
I hope they make money, dude.
Yeah, success feels good. You know, there's no two bits about it. The but my question is it, you know, a good idea, to be that insular, you know? And but, you know, at the end of the day, we all got to make our own decisions, and that's the one they're making. It's unfortunate.
Like, I brought this up to Liam. I was like, dude, they should have just had, like, another colorist, open up another tier. They would have made, their guys would have been like, all right, what cover do I want? Like, or what color do I want? And then see which one did better and go with that colorist or something. Like, they would have made 20 or 30 grand. And you're saying, what, 20 grand? You can't print another, what, 2,000 books? Like, it would have been more diplomatic, and there wouldn't have been this fucking controversy and bad feelings. And you would see who's on time, who you want to go with, who made more money, and you could be like, "Hey, Jason, you're not up to snuff now. We're gonna go with this guy." Like, and he would have been like, "All right, I'm working on something else now anyway." Like, it's just you have to be more business minded and not attack everyone. I think, and that's where EVS might have been coming from. And that, like, I don't know, fuck, just big and dumb.
Well, one thing I'll say is that I've had, you know, a really, really long conversation with Steve Dye, and he is a really good dude. He did an interview for me for Jumpstart that they gave me like a huge, like three pages or something like that, which is cool, but I don't think that's ever going to see the light of day, sadly, especially now that they're mad at me. But regardless, you know, Steve is a rational dude. You know, he's cool as hell. And to scare away Steve like that, you know, that makes me worried. You know, it makes me wonder what's going on behind the scenes. Because Steve does not strike me as a guy that would be hard to work with. And I've worked with editors that are hard to work with. I mean, I've been a journalist for years. You know, some editors are a pain in the ass.
Yeah, they're horrible. Like, they're more SJW than fucking anything now. Too, it's like so hard to find someone that will edit like how you think too, like, and not throw in like shit you don't want in your book, or like change your fucking writing to like focus group shit, and like what will be mass appeal. Like, what you want is a good editor that will like correct your shit, help you like get a colorist that will do what you want, and that's it. Like, it doesn't have to.
Exactly. And I mean, that's my editor for Inglewood and Three Nights and all the other books that I'm doing right now. My business partner, Hatman, I mean, he lets me kind of steer the ship, but he's there as the navigator, stuff like that. And that's a much better way to work, because, in a sense, he understands the direction that things need to go in. And we're not really worried about, the politics of anything. I do politics as my day job, basically. So yeah, it's a, oh man,
That's more what I was saying about Mike, though. Yeah, what I was saying about Mike, like, I'm like, Mike, like, it's okay if you want to do right-wing shit. Just, like, make it in your own little world. You don't have to, like, bring us in the real world with your fucking drama and fucking politics that are going on right now. Like, if he would have put, like, his kind of politics in his own world, it would have worked more, I think.
There probably are some in Lone Star, but from what I read of it, the writing is so freaking atrocious. So side note, this is the funniest thing about Mike. Mike knows Chuck Dixon. At least I think he does. And if he doesn't, I could have made an introduction for him, and so could Ethan. Chuck could probably take Lone Star and make a really, really, really fun story with him. Mike writes Lone Star like a sociopath. And it's like, holy shit. Like, the whole thing with, like, the MS-13 dude, like, I read the dialogue for that sequence, and, like, that whole panel looks like something out of that sequence looks like something out of a Hostile film, like the way he's snapping his arms and shit. I'm like, this is not a superhero. This guy's a psycho. This guy's like a Punisher villain. Like, you're making me feel bad for MS-13. How do you do that? So, yeah.
I think Doug agreed with me the other day. He's like, it was lazy. I'm like, that's all I was trying to say, but I was drunk. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, man. It's weird. And there's the thing about politics and comic books. Even there's other things that you can do, and there's other common elements that people can establish. I had a long discussion with Brett Smith, who was the colorist on Jawbreakers. We talked for like 3 hours after I had him on my podcast. Like, this is like 2 years ago. And basically kind of the common ground that we found is that there are certain things in comics that just aren't there anymore because of the social justice warriors kind of taking over. There's a lot of the drama is gone. There's a lot of stuff. It's very rare that you'll find comics that are positive towards the nuclear family. That's a conservative issue, or fatherhood. Here, we'll actually use a movie that's based on a comic book.
Star Wars too.
Yeah, but Captain Marvel specifically, I find to be an interesting study. So Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers in the comics had a ton of male role models, and her powers, of course, came from Marvel, right? Well, so positive, men in her life was not an uncommon thing. You go back and you read Chris Claremont's run on her book, which is probably the quintessential work of anything Carol Danvers oriented. That was not an uncommon thing. I mean, she worked for J. Jonah Jameson, for fuck's sake, And when it came to Oz tried to break up the serious talk, but when it came to that, she was allowed to have that. But in this day and age, if you look at the film in comparison, every man around her is either a dick or completely inept
or weak.
They turn Nick Fury into a fucking retard.
Yeah, I got my cat. The cat scratched his eye out. I'm like, dude, you think, like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah.
Ugh, pisses me off, dude.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, and those things are things that we can find common ground on and put in our stories and make them interesting and bring comics back to that point. But yeah. So Oz, is this koala just a grower, not a shower?
Oh dear. What do you think of this picture, Camel Moon?
I think just anything to break up the monotony would be.
well, I got to pee, so you can inform the audience.
Oh, good. You got this little wiener, but it's where the belly button is. It's actually not like it's kind of an odd picture. Like the wiener should be like at least a half 6 inches lower. I don't know who wants a dick sticking out of their stomach like that.
It would certainly make putting on shirts very awkward.
Yeah.
You'd have
And
to
it's
have
clearly
really
he's not
high-waisted
hot.
pants.
He's got like a little chubby there. A little acorn cock. Yeah. That's a big outie. That's more than a normal outie. That's what I
Lord of
noticed.
damn, who else would have drawn this? Who else would have created this? It's a picture of Liam as a koala.
Did you draw it though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh well, I mean to shit on your art. Sorry.
No, feel free. It was it was something I drew while we're
drunk
doing a live stream.
Oh, okay.
Leroy says it's illegal to hang on. No, not that one. The one above that. It's illegal circumcise koalas in Australia. I think what he's trying to say,
not graduate high school in the chat today.
That or everyone's on their phone and like autocorrect is fucking with them.
Fragmented idiocy.
oh wow, I'm not even going to correct you because Camel Moon's roasted you terribly. Even I'm not that mean to the chat, Camel Moon.
Nah, I know Leroy. Leroy's dope, but just fucking check your texts before you hit send. It's not that hard.
Go says Liam left the internet within days of that Pick Bing show. It's true. I did feel a bit responsible for his mental health problems.
That's great.
There was a time where his channel was just like insanity.
It was good though. I loved it. I hope he brings them back, dude. Those old ones, like the Anna one, the John one's fucking awesome. When EVS was like yelling at Pan, like right when that whole when they told him to fuck off, that stream was fucking great too. I'm like, oh man, I want to go back and watch that shit.
Yeah, I've never seen Ethan that mad.
Oh, he was pissed, dude.
And I've known him for a while, and it was weird. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. I don't know. Shit happened, dude. Comicsgate is fucking weird. Thank God I'm not a part of it. I'm like an outsider. I love watching streams and shit. But I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, everyone's acting so fucking weird. Like, is it just like, do you think it's like there's no like one like goal in mind? Like, it's just a whole bunch of different like people trying to do their thing. That's what is going so weird.
I think that COVID is still part of it because some people are still kind of locked up. I mean, I'm still pissed off that, like, literally when it hit, I was supposed to go on vacation. And then everything's locked down. I'm like, fuck me. So I got to replan that shit. But yeah, I think that's a part of it. I think that a lot of people just have this tendency to assume things when they really shouldn't. It's weird. It's weird to me too. But I think that also the internet just doesn't really help anything.
Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter especially. Twitter can be cancer. I mean, I'm pretty much on Twitter nowadays a lot less than I used to be. And these days it's either to just like promote stuff that I'm doing so that the people who follow me for that can, find it easily.
How do you find that it's a cancer? I'm just kind of curious.
Well, I think that it's something about the character limit. you can't really be nuanced in conversation with people with so many limits. Not to mention, you also can't infer sarcasm easily or things along those lines without using a shit ton of emojis or something. So, and I'll be honest, I'm somebody who, like, through text, I have a hard time, like, in reading sarcasm. So sometimes you take something about what somebody said and you take it the wrong way, and then it just kind of escalates from there.
But I mean, that's only if you're engaging. Why are you engaging?
Well, that's the thing. I just don't anymore. I just don't.
Right. Well,
it's not worth it.
I think that's a lot of issue that I always hear from people who are like, "Oh, social media sucks," and I'm just like, "Well, what part of it? What aspect of it sucks?" And it's usually a very similar answer, where it's just like, "Oh, you can't get your point across, so you end up talking to some moron who thinks this, and they won't, listen to reason or whatever." But I'm just always like, "Well, then why talk to them?"
Yeah.
I don't know. Just you don't have to get off of Twitter. You can just stop commenting.
Yeah, I think
suddenly life is much better.
I think another skill is also being able to let people have the last word.
Yeah, let them think what they want to think. I don't care.
Yeah, like I get people like on the articles that I write that will say some dude, some Forbes writer said something goofy about an article that I did on Antifa, and said that I mischaracterized them. I literally quoted part of the Antifa handbook in the article. I'm like, how did I mischaracterize them? I took their own fucking words, you idiot. And then I just left it at that. It's like, this is the book I quoted. You can go look it up for yourself. And I don't really care what he has to say past that, and that's something that actually, is very helpful.
Mm.
Camel Moon.
Yeah.
Do you know who George Soros is?
I actually don't. I mean, I've heard of him. I've heard of them. I guess he's in the Magnificent book or something like that, right? He's got baby rapers. I don't really know. But I don't know who he is as a person or his connection with the right or Comicsgate or anything like that. I don't know.
Well, basically, he's a sociopath. Like, he was like 12 and helping out in Germany, like, to help round up Jews and shit. That's where he accumulated a lot of his wealth, and he's a fucking psycho. Like, I think there's a video, I think I posted in chat when I was hungover, that he fucking helped round up Jews, and he said it was like the best time of my life. It was like happy making and shit. Like, he's not a good person, and he's like involved in a lot of politics. Like, he backs like all Democrats. He puts what are they? Justice people in, like, the DAs and stuff, like really like liberal DAs. So he funds a lot of bullshit. And
you're not helping explain it, Berserk. I've got no
I
idea.
mean, you're kind of just giving me like a conservative viewpoint, but I don't really know outside of that what the issue is. So
basically, what he is he's a very, very rich individual who is also a political actor behind the scenes. He funds a lot of super PACs and things along those lines that are generally, pretty much anywhere on the left wing spectrum, from fairly centrist to or fairly, just liberal, all the way up to the extreme
Marxist.
Yeah, almost like Marx lovers. Certain Black Lives Matter groups have gotten a lot of funding from him, so on and so forth. So he's basically their sugar daddy. I think that would be the best way to put it.
This comment here from David Bowser, that was very helpful. Thank you. I understand exactly what you're saying. He said that George Soros is the left equivalent of the Rice Koch brothers. So, okay, that makes sense. So what's the beef then? I mean, what?
It's worse than that, dude. He's like he's a sociopath.
You can't just say, I mean, from your viewpoint and perspective.
My viewpoint is I saw it on a fucking interview like 20 years ago that he was like saying happy making, rounding up his own people and shit. Sure. And that's how he got a lot of his wealth to do all this shit. Like, the Nazis were paying him good money to round up his own people. Like, and I don't know, do you want to go to a camp or do you want to help round up people? Like, that's what it was. And the one guy was like, do you feel bad about it? He's like, no, it was like happy making, the best time of my life, in an interview. And it's like, dude, I don't know if I could ever do that ever, even if I was little.
My question is that, like, contextually, what does he have to do? Why is he being brought up now? What does Comicsgate have to do with anything with this Soros person?
he's basically the main person behind like Hillary Clinton and shit, and like their worldview. It's like globalism and shit compared to like having borders and being your own state.
Well, the only thing that he would have to do, like with Comicsgate in general, would be just that he is a caricature of himself in Mike's book.
Okay, because that's the only place I've ever heard of him. So.
Okay, fair enough. And yeah, in real life, he's basically he's a left-wing financier. Would be the best way to put it.
Okay. But I thought there was some beef, because they said that he's a contributor to Indiegogo or something like that. So that's why Indiegogo possibly shadow banned him. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misunderstood that.
I don't know anything about that. But Mike's at least from what I've heard, so this is like third-hand information. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But a lot of Mike had a lot of problems with Indiegogo beforehand, though, because he had a bunch of campaigns that he just did not fulfill or hadn't fulfilled yet. I think he's fulfilled them now, but it took him fucking ever, and he kept wanting to open new ones. And then it got to a point to where he tried to go to Kickstarter, and then they called him a racist. And so Mike's issues with Indiegogo go beyond just him doing a political book. I think that there's a lot of stuff beyond that. That's probably behind the scenes. But then again, that's me. I'm kind of spitballing there. I think that it's more complicated. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just kind of think it's a little bit of a boogeyman. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything.
I don't think that George Soros gives a shit about Mike S. Miller.
No, but he's like the main fund. He's like the main funder of like what's going on now in like entertainment, like pussify down like men, like that. Like it's all coming from him and Hillary and that kind of shit. The left to fuck up your entertainment. Like you can't have an escape and shit. That's basically where it's coming from. George Soros and like Clinton and shit. Like they didn't even want Republicans to have talk radio. Like they wanted. I think Hillary had like a op-ed about trying to take over radio too, because conservatives are like a big part of talk radio, and that's like their last like bastion of like real talk. And that was like 20 years ago. She wrote that, so that it could be just coming from him and his funding. I don't know.
Yeah.
Spirit Scar says Camel Moon simps for Soros confirmed.
Okay. Someone has to.
Oh goodness!
Send me those big giant lefty checks that he signs with his left hand.
Well, that's two people now that I know that are fans of Soros. That's you and Amit Reina. He is as well.
Oh goodness!
Who believes in lizard people?
David Icke. I don't believe that shit, but
if there are lizard people, I bet they're delicious. Sorry, I'm a little.
I would eat them.
Steve F60 says, "Oops, oh wait, not my monkey." Says Camel Moon wishes
Me
he had
too.
some shrooms right now.
That would be helpful.
Steve F60 says, "Sir, this is a Wendy's."
Oh goodness!
Big Daddy says, "This Camel Moon guy is not very intelligent."
Ooh,
that's true.
That's harsh. What is your education level, Camel Moon?
I mean, I did 8 years of medicine. That's why I'm a doctor. I don't know if you can see the DR I have in front of my Camilla's unanimous name.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I went to college and I went to School of Visual Arts, where I learned comic books, actually. And that was pretty much it. I mean, yeah, college level, and then I actually didn't even finish college because I kind of felt like it turned into a day camp. I thought after a while, like, I don't know, a lot of what we were doing felt kind of like we were being babied, and I just kind of gave up on it. Or not gave up on it, that's not right. But I just felt like there was nothing left for me to learn except for, just continuing to pay tuition to get a piece of paper. And
I got a question for you, Mr. Doctor.
Ooh.
The coronavirus right now, there's a vaccine coming out. Will you take that?
Not if I don't have to.
Me too.
Yeah, I think
Good
that's
answer.
crazy. I think
Yep.
a lot of it is disaster capitalism. I think a lot of these, especially now because of the election, the left is really trying to push it because, go try to find anything on Biden. They don't push anything on him because they know he's a fucking awful candidate.
You won't hear a word about it after
you never do.
if he gets elected.
So you hear a lot about, the coronavirus, and then you hear a lot about Black Lives Matter, and then, they flip-flop between the two, and then all of a sudden now we got to worry, especially here in Texas, about like the cases of Rona going way through the roof, but the death toll is like almost as low as it was back when this whole thing started. But they're not talking about the death ratio, because why would they, right? Because then that goes against the narrative that they put forth 3-4 months ago. So it's it's a lot of hypocrisy, and what's happening now is I think a lot of people are starting to recognize it, especially people on the left. And they are getting infuriated by it, so they're doubling down. And they're trying to expose things that are not worth exposing.
Well, what do you think they're putting $2 billion into a fund that they don't even have a vaccine yet? Like they're putting $2 billion down or something like crazy like that, and they don't have anything that they know that works yet. It's just a theory, Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing though, it's like, it's just fucking money. I know it sounds like a stupid, crazy thing to say, but for them, it is. It doesn't really mean anything. It's a talking point for the news. It could cost $20 trillion. But in the end of the day, they're going to do whatever they can that's going to try to make them look good. I actually think it's kind of funny because, like Trump came out recently and he said that, I'm going to start wearing a mask. In fact, it's patriotic to do so. I almost wonder if it's like a chess move to see if he can get
It definitely is a chess move.
Stop wearing masks. It's like, hey, look, I'm doing it. You guys really want to be woke? Let's see how much you go out with your mask on now.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if I'm waiting for the think pieces from the Huffington Post saying, with Trump wearing masks, now it is a sign of fascism or something like that. Like, it's got to happen.
And I think, because the left has now skewed so far that it's interesting because the alt-right, let me put it this way. The right has no problem admitting that there's an alt-right, but the left cannot admit that there's an alt-left. In fact, they actually get really irascible when you suggest that there is one. And now it's been proven a time and again and again and again that there are more and more, very few actually, but they're coming out slowly, outspoken liberals who were just sort of basics, liberal, and now they're like, I can't be a part of this. Yeah, I mean, that was me. I was a leftist. I mean, I still am technically, right? But I'm a centrist. I'm a registered Democrat. But at the same time, I'm like, these people are fucking nuts. I mean, I'm leaving Austin because I can't fucking stand them. And then you have people like, Elon Musk and Bill Maher and Joe Rogan, and they're all coming out like, these people are crazy,
I think a lot of it has to do with, at least in a lot of the conservative circles that I've been around, and people that I've talked to, is that conservatives tend to be, I think it's sort of the nature of the conservative philosophy. It goes back to Chesterton's fence. The one person blazes past the fence, the other one wonders why it's there. There's a level of a level of introspection of, how far is too far. A conservative person tends to, the progressive thinks that forward is always good, always move forward. The conservative thinks there might be a minefield out there, is the best way I can put it. And whenever it comes to the extreme right, like your Vox Days, like your Richard Spencers, and so on and so forth, the right is more than happy to call them out because they know who they are, they know what they believe, and they know they also know what they don't believe, and they know what's evil, and they're more than willing to say fuck that. Whereas there's some people on the left that think that some groups that like Antifa are like this necessary evil, I guess. I mean, Don Lemon defended them, you know,
Well,
and then had
because
other
they-
guests on his show to defend them as well.
They
So-
argue from a state of virtue, right? They can't be argued with. Christopher Hitchens or Hitchens? I never. And he said this specifically. He said, like, look, you can't argue with anyone on the left, especially if they're like super alt left, because they genuinely already think that they're so much smarter than you that they're wasting your time. And I'll say this, you know,
That's a
being
scary thing.
It's a terrifying thing. It means that you can't even have a discourse, you know. And then when you do have a discourse, it turns into Antifa. And it's just like, that's the problem is, and I think even Jordan Peterson said this, it's like, in the end of the day, you need to live with these people. You need to like find a common board. And if you can't have a society that, you know, tries to work with your neighbor, then you're not going to have anything.
You get what happened right now. They're burning down your cities and shit, and they're saying it's peaceful and shit. Like, I think they're going to lose a lot of voters, dude.
And I think a lot of those kids are kids. You know, here's the problem with that: you're 19 years old. You get you go to, you know, college, and you pick up some course, right? Gender studies or race studies, whatever it is. You're not majoring in a skill. You're majoring in, you know,
lesbian
history
basket
of,
weaving.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So it's like the problem is you are now being indoctrinated for 4 years of social injustice, and it's being fed into your brain about 250 years of people, you know, having it worse than you, and they don't talk about all of the progress that you've made. And then that compounded with the fact that you know, they're 19. They have no experience. They can't contextualize what they're being told. They just think this is terrible. Oh my God, we got to fix this. And because they grow up on, you know, Netflix, you know, or video, whatever it is that's like an instant gratification, they genuinely think that they're going to see change in their lifetime immediately. And it doesn't work like that. And I guarantee you, in 5 or 10 years, all of these BLM protesters are going to be pretty fucking embarrassed. Whether they, you know, the left wins the next election or not, because there's no way you couldn't be. There's just no way.
There is a it's an interesting thing to me, because when I've been hearing from people that are much younger than me, because I'm in my mid-30s as well, that they didn't learn about things like the Soviet takeover of Russia, or Mao's Great Leap Forward, or Year Zero for Pol Pot, or things along those lines. Like, they didn't learn about the crazy stuff that communists did. And I think that a lot of it has to do, or like a lot of that's part of why so many of them are starting to embrace that particular worldview, you know. And it's not funny like with Common Mark. It's insanity, because they're wanting the exact same things to happen again.
They're special. They want power, and that's it. They're special. They're all told. It's all one thing. They can't ever lose. There should be a mandatory thing that you have to dig a fucking ditch for a month, and then actually work with your hands or something before you get into college, dude. And then see how their world changes. Like, I guarantee you, they never fucking got blisters on their hands and shit, or lifted a lentil, or fucking mixed concrete and shit.
Yeah.
Like, they don't know shit.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And then what you have a lot of them that working specific, like New York Times, right, or whatever major news network it is. They used to be somewhat centrist. At least they would try to be. There would always be maybe a slant depending on what their affiliation was, but it was never like it is now, where you read these headlines and it's just like 100,000 dead in America. You know, Trump to blame. This is the fucking New York Times. You know, try not to be. Don't suppose my opinion for me in the headline. That's not your job. Your job is to just tell me what the news is, and then I need to form my own opinion. And as soon as you start doing it for me, you're no longer news. Now you're entertainment journalism, if you even want to call it journalism. And that's a real problem that I think is going to have to be heavily faced. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of people who want to stand and talk about it.
We're starting to sound like Mike Miller, though. So.
Yeah. So back to comic books.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
What's your topic? I think he's going. He's getting a brownie.
How's your fulfillment going, man?
Fulfillment's going really well. Let me bring up the numbers real quick, just to kind of give you an idea. We just put an update out today where we're basically shipping all of the physical comics will be in people's hands within about a week. We only had like just one set left to go, and then we're going to be shipping the T-shirts and the posters afterwards. So I think that'll put us at like officially at like we're at 3/4 fulfillment, but everybody will have their book, but after a week's time. So which is awesome for me because I really want to do a live stream on my channel where I can just like sit the book in front of me and we can actually go through it and talk, and I can talk about and give like sort of a creator's perspective on and how it all came together. So I'm pretty excited. And we're going to be doing a second chance campaign for Inglewood after 3 Nights goes in demand because it'll be quick fulfillment. We're just going to do it for 30 days. We'll have a new cover, and then after that, we'll just we'll just get it printed, fulfill it, and then everybody who missed out on Inglewood the first time is going to be able to read the book, and then the people who want another cover basically for collection purposes, they'll have that opportunity as well. And then we're not reprinting Inglewood #1 again.
Can you
So
tell
you're
them?
going to overprint?
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, that's fine. Are you going to overprint then, Micah?
A little bit. One thing that I did want to do to kind of, if for the Fans Fest still happens, one thing I wanted to do to kind of make it special is everybody I'm working with plans on being there. Me, Brian, who's my artist on Inglewood, Armand, who's my colorist on that one, Preston Acevedo, Oliver Liarce, who is doing that, who is doing 3 Nights. We're all planning on being there, and one thing I figured I would do is I would basically make that be the one place where you could actually get the comics signed by me, and by the whole team as well. So we'll overprint a little bit so we can sell copies right there for people who didn't have it, and then I'll just sign them right in front of them. Personalized message and everything. Hell, I'll even sign Kick Micah on if you want me to.
What about you,
Don't
Camel
be a
Moon?
chat simp.
Man, I love Comicsgate. I've been around it for a long time, and I really do love this community. So I
Gotta
want to give
roll with
everything
it.
I can.
Yeah.
Are you going to overprint Camel Moon, or what are you going to do?
We're actually going to do what I'm going to do is, because on my campaign we have a lot of merch that's not, a comic book, right? We have T-shirts, and I think we're going to be getting a lunchbox soon. We have the little standees and the sticker book and yada, yada, yada. We're going to close everything down once the 60 days is up. And then the only thing that'll be available are going to be 2 versions of the comic, and that's it.
I backed the first day one that you had.
Oh, thank you. That's great, man.
Oh, welcome
Yeah, I
to
like the cover
show,
on there.
Olga
Oh, thank you.
777.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm
Hi.
such a terrible host. I forgot you were there.
I know. Do better,
What's
Oz.
going on, Olga?
Not much. Just thought I'd come in because why not?
Mm-hmm.
You sent the link out, so.
You do have to bring something to the show, though, Olga.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Do I?
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know. Tell us about your day.
It sucked.
Oh,
That's a bummer.
wow, that's a real downer.
Start drinking, dude. It'll get better.
No. No.
Come on.
You're not the only one to tell me that. But
What else do you gotta do,
What
dude?
can you do to improve your day?
that's why I came here.
Yeah.
There you
I was
go.
hoping for more yelling, but
There's no one to yell at. I like Camel
know.
Moon and fucking Micah, so.
Oh, thank you.
And Oz is alright, so.
yeah.
I like
Brother
this
Gaius wants me to ask you about your wife, Olga.
I don't have one.
Dude,
Sorry,
I'm like,
Oz.
I'm not bringing my girlfriend on this stream, motherfucker.
Let me ask you, Mr. Oz, are you married?
Yeah, I'm married.
He only
are
likes
you gonna bring
talking
her
about
on the
other
stream?
wives.
Sorry?
Are you gonna bring her on a stream?
No. I had my daughter on the other day, That's about it.
Oz only talks about other people's wives. He doesn't talk about his.
He's taking notes. Make a little.
I think you get domesticated a little. Like
Samba Gogo says, has he groomed any 19-year-olds like Camel Moon?
Decades. Well, not really, I guess one. Almost 2 decades.
Yeah, like I think you get domesticated a little if you get married, dude. Like I ain't doing that shit. Yo, fucking women are nuts. I don't understand them, so I'm not gonna do that. And fuck, dude, my friend Jim, he was the most fucked up person ever. I know every dirty secret he's got, and he fucking went born again because he fucking married some girl. she's fucking smoking hot. But I think like women can change you a lot.
Astute.
Yeah. Sometimes for the better, sometimes far worse.
I'd rather be worse, I think, and not get married. Fuck that.
How old are you, Berserk Guts?
I'm almost 36.
Oh, okay. You're younger than me.
I'm getting gray now. It's fucking weird. Could be the smoking and drinking.
It definitely is the smoking and drinking.
Good. Yo, fuck it. Like,
Lord of Damn says, so Berserk, are you gay?
No, I'm not getting. What do you, dude? I know a lot of fucking guys who are married.
He just went on a rant about not liking it in the butt, like when he came on, guys. Come on,
dude.
That's what
Dude,
all
also-
guys start conversation.
Okay, you're saying that gay guys aren't married? Yo, Vin Diesel's probably gay. I heard that fucking line, and he doesn't look gay to me, so I don't know. And I think he's got a kid. Gay people can be married. They can be fucking having kids and shit. They just hide it. I don't know. Fuck that.
Fuck that. What? Fuck that Camel Moon.
Yo, I don't know. I think a lot of these dudes are closeted, man. So,
Berserk would know.
All very
yeah,
valid.
goddamn right.
He's,
I can pick him out, dude. I got my dick grabbed. I knew that dude was gay. So, yo, don't go to a bar fucking with people and get your dick grabbed.
They're only going to grab you.
Stay to your
some
local bar.
life advice, Camel Moon.
Stay
that
to
you
your
weren't
local
expecting
bar. Don't go out. Oh, fuck.
Don't go out to
Mm-mm.
bars.
You don't know.
Expecting to fuck with people and get your dick grabbed.
Yeah, so
By dudes.
if
By
you
dudes.
are at a bar and your dick is grabbed by a dude,
Dude, that's fucking weird.
yeah.
Yo,
How many
I
times
wanna-
has that happened? Many times.
It happened once or twice.
Yeah.
It wasn't good. Like, it fucking weirded me out, dude. Yeah, I felt like...
Why do you keep going to gay bars then?
No, it's not a gay bar, dude. It was like some bar in like... I live in like a fucking like farm town. Dude, you go into any city around my fucking place now, or like town, it's all fucking taken over by rainbow shit. Like, I don't get it. They all got rainbow flags out there fucking... I don't know.
I can't do it. This is too good.
And you weren't even working as like a bouncer or anything like that. Some drunk dude's just like, "Hey,
I was,
baby."
I was drinking. I was in there with a girl. Yo, I got my tooth cracked out like 4 or 5 months ago too. Before COVID, it was. Yeah, I was with this chick I just met, and I was like talking to her and shit. And this fucking weirdo came up and cracked me, like knocked like half my tooth, like he cracked my tooth out. I'm like, what the fuck? And he ran out the door, so I couldn't even do anything. I'm like, hey, this little bitch.
Yeah.
Did he glass you or did he just use his fist?
No, I used his fist.
Okay. Yeah. So
My tooth still hurts. It's fucking hurting, dude. Like half of it cracked out. I don't know where. I think it was in my cheek because I was bleeding, and I was stunned. I'm like, what the fuck was that? A lot of people are jealous, dude.
It's gonna hurt for a while too, just so you know.
I might rip the other part out. It's like it's like a fucking. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Tell
I
the dentist.
Tell us your teeth.
yeah, I just
Tell
hit
us
your
your
dentist
teeth
up and have
story,
him remove
Micah.
it.
Micah? Tell us
What
your
do I-
teeth story.
Oh, mine? Well, I was a bouncer. I got glassed by a guy. That's why all of these
Fuck that.
are fake.
Yeah.
Really?
He hit you with a glass, dude?
Sucks, man.
Beer bottle right to the face.
Oh.
Cracked out most of them. Yeah.
Yo, it hurts like a bitch, doesn't it? Like, oh, fuck, man.
Well,
I thought I was
for me,
going to
it was-
black out.
for me, it was all adrenaline. So basically what was going on is I worked as the bouncer at a hotel bar, as if I didn't look like one already, right? So I'm just doing my thing. I'm at the bar, just keeping my eye out on stuff. And then I had to basically interfere in a situation where a dude was getting a little bit too grabby with the waitresses. And he had two buddies with him. And I basically told him, it's like, look, dude, you're going to need to cut the shit or I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You know, and he started getting shitty with me. And I just stood my ground and all this other shit. And then I basically said, I'm like, look, dude, you can argue with me all day if you want to. If I say you're gone, and there ain't dick you and your buddies can do about it. Then they stood up, and I basically just repeated myself. I'm like, do you understand me, or do I need to write it down? Wham! Ooh. And
That's fucked up, dude.
Well, they got it worse than I did afterwards. So
Well, I don't know, man. You got your teeth knocked out. It's not fun. Like
I stuck my finger.
I was like,
no, I didn't do that. I did not check the oil. That is not what I did.
It would have worked, maybe though.
No, what ended up happening was it was. Well, I don't know if I could really say you should have seen the other guy, but yeah,
no, I'm San Francisco, dude.
They got hurt, you know. So
good.
Yeah, but afterwards, like my manager came in because somebody at the front desk called, and then he goes, Micah, how are you feeling? And I just spit on the ground, and there were chunks of teeth in it.
No.
And I'm like, that's how I feel. So,
yeah, I was like 23, and I was at a bar like close to and like I guess they were like a closing down air base and shit, and fucking two Marines were in, and they were like being weird to the bartender I knew. And they called her Tits McGee, and I told her, like, cause like she was like being nice to him still. And then I guess they figured out that I was like the one that informed her, cause like she like was like rude to them after that. So they waited like until the bar closed, cause I would help her close out, cause she was hot. And so I was like walking back to my apartment, right? And they waited for me in the parking lot. So it was like kind of fall, almost winter, and I like ripped off my hoodie. I'm like, all right, let's go. And there's two of them, two Marines, and they're parked by a street light, and the dude like whipped out a knife. I'm like, dude, fuck that. I'm not armed like right now. I'm drunk as shit, and there's two of them. So I fucking took off, and I was like, you fucking faggots. Like, I'm like, you Marine Corps faggots. Like, dude,
what?
Like, yeah, man. Like,
that didn't go over well.
No, I just took off. They ain't catching me. Especially if you pull a blade like right away, like fuck that. I ain't gonna fight you.
I like calling people faggots and then running in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a knife pulled on you, like pretty close to you? Like, yeah, fuck that. I ain't getting stuck.
Well, I never had anybody pull a knife on me, but I do have another funny bouncer story for you.
What?
So another night.
Berserk should be a character on your show, Camel Moon.
Yeah, maybe.
He's a character on my show.
No.
But
oh shit! I gotta sober up.
But I was one night at the bar, and it was actually a fairly quiet evening. I'm back talking to one of the people at the front desk of the hotel, and the bar manager looks over to me because I'm trying to keep my eyes on things. And she gives me what I would always just call the look. And basically the look was, there's some bullshit going on over here. Come over and give us a hand, would you?
Yeah, he's flagged, you know?
Yeah, basically.
Give everyone a hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I walk up there, and this lady is like screaming at some dude. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I get in between the two of them, and I'm like, I was talking to the dude because he looked very upset. He was just like, had this look of absolute confusion on his face. And I'm like, hey, sir, are you okay? You know, and just doing kind of the normal try to calm the situation down, so on and so forth. And this lady is still just badgering me behind my back. And he basically is like, yeah, I think I'm just going to go up to my room. I'm like, do you want, did she hurt you or anything like that? He was very mum about the situation. And I'm like, all right, go ahead and head up to your room. I'll stand right here. I'll make sure she doesn't follow you. So, and that's pretty standard shit. But at one point while I was talking to him before I told him that, she just starts screaming at me. And I turn around and I go, bitch, just sit down and shut the fuck up. And then, as I turn back around to talk to the guy, she tries to break the bottle over the bar, the beer bottle that she was drinking. Problem is, that's not how it works. She smacks it, it ricochets off and hits her right in the forehead.
You're supposed to put the beer bottle in the recycle bin.
Yeah. So, not the brightest move on this chick's level. But apparently, before I got up there, this dude, you wanna know what his great offense was to this woman? He belched.
Yeah, they'll say your flag, dude. Like, if you have to let one go, they'll be like, "Oh, he had too many and shit." That's happened to me. I burp all the time, dude.
Yeah, basically, I chewed her out afterwards. I'm like, lady, you're lucky I don't kick you out of this fucking hotel, you know. And I don't know, that job is not one that I would recommend.
In Australia, chewing a woman out, it means something entirely different.
Yeah, it means a good thing.
No, that didn't happen. No, I yelled at her.
Nummies.
So.
Num-nums.
Twitlist, where are you? I want to introduce you to Camel Moon.
Oh no. Don't get me started talking about trains. Yeah. Fuck that. Oh man, that was a string. Fuck.
I just got this book here from Dave Brink. CG dude. I got it.
Sure.
Look at that. Yeah.
Perfect
10. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice ass.
Yeah. Blowing up your spot, man. Check it out. I'll read it later. I mean, I'm not gonna read it on the stream. Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Are you gonna review it?
Because I'm considerate of my fellow, rapists and whatever.
What? Yo, man, come on.
I said
I might be a goon, but I never touched a woman who was fucking passed out. Like, goddamn.
I didn't say it was the woman.
What, are you attracted to me?
No.
Ay, caramba.
We're here to have fun.
3 hours, 10 minutes till trains are brought up.
Choo choo.
Motherfucker. I don't know.
Are you gonna see this chick again, Berserk?
Well, like, she's cool. She's got a couple pit bulls that are fucking awesome, but like her ex scares the shit out of me. Yeah, dude. Yo, her pit bulls are fucking awesome. I love them. Like the one that came up on.
I thought you said pimples.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said too.
No. Her pit bulls are fucking awesome, dude. She's got 2 pit bulls. The one looks like a fucking. It like came up and like laid on my chest and like passed out. Like I don't know. Her apartment's pretty cool too. So no, I'm not Anna. I'm not gonna pop fucking pimples like Anna. Oh my god, dude, that shit grosses me out, dude. I don't know how she can watch that shit. I'm like EVS, dude. Like, she had like some guy like getting his teeth done and shit. I'm like, like I left the stream. I'm like, stop. I can't watch that shit.
I left the one where they just kept showing the goddamn toenails. I'm like, all right, yeah, you guys. They chased Ethan off the stream. Like, all right,
yeah, I watched that one too.
The stream now. When a toenail gets like they just pull it out wholesale. Because I've actually had that done to me once. It kind of hurt. So
well, I just rip off my ingrowns. Like I'll fucking take a pair of dikes, pliers, and like do my own.
Yeah.
It hurts for a minute, but and then I put a sock on.
When you said pair of dikes, my brain.
No, it's like
a lot of communication issues on this live stream.
Well, they're called side cutters. Yo, that's the weirdest thing now too. You got to call them side cutters and not dikes. It's been dikes for like 50 or 60 years, but now it's like offensive to women. The 4% that are in fucking electrical field, like it's so fucking odd.
I'm pretty sure it was always offensive.
Dykes? No, dude. Yo, when I was coming up as an electrician, you have to do everything as dykes. We didn't have fucking strippers or anything.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Did you know a lot of lesbian electricians?
No, strippers. Like it's like got 10
As in wire stripper.
Yeah, wire strippers.
like 10,
yeah.
10 wire, 12 wire, and like it goes up to 10 and all that shit. Yeah, they're called strippers.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another context that made a different level of sense.
Whatever. It's all bullshit, dude. It's just like any other field. You can't say dykes anymore.
Even if we're referring to the dams in Holland.
Yeah, you can't. No, I'll change that soon too. Swear to God.
For what?
Context is not
A
allowed.
levee. It's a levee now, not a dike.
Oh my I love when this works on this.
What do you think about dykes and strippers, Twitless?
I dated a couple strippers, but I got some pictures I can show you, but you get flagged.
I bounced at a titty bar once too. So
Dude, it's fun.
It was actually kind of mundane.
Yeah.
Like, not much went on.
Yeah, I did one time too. For like a summer when I was younger. It's like they're actually like more reserved, I think, than normal bars. So
Well, it was very, very weird to be having normal conversations about like sports and stuff like that with like women in hot pants and like that are like buck naked.
Nah, they're normal. Like most of them
they're
are.
just normal folks. That's the interesting about it. Is
If you treat a stripper like she's normal, like trust me, most of them are. So like you can get some numbers. Like I'm not lying.
That's another funny story, hotel story. Before I was like a bouncer, I was just a guy who worked the front desk during third shift. I have a friend who was working at the local titty bar that she was my drinking buddy for years until she ended up moving to Minneapolis.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, they're just like any other person. They just get naked for a living.
Just treat strippers
Nah.
like people, you know?
You can't go to the naked ones. You got to go to like the ones that you only have like top offs and shit, probably. But they're pretty much normal. Like unless they're like fucking dudes in the back, and you got to stay away from them unless you want your dick to fall off. Yeah.
Anyway.
What are we talking about?
Tweetless, when was the last time you saw a stripper?
Shit.
This year, the last time I was trying to hook up my fire alarm, smoke alarms. You know.
Don't be smart.
I can do that for you too. I can do SKS systems and all that shit.
You can strip for me.
I'm
kidding. I'm sorry.
If you pay me. If you pay me.
Maybe. I love how this became who's on first. Like that's awesome.
No, but seriously,
Oz. I've had a lot of fun on this stream. I was expecting like a bunch of people to come in and be like, No,
Oz.
good.
I don't know. Sometimes there's yelling, but Oz got Ethan, Doug, and Mike all in the same stream, and nobody was yelling at each other.
That's a shock.
It was like a Twilight Zone.
This was like a couple weeks ago, maybe. I forget which stream it was.
I think it's happened twice actually. I think there was 2 streams. They had pretty much all of them on, and there was almost no yelling.
They all blend together.
Yeah, because I popped in on one a while ago, basically because Mike was lying about some shit. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go in there and confirm a couple of things. But that was about it.
Well,
people mainly just yell at me. I mean,
well, Oz, you know why?
You are
right?
Liam Oz. You are the cancer that is killing Comicsgate or something like that.
No, it's your moderation. Your mods are just censoring people's comments and.
Oh yeah, they're awful. All 0 of them.
No, all of your mods. They're just terrible guys.
Oh, okay.
Oz doesn't have mods. Well, in his
okay.
Except for the secret
everyone
mod.
Else's
He has a secret mod.
That's the law.
Secret mod Whisper Network is.
Oz is the Shadow King of CG. He's behind it all.
Okay.
Notice he's not arguing with us. That confirms it.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Smart leader,
But let's just say I have trouble pressing all the right buttons to get my stream running. So the chance of that is pretty slim.
Yeah.
Well, you're not alone.
He's
You're
not
alone
tracking
in
the
that.
router.
There's
I
a
will
lot of
say
people
this.
who boomer it up sometimes.
My ex that was on heroin wasn't a stripper. She was in a car accident, and she got addicted to it from pills.
So she was on opiates before, and it just
Yeah.
sort of spiraled. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard similar stories.
You told me
Berserk
she had
finds all
track
his
mark.
Berserk finds all his girlfriends under the overpass.
Nah, she worked at a deli.
That's even more that's even more interesting than the underpass thing. I want to hear the story
What?
now.
What, you go in and get a sandwich before work, and then eventually you start talking. You say what's up. She gives you your number, and then you fucking be normal. I don't know. And then if she doesn't do anything with you after fucking 3 or 4 days, you get rid of her. Stop talking to her. Trust me, she showed me her titties like 2 days in.
All right. No,
2 days
Berserk,
in.
Berserk, but you're missing the part here because if you dump her, then you can't go back to that place for a sandwich, right? Because she's
Yeah,
gonna
I
do
could.
something.
I don't care.
She's gonna do something to it.
But what? No,
It depends on how you break up with them.
Well, no, then you just stop talking to her. Well, no, she went to jail after that because she was like caught with like heroin. So yeah, but I didn't know. Oh my god! I swear to God, I didn't fucking know. Like no one believes me. God damn, I didn't know. I thought it was just pills. She got caught with heroin, getting heroin or something, and then like the one day she I went to get my sandwich, and like.
This is what he told the cops.
No, I don't need to tell no cops. They don't know I'm beating her. So anyway.
Wait, what?
So anyway, it's like 2 weeks before she gets arrested, and this is like when I stop talking to her. She like starts yelling at me because I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this bitch, right? Like I thought she was cool as shit. But she yelled at me in the store. I'm like, because for some reason, I was out drinking. I was out drinking with a couple friends, and like, she's like, well, why didn't you invite me? And why didn't you come over? I'm like, you're more interested in fucking like just sitting home watching TV and not fucking like. So, what the fuck happened? Like, so she yelled at me. So like, I stopped talking to her for 2 weeks, and then she got arrested. I'm like, well, fuck that bitch. Like, that's what happened.
Maybe if you were at home with her, you're keeping your mind.
Nifty Bob wants to know whether you're still waiting for her to get out.
No, she's out. She was out and then like tried to get like. That's also a weird thing because the bartender I'm hanging out with, they know each other. So.
All right. The real question is, does she still work at the sandwich shop where you get your sandwiches?
No, it closed. They closed.
Oh,
they're done.
The shop closed down.
Yeah, they're done.
Those were the drug running.
Sad story.
She was
You didn't get the girl. You didn't get the girl and the shop closed.
Yeah. He was the only thing keeping it running.
Blame COVID. It was around the time COVID happened that the store closed down. So.
Where do you get your sandwiches now?
I make them. Dude, I don't go out for food right now. Fuck that. The only thing I'll do is go out for pussy, and that's it.
Yeah,
and I'm scared to do that. Mm-hmm. It's true.
You think you're gonna get the Rona Berserk?
Yeah, dude, I don't want that shit. Fuck that. Like,
what about you, Micah? Are you gonna get the Rona?
Probably not. I'll admit, just because I work so much, I'm basically a shut in at this point.
Florida can't find me.
We'll
Pretty
find
much,
ya.
man.
Oh boy.
I think girls are dumber than guys now, though. So they might get the Rona. Just be careful. Like when you're talking to the girl, just be like, whatever.
Well, I'm surprised I haven't got it yet because I'm currently seeing a woman who's a nurse. So I'm like half expecting one day she comes over, we hang out, have a nice evening, and then the next day all of a sudden I feel like dog shit. So it's like, oh fuck me. So, but no, I thankfully haven't gotten it yet.
Maybe it's AIDS.
Look at what I get in my message.
There's an entire
Brother Gaius.
I just called the spelling mistake. Yeah. I was
Come on.
just an
Come on, I'm dyslexic too. So
Oh Lord.
Oz is just
Oz,
goes off with the grammar, man.
Did you win your local spelling bee?
We
I
don't
bet
have
Oz
spelling-
is really
we don't
bad
have
at
spelling
typing.
bees in Australia.
I bet Oz is really
Why
bad
not?
at typing.
That's an interesting story. Why do they not have spelling bees?
That just seems really gay, you know. Like that's really lame. It's like we sort of started to accept like chess clubs in schools probably about 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
I should have been
That
born
was
in
like, that was
Australia.
like we're still not sure. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
What about marching bands?
No, we don't have marching bands.
No
Really?
glee, no glee
What
club.
about football?
There's no glee club.
Well, there's Australian football.
Well, yeah, they're gonna
There's
have
Australian
soccer.
football,
Soccer?
full contact football. We don't. Yeah, there is soccer, but not as much.
Rugby?
Yeah, there's rugby.
And I know you guys have MMA because we just had a Australian middleweight. Well, no, the current champ. I can't remember if he's Australian or from New Zealand. Middleweight champ Izzy Adesanya.
I don't know, but it's kind of the same, really. I mean, if you're from New Zealand, you're going to train in Australia anyway.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mark Hunt. Who
Did
not
your
Mark Hunt, but
Did your video freeze, Micah?
Yeah.
It's been freezing quite a bit, actually.
He's just really interested.
Yeah.
Super interested in what August said.
I guess on my end it shows me moving.
He's
So
doing
that's
his
weird.
road den impression.
Here, let me try that real quick.
It's that,
Yeah, no.
it's that Pornhub.
Australia's very
That
big
fix it?
on.
No, you're still frozen.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, now you're fixed. Now you're fixed.
Okay.
Yeah, Australia's really big on boxing and MMA and things. So we usually have we don't have any heavyweight champions really, because we don't have any giant black dudes. But we always have the world champions in the welterweight champs and stuff.
See.
I don't think you have to be
Israel
black for
Adesanya's
that.
He's from
No,
England.
the
Robert
African
Whitaker's
American
an
and the
Australian.
African.
He's an Aussie, and he was the last middleweight champion.
Who's that?
Robert Whitaker. He was the last UFC middleweight champ, and he.
I miss
he's an
Connor.
Aussie.
I miss Connor, dude.
And Connor hasn't fought since he fucking destroyed
Cowboy.
Al Cerrone. That was insanity. I was in shock. But he bloodied him up with his shoulder.
I think, dude, after you get that kind of money, do you want to get hit in the face though? I don't know.
Connor apparently does. He's looking for another fight. They just.
I think he retired though. That's what I heard.
He does that every year.
Yeah.
It's never permanent, but yeah, there's been a lot of good fighters that have come from that area. So
I'm gonna say talking to Micah's frozen picture is really entertaining.
Shut up, Douglas. You're ruining the show.
Oh yeah, I just caught it on I've got StreamYards up on one, and then I've got YouTube up on the other, and yeah, now I see it. So here,
You're thinking.
I'll just turn it off. But that is weird.
It's like that dude in school who puts a cardboard cutout of himself when he's sleeping.
Yeah. It's like I'm talking to you, but not you at the same time.
I'm the only one here. Really? Look at all of my circle friends. Oh, there
Try
you
it
go.
one more time, see if that works.
Nope.
No.
Oh wait, hold on. It's coming back. You're good.
Okay.
No, it's not.
No, yeah, it didn't. Okay. So
fuck.
That's very strange.
Spirit Scar says, "This is why Australians are being conned with bogus moon trips."
Yeah.
That was
If you
crazy.
If you had those science clubs and spelling bee clubs, you wouldn't have people being scammed to go to space.
No,
And a lot of money.
We're big on the science. We invented Wi-Fi, man.
It's true.
You can't diss our science, but we're just clubs like that. You got to be a bit more manly. it's a manliness thing. It's not a.
Well, you're in the bush a lot too, so you probably have to be more manly.
Not to mention half your animals will kill you if they even touch you, it seems.
Yeah, there's plenty of SJWs around, don't worry.
I miss Steve. In Australia. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
You guys are
Steve...
banning anime right now.
And coal. Coal production is like down, I think, too. I heard their electric bills are going.
That's not necessarily a social justice issue.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Coal's no, because coal's going down a little bit everywhere just because.
Well, it should be brought back.
As much.
We should burn it. Make our electric bills like $17 a month. That's what we should do. Just my opinion.
You're full of them.
Dude, you should burn coal. Like what? You're saying there's not a better technology that's out right now than solar or wind? Like
yeah, there's a lot. There is one. Yeah, it's called nuclear.
Yeah, and that's being poo-pooed now too.
That's always been poo-pooed because oh my god, we're all gonna die. It's like shut up.
Yeah, fuck life.
That's how public policy goes on.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that. Olga.
That's a scientific rebuttal if I've ever heard one. Yeah, shut up, nerd.
Shut up.
Burn the coal.
Nah, not the coal. I want nuclear.
It's the Micah machine's defense. Shut up, nerd.
65% of the world's energy is still coal. Like, look it up. And not only that, you get most of your plastics and shit from it, too. You get all kind of plastics. You get everything broken down from oil and shit. Like, don't be sold on this bullshit. What? Yeah, it is. A lot of stuff's broken down from coal.
Sold on this damn environmental nonsense.
Yeah, dude. Dude, you have to have cheap... If you're worried about your electric bill every month, you're not going to advance humanity. You're not...
Wait, what?
What?
You're not going to advance anything if you're worried about paying your electric bill, dude.
Oh, you lost me there.
If you have a $400 electric bill or a fucking $17 electric bill a month, you're not going to say you could like do other things with your money and shit. I'm telling you, it's something to keep you down right now.
But
I feel like you're making
global warming. No.
I feel like you're making a point. But my
You're basically
brain
saying that if people would rather save money than save the environment or something like that, right?
Yeah, like eventually we're gonna come to something better. Like it will happen. Just hold your horses, dude.
We do have something better. It's just nobody wants to use it.
Which one are we doing?
Okay, it says Berserk Cuts doesn't pay.
No, I do. No, I do. I'm an electrician, motherfucker. I know more about it than you, probably.
Probably. Not definitely.
I'm at Rayner's going on the thorium reactors.
Oh, I think there's an asteroid that has like 19% thorium in it. Like, so there's like a whole bunch of shit. Like everyone that says like you're gonna run out of shit, you're not. Like you're just gonna advance and like be able to get that shit soon. So just chill out. Like unless the world freezes over.
King Cobra's bringing the receipts. He says, "I remember your stance being to fuck up the Earth,
fuck the Earth,
to another planet." So
yeah,
sorry
like, dude, or not even that, a space station or something. Like, I guarantee you. Well, whatever, dude. You like pay more, do it.
I think it's hilarious. I think
it'll be cheap. No. Just start burning fires again.
I think it's hilarious that
go back to a caveman style, and you'll be fine.
I think it's hilarious that a Godzilla fan like Orga is pushing nuclear power.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm a barbarian.
It's a positive. I mean, come on.
Well, but my real goal is I want a real Godzilla to show up.
Okay.
So does McCheese, though.
He says, "I would cure cancer, but my electric bill is too damn expensive."
That's what I'm saying. So I'm sorry if you don't get it. Maybe I'm too smart for you.
You definitely are.
The nuclear power's got a bad rap. It's good.
I agree.
Especially the new stuff that they just.
Unless you're in Japan or something like a high tidal wave and.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
Was
it's like it was a natural disaster that caused the last nuclear accident. It wasn't the actual reactor, if I recall correctly.
Who needs a quarter of your country? You can just put that aside for a while.
Well, the problem
put that aside for 1,000
years. Or you could just not build a nuclear reactor on a goddamn fault line.
Well, all of Japan's pretty much a fault line.
Fair point.
But it wasn't even supposed to take the earthquake that it did, let alone the tidal wave. But it held up to the earthquake. It just couldn't handle the damage from the tidal wave. But it's also an older reactor as well. The newer ones aren't as volatile.
It's pretty much the safest form of energy right now too. So yeah, and cheapest.
As stimulating as this all is, I think I have to bounce actually.
We drove them out.
Well, no, I guess they just messed. They I guess they mentioned me on Nerdrotic or something. I'm getting
Really?
Yeah, so I gotta go see what the fuck that's all about.
Go see what Gary wants.
You know,
Good luck.
you can pull it up the stream at the same time. I mean, you know, you can multitask.
You know what? I'm not gonna do that. Thanks though.
Oz can.
Yeah.
We'll catch you later.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. It was it was fun.
I hope you had fun.
No, I'm totally playing. Yeah, it was great. It was actually a lot of fun. So anyway, chat. Thanks. Thanks to some of you.
Yep. Good talking to you, Orga. Have a good day.
Yeah, and Micah, nice to meet you. Berserker. Yeah.
Interesting, right?
You're hilarious.
I try to be.
Yeah. All right, guys, take it easy.
All right, nice to meet you.
Later, man.
Bye. See ya.
See you, Camel.
Yeah, well, let's see if he can get on Nerdrotic. That'd be funny.
That'd probably be good for his campaign too.
I like Gary, dude. He's cool. Friday night.
The social climber.
What's he working on?
Who?
Orga. What,
I'm right here.
Oh,
Camel Moon left.
Camel Moon left. This is what I get for looking in the wrong direction for 5 seconds.
Yeah, I was
like completely because my colorist on 3 Nights DM'd me, so I was reading that real quick. He's just letting me know that he's working on the flats for a few more pages, so which I can't wait to get my hands on because God, the book, it looks fucking beautiful. So can't tell I'm psyched. No.
What are we talking about? Comics now? Nerd?
Yeah, well, have you met me?
Well, we were just talking about energy and shit. So.
We're talking about serious stuff like space and coal.
I'm one of those weird guys that just that makes his living off of writing about politics, but I would rather be writing comic books all day. So, not that I don't like writing for RT, it's just making stories.
Do it, dude. Do it. I think like Russia is demonized by the left, so like I don't think they're doing anything that bad.
It's not even that they're demonized by the left. They're demonizing it because Trump said something nice about them one time.
Yeah, could be.
Commies.
Well, they don't. The thing about it is
they're not right about China, though.
It's kind of interesting because people will tell me it's like Micah works for the Russian government. He's a fucking spy or something like that, and it's like, no, I work for my editor, and my editor, like I don't even think I've ever done an article for RT that was actually even about Russia. It's all been they hired me for domestic stuff. They hired me to talk about cultural issues in America, and that's what I do.
I'm not a spy. That's exactly what a spy would say.
Well, if I could get my damn camera to work, I would throw on my Rusky hat. But oh well.
It feels like we're living in that scene in Mighty Python and the Holy Grail with the witch. That's what it seems like.
You turned me into a
modern
newt.
America.
A newt. I got better.
No, seriously though. Tell us more about the coloring. Or you said flats you got back.
Well, he's just letting me know he's working on them. So yeah, we Preston just finished So here's the weird thing about making comics for crowdfunding is that with Inglewood, my first campaign, I did I basically did like the first 4 or 5 pages of the comic, and that's what we put on the campaign, right?
Yeah. And
then the problem was that it was all dialogue. There wasn't a lot of
action.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, okay, this time for this next campaign, we need to have action. We need to have big. Hey, Liam. We need to have big action scenes to make sure that it draws the person in. And what ended up happening is the pages that got done are like pages 13 through 15 and then page 17. And they're all like crazy violent and all this other cool stuff, but it sells a comic better. But now what Preston ended up doing was pages 1 through 4 instead, which I could show if you guys want to see them.
Do it.
Showing comics on a comic book stream? What are you, nuts?
I know, right? Just insane in the membrane.
I wish I could yell at you. I'm gonna join war campaign.
That's okay.
Nah, that's I don't know. That's definitely not happening now.
No, one day, while he's pulling that up, one day I want to hear Berserk's real, what he's really got against trains, like what they did to him as a kid. I'm sure there's a story behind that, and I know it.
Twitless, I hate you. I thought you were the one that was going to put me on a train. That was my only thing.
Oh, jeez.
That's where it was coming from. I do hat him. Like Doug. Fucking Doug, dude. What is up with his fucking hair, dude?
No.
Yo, I swear to God, it looked like jizz. Like, it was the other stream. It looked like he had jizz on his fucking head. And then, like, he started wiping it. I'm like, oh, dude, don't do that. I shouldn't have said that shit.
Well, like it's something about Mary or something like that?
So you realize the guy just had a skin cancer operation on his face. So, like, you know.
So?
Liam.
Doug was so
thought of it.
insufferable the other day.
How's everyone doing?
What's up,
What
Liam?
are you doing awake?
I'm waiting for I'm in art boot camp, man. I'm currently overseeing Kamaki and stuff, and she's just drawing, and Tobor's popped off to have lunch, and so I just started watching you guys for a bit, you know. Just waiting for him to get back and see the current progress of things.
Micah left you. He was scared. Liam came in.
It's because you know, he knows I'm onto him. He knows that.
I know what you're doing.
I've been digging into the facts, and I found out his Russian connection. You know,
you're gonna hack his router.
He'll be back. How's everyone doing? What's been going on? What's been going on tonight? Everyone been having fun?
Trying to.
Yeah, I think so.
What about you, Oz? Have you overthrown the world? Have you implemented my evil plans yet, Oz?
Now I'm fixed.
He's back.
Yes. I was for some reason StreamYard wasn't even letting me load anything. So allow me to.
Lord of Dan wants to know how you write your scripts. Liam, do you just spurg a bunch of ideas to your editor and
No. I compartmentalize a concept. I break it down. I pace it out throughout the course of the page count, and then I weave a meta plot, then a subplot, and sometimes a second subplot, and a few good witty little one-liners and some action. I make sure that I pace out enough of the book so that you get at least a splash every now and then to make sure that the art's
I like the armor,
and
his armor is fucking cool, dude.
And yeah, that's how I write a comic book. I mean, a lot more goes into it than that, but I mean, it's kind of a science.
Do you do full script or Marvel method?
The Marvel method, like, it's not real. Like, well, okay, it is real, but it's like, no, I do a full script. I do a proper script.
Gotcha.
So here is the pencils for page 1. And of course, Preston Aceveto's art is extremely, extremely detailed.
Does he have a chest plate?
Any fans of Dawn of the Dead? Not Dawn of the Dead, of Army of Darkness in the chat, you know?
Me.
Yeah. Evil Dead, yeah.
Evil Dead.
Necronomicon.
Yeah.
There's actually a gimmick in the universe. So here's the funny thing. This story takes place in the same universe as Inglewood. And one of these books, there's 12 total, will appear in the Inglewood Peregrine crossover that I'm almost finished writing. They're called the Books of Blood. The gimmick behind them is that at one point in Sumeria, there was a sorcerer who decided to finally record the spells that he had learned from Hell. And in doing so, to actually record them, they required the energy of life, so which fuels all of those types of spells. So what he did is he took 12 of his apprentices, who were also sorcerers, of course, and forced them to pen the spells that he knew in 12 different books in their own blood. And then after they died, pouring their life energy into the books, he individually skinned them and then used their skin as binding for those books. So there are 12 of these that exist within the universe. And then, of course, this is what was the face of one of those sorcerers.
That's Tim right there. That's
Yeah.
Tim.
Tim was a kind of a dick. But
The deep lore, yeah, he was a dick, but that's Tim. So you guys know, every time you look at this page, think, well, that was a person,
Yep.
Now, does he have damage on his like right above his shoulder blade?
Yep. So
His
he's
Rachel?
wearing chainmail. So this story takes place in 1188, which is right after the Second Crusade ended. And I tried to make the armor as period specific as I could, but also have a cool look to it. So there's a little, like, these pauldrons here are very anachronistic, but they look cool. So it's like, fuck it, why not have them? So
Johnny Rando says, "Hell to the king, baby."
Damn right.
Yeah. And I was going to say, how dare you in your fantasy book about necromancy have inaccurate, shoulder
You
pauldrons?
can't just Liam.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, dude, like you can't really go on that. Like I love Berserk, and like he took like things from different time periods and like mashed it together. So
You do have to point out Johnny Rando's misplacement of the
the comma.
I don't want to, I don't want to step on your thing, Like, that's your thing. I'd hate to.
You just can't read it out if it's wrong. You've got to actually, I would have let it slide, but
Sounds like you're trying to put rules on me, Oz. What happened to you? You used to be a man that had no rules.
But you
true.
mentioned Berserk.
It's true,
guys.
you've
I don't know
shamed
if you
me.
noticed that part.
yeah, I do.
Yeah, that mirror
Changed
piece.
you.
Yeah,
you shamed me, not changed me.
Yeah, I shamed you. How many people in the chat have actually picked this book up, and how many of you haven't? Like 1 and 2. 1 for those of you who bought the book, and 2 for those of you who are dicks.
I'm gonna pee.
Wait a minute.
Dude, Liam coming out on fire.
Well, this is a book that Liam's a fan of. I think I've sent you part of the script, didn't I?
Yeah, I've seen bits of it, yeah, for sure.
And obviously, I have a dynamite team working on this. Oh,
He does. Preston
wrong
is one of
word.
the-
Oh, jeez.
I said the D word. Oh no. Different definition of dynamite, but okay. But apparently I work for them, even though I don't. Anyway, I'm gonna be laughing about that for a while. But
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say is that from the
Wait a
pencil.
minute.
Sorry.
It says, kindly share the link. I have no idea what book this is. This is 3 Nights, 4 Days. It's, Oz, because he's anti-moderator, means that we can't really send you guys the link to things. But if you go over to Indiegogo and you just look for 3 Nights, you should be able to find it,
I'll post the link.
The
I'll
most,
post the
yes,
link.
I just put it in the private chat for you,
convenient,
Oz.
the most convenient comic book show on Comicsgate, like
Yes.
the one where
But I love the level of detail that Preston put into this. I mean, the mountainous areas, the trees, the birds. Even when you come down here, there's even little creatures in the pencil. So you see this dragonfly here with the beat up wings, and the snake here. Like he obviously really, really, really takes a lot of care in this. He was very proud of these two. He's like, dude, these came out amazing. I'm like, dude, Preston, it's your art and my writing. It's gonna be beautiful. So I have the utmost confidence in his skill, and I have ever since I met him. Which I can tell that story too if you want me to later on.
No, we're good. We're good. That can be for another time.
Fair enough.
It's enough. It's enough that everyone knows that Preston's a fucking boss, right? And if you want to learn more about him, we'll do a full stream dedicated to the glorious son of a bitch later. But if you
Absolutely.
don't believe me, go look up this guy and go look up his paintings. That's where it's at. You think this is good? Go look what he can do with covers and stuff.
I have to agree with Opaz79 here. It's very inconvenient that there are 2 Prestons.
Well,
it is.
One's good, one's bad.
There's good Preston, and there's Peggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's a hard life to.
Oh,
we could call him
Pegman.
we could call him Acevedo, but then even that has sort of yeah.
Peg me, please. Oh.
No, the one thing I was going to say is that on that first page, the pencils for a second. It took me a minute to realize that he was like the armor wasn't his skin, and I'm assuming the coloring is going to bring that out.
Yeah, that'll come out more. The
I'll
colors
show you
you'll
some of the
see.
colors here in a minute.
The
So-
perspective on the perspective on that last page there, Oz. What do you think about that? The one with the horse. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep.
Pro.
I'm very I'm
love
very
it,
big
dude.
on angled shots. I'm not as good as Narwhal, but it's something I like quite a bit. I like playing with perspective and things like that. So I try to include that in the script. And Preston, obviously, he's a vet, so he nails it. And this is sort of where like that Berserk style atmosphere really starts to come in, and the art style and things like that. But so basically, the story behind this is that these three knights you're about to get introduced to are returning to their, I guess, de facto leader. I'll definitely go over the perks here in a second. Their de facto leader and their friend, they're going back to his village, basically in England. Two of these guys are English, and the third is a German guy. So, and I'll introduce the characters as they come up. Speaking of which, you have Sir Dietrich Engelbrecht here. He is a former member of the Knights Hospitalier. I based him visually off of, like when I first started concepting this, off of, and in attitude as well, off of Dolph Lundgren. I'm a big fan of Dolph Lundgren.
Me too.
And as a human
Is that why his arm is like the size of like the horse's leg?
Hey, man!
Absolutely, man. And then you have Sir John here. John is a former member of the Knights Templar. He is, as you can tell by the way he's dressed, he's the wealthiest of the three of them. And then you have our lead hero, Sir Roger Godfrey here, former member of the Order of the Knights of Lazarus, and was known as the Lion of the Desert, a legendary crusader, during his time in the war. So, and he was one of the most trusted people of soldiers of King Baldwin in his army, and then later was very well trusted by Balian during the siege. And someday I might do a prequel comic to this that actually does, like, I do like a comic about the siege of Jerusalem, which would basically be me retelling Kingdom of Heaven, but try to be.
Yes, I was gonna say that fucking Balian from Kingdom of Heaven, dude.
I've got a question. Have you considered doing just a black and white version of this?
We're thinking about doing that in the future.
Because
That was a fucking awesome movie, dude.
this holds up really well in black and white, and there's a kind of a stark contrast to it that might work really well even just without colors.
Yeah, but for every single person that says, "Oh, I want a black and white version," there's like way more people that want a colored version. And if you have a look at the colors and everything on the cover, you'll see that this is really good. So,
yep,
that's fair. That's fair.
I might back
right now,
this,
if you guys want variant versions of stuff, you got to be able to support people enough that they can produce these without taking costs on them.
Yeah. And so as the story continues, Roger wakes up, obviously groggy, and then God, I love even the details on the horse.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, because he knows the area, he's going to know something that's a little bit out of place. And suddenly, the mood shifts. Masquerades. The priest is out chanting. One of the nuns here praying.
Mm-hmm.
This does remind me of Kingdom of Heaven, dude.
Yeah, that and Berserk are probably like two of the things that I went for when it came to atmosphere, especially this next page.
Now, Berserk, you have to buy this. It's in your name.
I'm gonna like.
You were
when I sober up, I will.
You were
Micah. Who
Yeah.
is John T. and why does he hate you so much?
I think Micah might be the first one I buy from on Indiegogo.
Does not sound familiar. John, the link to come in is in the description. If you have an issue with me, you're more than welcome to come talk to me.
Yeah, it looks good, dude. I like it.
That page is good too, with the dragging of the bodies and everything like that.
Berserk's gonna pre-buy a.
No, I got a sober up and I get a prepaid card.
Daniel Parker gets it. Bring out your dead.
Yeah.
Bring out your dead. Yeah, that's it. buddy. You get it. It's great.
But I love this because basically what I had said, like put in here was, and this is why I love working with Preston, is he takes my ideas and he thinks he's always thinking, how can we continue to make this comic book better, right? And that's the kind of guy you want to work with. Somebody who's enthusiastic about the project, but also constantly desires to make it the best it can be. And these panels, the ones I had in here, were just the dead, and there were less of them. Preston's like, let's do more. Let's stagger them out. Let's also show the reactions of the knights as well, specifically the 2 knights that aren't from the area.
Yeah.
And you can see this kind of sorrowful look on Dietrich's face.
Yeah, they're people like you can see that they're people that Dietrich knows, and he's like, shit.
Well, he doesn't. He's just a Dietrich just knows that he's very empathy. He's a doctor.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's empathy there, so I assumed that this was Yeah. No. Fair enough.
He's a gentle giant of a character, but I think that's part of the reason. Like anytime I talk about them, he's the one guy that everybody loves. I mean, Statistical Zero just did a trading card of him for his project he's working on too, and he did a great job with it. So, but just as it goes, they just know that something's wrong, and Roger's first instinct is to grab his weaponry and go. His sister lives in that village and the family business as well, so he wants to make sure that that she's well taken care of and she's safe. So that's where those pages end. And then
see, that kind of reminds me of the new Day of the Dead, though, with the black guy's brother.
Mm-hmm.
Like how he wanted to go to the fucking camp that was overrun.
Yeah.
Malin's streaming in 15 minutes, so we'll let our audience run over to there.
Brother Gaius, Brother Gaius says somewhere Risey's calling someone a cunt.
Imagine.
He's not wrong. That's accurate.
I know.
It's a bit cold tonight, so he's probably all rugged up in his bed.
So
cut it up with his body pillows, and
here's the cover. Give you a better idea of what their armor looks like and such. This is the colors of Oliver Lee Arce. He's amazing.
Can I make an adjustment?
No.
His shoulder. Could you have like some chainmail hanging off of his the metal shoulder?
Which
Yeah.
He goes sleeveless. He actually does not. Oh, okay. It's the gimmick. It's Sleeveless Comics is my brand, so I actually every comic there's gonna be one dude without sleeves.
You're contractually obligated.
Contractually obligated. Yep. My contract with myself and my fans.
So anyway, other than this, not that this is a bad thing to talk about, just you guys have seen it, it's good. Like, what are you fucking waiting around for? Go grab it, right? Yeah. But like, what else has been going on? What's been happening? What's the news lately?
I wanted to show these off first because
we're debating the qualities of coal versus nuclear power.
Okay, that seems very comic book and Comicsgate orientated.
Before that, we were talking about people who were hitting Micah for no reason.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the war campaign thing.
All right.
And by the way, here is the art that finally colored that got fucking Ethan and Art Tiber to go, holy shit. So
that's good.
Yeah,
Cobra says by the end of the book, he starts off with sleeves, without sleeves, and by the end of the book, he's lost his thumb.
Nothing like that, no. But anyway, I love this so much. The Satyr, like Preston got exactly what I described in the script, like to a T, and then Oliver just took it to the next level. Like it's a
Mike was like, what modern comic books don't have enough of? Children screaming for their life in terror as they're covered in blood of their parents, like
exactly. There should be more of that. Fucking there should be. There needs to be that sort of thing. So perk wise, what I got is the new featured perk for the last 30 days of the campaign is that you can get a comic book and a poster as well. Your options are the cover, or the other one is this poster that was done for me called Battle Prayer, by the same guy who did the poster on Inglewood. So the very talented Chris Love.
So, then does Johnny Rando says, does Liam have a critique of the latest Oz video? What happened in the latest Oz video that I should know about? What's happening with that? Because I've literally No, I've been literally doing art boot camp all day. That's where I've been. So I've just been sitting there going, draw that better. This is how you do that. Like, what's going on?
I was posted a video earlier today about the war campaign issue, sort of.
I don't really have much to say about that after everything. So I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I'll have to take a look.
Stay out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at this point, it's they burn their bridges. That's what they're gonna do. So
King
anyway,
Copper says he did a poorly edited video on Warcamp.
Yeah, I just
That's
don't
all
know,
my
man.
video.
I liked it. It
I
was
didn't
good.
see it, so I don't know. What did the chat think?
It was good.
I don't know what the chat thought.
Because
Yeah,
Oz doesn't pay attention
tell my
sometimes.
comic.
I didn't do my homework either. I didn't watch it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I
Liam's
played it
not
earlier.
subbed to the
I don't know.
Oz
I guess
show.
you weren't
I
there
know.
at the time.
No, I'm busy. You know, like
No,
I
no, it's
said, I'm
not
in
for the-
boot
that's-
camp, so I haven't.
yeah.
I haven't.
No, it's
fucking
I
been
meant
looking at
Twitless.
YouTube today.
I
I'm
like
sorry,
it, Micah.
Yeah, I know
you.
you've been busy, Liam. So
Brother Guy says Liam doesn't do his homework. How many times I have to type this shit for fuck's sake? I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, Brother Guy.
Liam Oz.
your part.
Amit Rayner thought that I was tired on my last stream. I looked tired.
Your last stream was good.
You were going to give EVS 6 months, Liam, for the Dynamite situation. He came out more decisive. What's your take, Liam? Well, I thought that it would be unfair to put pressure on him, given that he would already be tied into sort of contractual agreements. And so I thought, you know, we'll see what his stance is in time. You know, like I didn't want to sort of place pressure on him in any way. But I think he made the right decision. He came out and he stood with his fans, and I think that was the right and honorable thing to do because, you know, I think it was the right message. It's not something I would have expected from him or demanded from him, but I'm very proud that he had the courage of his convictions to stand up and do it.
And now you work for Dynamite, according to some people.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
anyway.
I would never work with Dynamite under any capacity. I have no interest in working with them. I've expressed this before and after this Dynamite situation. It's just not my speed. It's not me. I can do everything I need to do on my own and with the help of the wonderful people in the chat. And I am lucky to be in that situation, and so is every other creator here in Comicsgate. That's my stance. Oh, and if there's anyone here that is not investing in Xenotype and helping those dreams come true, it's over there on Indiegogo, at least for a little bit longer now, you know? You want to pop over and grab yourself a copy, help push us up to 600 backers.
How much longer is it up for? Do you know?
As soon as I've been talking to the printer, we're actually doing some stuff with the colors, speeding some things up as well. But as soon as the colors are done, it's off to the printer, and then as soon as it's off to the printer, I'm closing it down. I'll give everyone like probably about 24 hours notice and say like this is it, but then that's it. She'll be out and shipped out.
All right, I better back it soon then.
Yeah, you know, I mean, realistic, you've probably got it about like until he finishes ballpark. You've probably got it, you know, another month, 2 months at most. You know, like it might be sooner. It depends on how fast we can sort of speed things up without it costing the quality of the book. Because all the line art's done. In fact, we finished 2 other volumes of Xenotype since the first one, including a bunch of bonus content we're going to be releasing for free to just, you know, people will be able to check out and have some fun with. But as it is, like we're a production machine, and Conquest has a lot of promise, and so back us and back Micah, because Micah's got good talent. And he's honestly looking out for his guys, and he's a good storyteller, you know? So check out Xenotype, back it, back Micah, back 3 days, 3 nights, 4 days. And yeah, get out there.
Micah, is that a poleaxe?
Which one?
The bottom right or left? Not the sword, though.
This is a horseman's axe, specifically.
Okay.
So,
what's he doing with a meat tenderizer though?
so this is definitely more.
It's like a,
I wanted to have somebody that uses a maul, you know.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, it's like, you know what? I started to look at ones from the time period. I'm like, I told Preston, I'm like,
They're
you
too
know what, man,
small.
just make something that looks fucking awesome, and he did.
It's more like a hammer.
Yeah,
I think for time.
The weird thing is that historical warhammers looked really small.
Oh yeah,
it's like more like a hammer. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't look as cool as the sort of like, you know, exaggerated fantasy versions.
Ahmed is saying. So what you're saying is that you're too slow to work for the mainstream. Ahmed, Xenotype's 200 pages long. It's
no, Liam.
You've got to understand. I don't know if you understand this or not, but I finished. Like I've done at this point, we're at like 400 and like I think nearly 20 pages worth of produced content. You understand? Like we are a machine. In fact, I don't think there's anyone else in independent comics, period, that works as fast as us at the quality that we work at. The problem that we ran into with our delays is that Scotsman came onto Xenotype when the project was finished, when we were about halfway through. So then on top of that, there was the COVID virus, you know what I mean? And he's in California, so he was hit pretty hard in that, you know, with the riots and everything as well. So that slowed us down for about a week or 2 weeks or so, but he was still even working through that. And you can see him color live on his YouTube channel, Scotsman TV. If you go check that out, like, I'm not trying to blow smoke up my ass here, but I'm pretty sure that we're the fastest guys in the Western comic book industry. Period. Like, I don't think there's anyone else that has production as fast and as reliable as we do.
See, I thought when he said main space stream space, I thought he meant that you're too slow to work on Oz's stream, which is the main stream, like as in live stream.
Oh, okay, cool. No dramas. No, and yeah, no, I say you just pull my leg. I'm not being like, oh, having a tan here. I'm just saying, like, so you guys know, like, our release date, there's still months before we hit our release date, you know? We're good. In fact, we plan to release early, you know? That's the goal here. But, yeah, so if you're listening to people saying, like, oh, Liam's late, nah, we're good. Go check the Indiegogo. We're ahead of schedule, and we got a lot of content to give you guys.
Yeah,
no
the
fucking
book looks
around
good.
here. No fucking around here, lads. We're playing for keeps.
What do you think of my new intro, Liam?
Is that the one with the Love Boat where you're singing in it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that it's pretty homoerotic. I think that the pillow fight. I think the pillow fight is inspirational. You know? It's,
that's Berserk and McCheese.
Yeah. Oh.
I had Camel Moon on tonight.
Oh, stop with this fucking picture.
I had Camel Moon on, and I wanted to know what his opinion was of this image.
Yeah, it's because you still got that floating around. I see. That's great. That's great. This is still a picture. That's go buy the orange koala pins. I assume you still can, even though that should be shut down by now.
Comic books, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Xenotype available now on Indiegogo. Please support Conquest Comics. Achieve our dreams. Make this change a reality. Yeah.
By the way, Oz, is John T in the waiting room?
Someone in the waiting room. Who would be in the waiting room?
No, that's what I was asking. Is John T in the waiting room?
No.
Okay, funny how that works.
He ran away. You scared away one of my viewers.
I just asked him to come in and see what the problem was, and I guess he doesn't want to talk about it.
Nah,
you wanted to internet fight him.
No, I legitimately wondered what his problem was with me, and then we would have talked about it.
Liam is indie comic explaining to Ahmed. I know, aren't I the worst? And I see it just like that orange koala on public transit as well. You know, I am the worst. I'm the worst. More pants, but just as much spread, you know.
Oh,
Johnny Rando wants this as a shirt. I had a guy on, Liam, that was a graphic designer, and he was really into this picture.
Are you for real?
Yeah. He was like, "Oh, yeah, I could definitely make shirts out of that."
Oh.
God, isn't comic books great? Isn't comics amazing?
He could, but he's not going to.
All right, so I'm
he's
gonna
not taken away from that, you know.
I'm gonna go jump on. I'm gonna go see John's stream now.
Yeah. We'll end this
now-
one, everyone. Go over to John's stream and spam the chat saying that the Oz Show sent you.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming out. Thanks for having me on. I'm going to get back to work. So.
Good to see you
Later,
again.
Liam.
Good luck, Liam.
Peace, guys.
See you
Take
guys.
care.
Micah, will you ever do an eBay store or anything? Like, it's just easier for me. Like, I can probably do this if
I don't know.
Berserk will meet you under an underpass and give you cash for your comic.
Dude, I wish you were in fucking Walmart so I could fucking go and buy it in
I
cash.
know. There may be a day where like we're able to get stuff into retail, but it's a while down the road. When it comes to like if you don't want to back it through Indie, or if like there's payment issues with Indiegogo,
I
think you
will.
can. Yeah, you can set something up through Google Pay though, and it makes it easier.
Is that the Testify I keep hearing about?
Yeah, Testify's in here, but he won't come on because it's War Campaign's banned, and he's apparently he's been let back into War Campaign.
Oh, is he back in? Is that a thing? Oh, I did see something on D Live where I was like, yeah, we'll let him back in or something. Like, I don't know why. Like, he's a good warrior or something. That's what he said. I don't.
That's
I
far
don't get
you're not going to have anything in a store.
Okay, buddy.
I'm too employed to know all the lore here.
I am too, motherfucker. Goddamn, I'm not a piece of shit.
You're all bums.
Damn, I have to be on right now, but dude, I make good money, so fuck it.
Twitless comes in, he's like, "You're all bums. You in the chat, you all suck."
I will tell you this: Sketch weirded me out with Liam. Like, he's like, "Don't give him your backer info," and like all this shit. I'm like, God damn, like
He
I
has
don't
that
wanna
effect on people.
yeah, like I want comics, dude. Like, sorry, when I was young, comics were like a nerdy thing to fucking be in. Like, and now like you got Micah and all these little fucking bitches that are blue haired, and it's like the cool thing to do. I think that might be what fucking up comics right now too. It's like a cool thing to get into, and they don't give a shit about the history. Like, fuck them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I was gonna go, but instead
you left.
No, wait,
Yeah,
didn't you leave?
I seriously thought you'd gone.
no. I muted myself. And then I went to sort of log out, you know, and I just sort of saw what Odie was up to before I clicked away, and then I started being, you know, yeah. So maybe we'll stick around a bit longer. I'm gonna stick around a little bit longer.
Are you actually gonna let me talk about the tiers now, Liam?
There you go. Do it.
Okay. All right.
I want to hear
Interrupt me all the time, damn it.
I know.
And again,
I
I'm
know.
putting the commie hat on, just so you know.
Put the commie hat on, and you'll have this Berg fight that you guys, in the chat want. you
No,
know?
Mike is gonna put the Russian bear.
But
that was it was a protein shake.
But anyway, I've already mentioned the comic book. There's also the comic and art book. So this is another extra thing. If you want the a book that basically catalogs the art process of how this book happened, then this is definitely for you. So then on top of that, if you want to get a personalized sketch of one of the characters from the book in that art book, you can do so here. We've only got 7 of them left, by the way.
Micah?
Yes.
Give me a second. That bonfire reminds me of Dark Souls.
Oh, yeah. I'm a huge Dark Souls fan.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yep. And then
I love Dark Souls too. I second that.
Awesome
Dark Souls
series.
is
Awesome series. Then from there, we also have a drawn-in tier for $250. And then, by the way, this also has the comic and the art book included in it. So it's not just drawn in and then you have to, redo it. And then if you want a piece of original art from the guy who beat Doodle on War Campaign's little drawing show, well, you can get that as well. So, but yeah, it's going to be an amazing comic book, and always being worked on, like everything that I'm doing. And then, of course, if you backed Inglewood, you'll have your, the last people will have their books in their hands by the end of the week. I'm always checking the tracking numbers to make sure that people are getting their stuff and so on and so forth. And that way, if there's any issues in shipping, I'll know about it. So
no, you're nearly at 15,000. Have you hit refresh?
Yeah.
Refresh?
I have not yet.
Did you refresh? Not here we go.
I just did. Nope, nobody yet.
Oh, nobody yet.
I think you got one in me, dude. So I will. You'll be my first Indiegogo purchase. So,
dude, I appreciate that. Like seriously,
I dig it.
So Black Daddy says, "Are we going to get those with bags and boards too, Micah? And wet due to it being delivered in the rain? Is it Micah?
Oh, well, I can't control the weather.
What do you mean you can't control the?
All right, look, I tried to get on. I tried to get on.
Oh, look, it's the loser hour. I got
here you are, starting off with Testify, the loser hour. Here we are. Yeah, the loser. It starts
Says
here,
the guy
right?
sitting at home. Okay.
Ladies and fucking gentlemen, here we are. Minute one of the loser hour. Starting off. Here we are.
It's so easy looking in your people's heads.
You fucking geek.
It's so easy, isn't it?
All right. So I think
Testify.
introductions are in order. I've never had the pleasure.
Oh, you're missing out. You're missing out.
Oh yeah. Can I ask one question?
No.
Just one.
No, Derek Chauvin, you cannot.
Yeah.
Derek
Come on,
Chauvin?
camera. Come on, camera, you little
Chauvin.
fucking bitch. Yo, you're a fucking pussy. At least Liam has the balls to come on camera.
Liam, are you
fuck.
gonna leave the internet for the 197th time?
Yo, fuck off, dude.
Sure. I'm gonna leave the internet for the 100th and
Liam doesn't want drama, dude. That's it. Like he doesn't.
197th time. So, Micah, did you send out all your comic books boarded and bagged?
Bagged?
No.
Boarded and bagged,
Discuss,
no,
guys.
They were sent out. Oh, somebody pussed out.
Yeah. No, it's almost like he just came in to dig and not actually fucking look for an answer.
I don't think he likes me very much.
Maybe he fell over and bumped his head. I hear that happen.
I mean, I would have given him a fair shake if he would have said more than 10 words that, I don't know, said something.
There's no point. You're not going to get nowhere, dude.
Here's what I find funny. So we got Black in the chat getting all pissy. So he's getting all mad. Says if it's bagged and boarded, I guess that it comes damaged, and that's your excuse. You don't control the weather. Well, I can't control the rain. You French moron.
You can put it in a Ziploc bag.
No. Don't call him a moron. Look, okay, if someone didn't get their product the way that they wanted it and it was damaged, I'm sure you would replace it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Not an issue.
If it was damaged.
Solved. If it was damaged, not a problem.
But nobody has said it's been damaged.
So.
Interesting.
Put it in a Ziploc bag.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Should it have been sent out bag and board? I'll give you that. We should have done that. And that was my mistake for not watching it. So if it does get damaged, you need to let me know. Not complain on your little Discord server like children.
How dare you make a mistake?
A Ziploc bag would be an upgrade from everything you're sending out.
Oh my god, dude, are you?
Why does he keep ducking out like the instant he says something?
He don't like me,
He's scared
dude.
of repercussions, man. He's scared of.
He don't like me. I'll pick that bitch apart, dude.
Oh,
well, Black, all you have to do is send an email to us with your backer number so we can check it. And then we can get a replacement sent out.
Yeah, black man, just hit him up, let him know what went wrong, and you'll send a replacement. It's all good. Yeah. Like, no one's trying to fucking screw anyone around. Believe it or not. We don't gain.
I was just at the post office right now. The mail system is fucked up. Like, you can't blame that on no one. Like, I'm sorry, you can't.
Black, I know how you act, like with all the shit you talk about Mandy Summers and stuff like that behind the scenes.
What did Mandy do?
I've been in that server, dude.
What did Mandy do?
You don't fucking jackjaw like you guys always do on there. And then you kicked everyone out because you were so paranoid. Speaking of which.
Got another question, testify.
Mandy Summers is a whore.
That's substantive criticism right there.
Yeah. Okay, buddy.
Micah, you will never have a comic in a store ever.
Says...
You are a failure. Liam Gray, you are a failure. I just want to let you all know that.
Thank you for your great bar. Thank you for your high bar of criticism. I appreciate it. I'm sure I can use it to better my business. Testify.
Okay. Yes.
You have no business.
I have no business. You're right. You're right.
You sound like Sketch, dude.
Do you have any idea how big of a glass house you live in right now?
As someone who doesn't know the lore,
do you know how big you are?
Yes.
Jeez.
You don't. You're nobody. You'll never be anybody.
Coming from you, that literally means nothing.
I know.
Then why are you even saying that?
Because you're listening like a dumb shit and talking to me, you dumb fuck.
You came on here to talk.
No, I just wanted to make fun of you. It's kind of funny.
For what?
Because he's a dumb
shit.
What
did Micah do? What did Micah was on your side?
I
was
have
cool
a side.
with you for ages.
Side? I know.
And then you said something about like whisper campaigns. I asked you for proof and you never gave me anything.
Because the guy that runs the show won't show it.
No, testify. You said you were in law enforcement, right? You know what burden of proof is.
I got it.
What is it? Where is your evidence? Can you present it to us?
Yes, I have it. Will you show it, Oz?
Sure, present it. I'm interested in this. Of me being in a whisper campaign.
No, I didn't talk to you. I was talking to Oz, the host of the show. Somebody that actually has a show.
I have a show too, bud.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You think you do. You don't.
I do have one.
Nobody watches it. It's fine.
I get just as many views as Wenger does.
Who's Wenger?
You know who Wenger is.
Oh wait, he actually sends out stuff that actually gets in a plastic bag at least. Unlike you.
I thought I didn't send anything out at all. Your story's suddenly changing.
No.
Do I send things out or do I not?
I don't know. You tell me. Does it come in a bag and a board?
I thought that the debate was whether or not they go out.
Okay, what do they go out in if they go out even?
In a Gemini mailer.
Oh, a Gemini with no bag and board.
No, they didn't go out in bag and boards.
Because you're a liar and you're a thief and you're a
I never said that they
and
did.
you're part of Conquest Comics, owned by Liam Gray.
He's not part of Conquest Comics, Mike.
Oh, yes, he
Liam,
is.
shut up for a second.
No, he's not. No,
yes, he is.
Stop for a second.
Bullshit.
Liam Gray.
Where did I say?
Conquest Comics.
Testify. Where did I say that they went out in bag and board?
Because.
No, where did I say it?
Liam Gray said Conquest Comics gives superiority to everybody.
Testify. Answer the question. Stop dodging.
You are part of
Stop
Conquest
dodging
Comics.
the question.
What question?
You did I say they went out in bag and board?
So do you think it's quality?
Stop dodging
comics?
the question.
I'm
did
answering
it go
your
out
question.
in bag and board?
No.
Did I say that? I did not. Okay then.
Why?
They should have. It was a mistake in the shipping process.
Oh, a mistake.
Yes, it was a
Dude.
mistake. And it's one that I'm
Confirmed.
willing to rectify if the
Micah-
books are damaged.
Micah
Testify.
is a
Shut the
mistake.
fuck up.
Micah is a
I am willing.
mistake.
I am. Unlike you, testify. I've
Micah,
actually ran a
Micah,
business. I know
Micah,
what I'm
you're
doing.
a mistake.
Oh, okay. Again,
You're almost the second poster boy of the reason for post-op abortion. Next to Berserk Guts.
All right, I have a question. Why
Oh
do you,
my god. That's
Well,
relatively clever.
Hold on. As someone who doesn't know the lore here, why do you think that Micah and Liam are con artists? Can you spell that out for me?
This should be interesting.
No, I'm listening. Spell it out for me.
It's so beautiful.
Fuck,
Get that little
dude.
smirk.
You're such a fucking pussy.
Your smirk.
Just spit it out.
Your smirk. It's
Let me
going
say it.
down.
I'm laughing at you because you're a fucking paranoid weirdo.
Hold on. Testify.
Yes, Whitley.
I do not know the lore here. You seem to be saying that there's some con artists here. Why do you think they're con artists, and what can they do to not be con artists? Can you spell that out?
Twitless, have you gone to that StarWarsGuy.com before?
Answer the question, pussy.
He is. See, no, man. You see, that
I don't
is the
care who
fucking
you're
answer,
talking
though.
to.
It's
Stop being
it's
a
have you
wuss and
subscribed?
answer.
No, man, Micah. Dude,
Liam.
that's his answer. He's have you subscribed to my YouTube channel? I'm going to say shit that pisses people off. So that
Give me
people
viewers.
attention. Give me attention. Oh,
Liam, knock it off. Testify.
Liam, you're doing
You got
everything
nothing.
I want you to do right
yes,
now.
you're a mastermind. Testify. You're a fucking genius. Everyone's gonna run over to your channel and listen to you bitch and moan about shit that you don't give a fuck about, and until eventually they realize that you're full of shit. In fact, you know what? I don't think that anyone's even gonna go over there. You're a fucking
Liam,
joke, mate.
your
You're a
self-conscious
fucking
is
joke.
talking out loud right now.
Yeah, my self-conscious is talking out
You're
right
full
now.
of shit.
Just like you're going around telling everyone that Micah works for Conquest. Micah doesn't work for Conquest. You don't know shit about my internal structure or my fucking business.
Are
But
you and
only
Oz
up and
business
down
partners?
my-
Are you and Oz business partners?
I
Liam
have a
Oz.
partnership with Oz regarding a book. Yes.
Liam
No,
Oz.
I've said this publicly. It's not a fucking secret.
Liam
You
and
keep looking
Oz
like
are
it's a
business
one-up.
partners.
You're like
One and
sketch,
one.
dude.
On a book,
You're
Have fun.
on a fucking book, on one book,
Here's
he
the
doesn't
difference,
own.
Berserk
He
Guts.
doesn't own any
I'm
share
right.
of fucking Conquest.
Goodbye.
Right about what?
You haven't been
Yeah,
right
go
about
away. Look,
anything.
let me address
Again,
this.
he
Let me
puts his
fucking
out and
address it.
leaves.
Because this is bullshit, is what it is. He fucking is acting like he's got me in a gotcha. I've told everyone this from the start. Way back in the day, right? No, way back in the fucking day. Fucking Lee, yeah, busted. Lee ended up hiring a bunch of people and not
Gotta
giving
kill
them
me.
and not giving them a percentage ownership in anything that they fucking worked on, right? So when I started out my company, part of the thing that I wanted to do different was I gave a share of ownership of whatever book that someone was working on with me to the artist who was working on with me, in addition to their salary, so that if it got really big, they wouldn't be
I have
screwed
a
around.
question. I have
Let
a
him go.
question real quick, guys. I have a question. Berserk Guts, are you a
Yes.
bitch?
Only for you, testify. You scare me. I mean,
I know I do.
wheelchairs kind of scare me, dude. So
I'm glad you watched the show. That's StarWarsGuy.com.
no, I don't.
Yeah, you do. How
You
would know I'm in a
invited me to
wheelchair?
go on your fucked up show, and I wouldn't because you're a fucking stalking little.
When did I do
fucking-
that?
In one of Oz's comments on his fucking shows, you're like, "Come on my show, Berserk."
I'm just getting very
Oh.
confused. What is going on?
Dude,
You're not gonna give a straight answer, dude.
So how does it matter if Micah ships his shit if it comes in perfect? Like, no corners bent. Like, what's it matter to you?
Well, no,
hear
it's
what you're
Do you have
saying out loud?
pictures? Do you have
hold on
proof
one
that his
second.
shit's showing up wrong?
Hold on one sec.
You're
Hold
doing
on
everything
one
for
sec.
me, Berserk Guts. Keep talking. Please,
Here's the
keep
thing.
talking.
Here's the thing.
What,
I will.
Mike?
I will actually
What?
give you that we should have shipped them in bag and board.
No.
That was a mistake on my part.
Oh,
Mike,
my
it's
part.
So, and that's
My
what,
part.
that's why.
My
Testify.
part. Who
Shut up
else?
for a second. I'm
Who
actually
else's part?
testify. I'm giving you something.
Who else's part?
What does
It's
it
only
matter?
your fault. It's your
I'm
fault.
I'm the guy who's at the head of it, right?
It's your fault.
So it's my responsibility. Yes.
No,
Micah.
no, Mike.
Micah, you don't have to
It's
give
your
people.
fault.
You should have bag and boards, dude. If it shows up good, put it in a bag and board. It's 25 cents, dude.
Oh, only Micah. It
But
only
here's the
cost-
thing. No, I
Micah,
should have sent
it was
it out
only
that
25
way.
cents.
And then
Micah, it
everything.
was only 25 cents.
I'm fully aware. Testify. Calm down for a second.
No,
bud.
Berserk Guts
Relax,
wanted to let you
relax.
know it's
It's
only
okay.
25 cents.
It's okay, bud. You're gonna be all right.
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Are you? I'm pretty good, man.
Liam, are you okay, buddy?
I need
you
a
having
drink.
another
but other than
aneurysm?
that.
How's your cancer doing?
I
Or your
don't have
brain
cancer.
injury
Yeah, it's doing
for the
it's doing
90th
good.
time?
No. Don't put that fucking shit on me, man. That's bullshit.
What's going
That's-
on?
No, what checkup are you going in on? The 97th checkup for your brain injury?
No, I went in.
Oh, you got to keep
last week.
spreading that
I
one
went in.
too.
I went in last week for.
God,
for
you guys are just really this dense. Really?
No, you're a piece of shit. You know, you are a piece of
you're
fucking shit.
Conquest Comics calls customers pieces of shit.
You're
Good
not a
turd.
customer.
You're not a customer, dude.
You haven't bought shit from anyone. You're
hold
a
on a
fucking
sec.
parasite on the body Comicsgate.
How would you know?
Fucking turd.
How would you guys know?
Flat out said that
How would you guys know?
Testify. You said I wasn't worth investing.
You guys discuss amongst yourselves. Goodbye.
Yeah.
You're
a piece
fucking
of shit.
pussy. So let me put something into this.
You are a piece of
Liam,
shit.
he's trying to set you off, dude.
Liam, you're taking the bait.
Dealing with
Listen
this
to me.
fucking parasite.
Liam,
what he fucking
Liam,
is.
Stop.
Yeah.
Listen for a
He's
second.
trying to.
He's baiting you.
Yeah, you're falling for it, dude. Listen to me. He flat out said, "I am not worth investing in." He also said that Liam is not worth investing in. He's not a customer then. I mean, by his own admission.
Dude, I bet you I'd back
So
more.
if you're not a customer, what does it even matter? You know, and if he
Look,
doesn't want
guys,
to buy from me, that's fine.
guys,
He's welcome to.
I'm
to
sorry.
put his money wherever he wants.
Guys,
You know?
I'm
And-
sorry for losing my shit on stream, right? Okay.
That's what he was trying to do, though.
I shouldn't have yelled. I shouldn't have fucking yelled.
Don't give
right?
him an
Wait a
inch.
minute. I just want to talk to the chat for just a fucking second so they have a clear picture of what's actually fucking going on here, right? This guy pretended to be my fucking friend. He pulled this is sketch therapy all fucking over again, right? He tried to send me to fucking war with Ethan. I said fucking no. He said there's no room for fucking fence sitters, and he started pulling this shit. I blocked him. I ignored him. I walked away from him. I sent him a message going like, hey, I don't think that we can actually resolve this because I think that you're trying to stir shit to be the new blood sports because you're fucking trying to fucking be something big, but you got nothing to offer no one, and I'm not interested in it, right? I told him what's going on. He's acting like all of this. He's like telling half-truths. He's spinning shit. And when he couldn't get to me because I just decided, fucking, I'm ignoring this cunt, right? Like, he started going after fucking Odie, okay? That's who this piece of shit is, okay? So he's using social justice warrior tactics to try and disrupt my business, to try and make you guys not trust me. He's trying to make, he's trying to bring stress onto me to cause...
He's the biggest problem War Campaign has right now, probably.
Exactly.
They kicked him out twice.
He stalked Anna and then denied it. He stirred all of the conflict with fucking Anna. That whole Anna cover thing was fucking...
That was fucking weird, dude.
Whipping people into a fucking frenzy. Good people turning them fucking into fucking anger. And it's just... He's a troll. He's a fucking waste of life troll. And if I hadn't known he was coming on, I wouldn't have fucking come on. Right?
No, just Liam, let him get to you. Don't.
Hey, Liam, how you doing, buddy? I'm right here, Fred.
Well, I'm glad you're
Liam?
here.
No, you're not. You're
finally
you're
answer my
not.
question.
You're not. And I
So,
never...
Liam, stop for a second.
Hi, Liam.
Stop for a second.
Oh, stop.
So, testify, quick
Micah
question.
said stop, Liam. Micah
Testify,
said stop.
question for you. And it's Micah, but that's okay. You even said that I was not worth investing in, correct?
No, you're not.
Okay, so you're not my customer.
Oh, I've already invested in your shit, and I know it's going to come as shit.
But you just said you're not investing in me again. So you're no longer going to be a customer of mine.
No,
correct?
not again.
Okay,
Because
then you're not my, then,
you're a
then I
failure.
can I can treat you however I want.
Oh, you're going to treat people. You don't want a chance to gain that potential lost customer back, like a
Well,
dumbass.
given the fact that you have treated me the way that you have, the way that you've treated other people the way you have, why would I continue to
Well,
want
you've
your
already
business?
admitted to not sending stuff in quality packaging, and you said that you failed and you shortchanged everybody because you probably ran
Well,
out of
now,
money.
hold on.
You
Hold
probably
on a
ran
sec.
out of money, but you don't
Well,
want
that's an interesting conspiracy theory.
Not
But,
conspiracy, it's the truth. Why'd you send it?
Well,
like that,
what's your
then?
evidence then?
You sending it out without bag and boards?
How do you know that?
It only
that's-
cost a
how-
quarter, Micah.
Right.
Do
and
you
I
want to make
should've
that a
sent it.
tier? Do you want to make that a tier, Micah?
Why
An
would I
extra
do that?
quarter
Why
to
would I
get a
need
bag
to
and
do?
board?
Why would I need to do that?
You're doing it because that's quality. I thought that's
No,
what
no.
Comicsgate
Why would I
is.
need to
We're
make a tier
all in
for it?
comics.
Is the
Hold
question.
on, hold on. We're all in comics. You're gonna say you don't have extra bag and boards.
Berserk Guts.
If it comes,
Berserk
if
Guts,
it
your
comes
mom's
to you
calling.
and it's not
Your mom's
damaged,
calling. She's upstairs. Go
No,
talk to
why
your
would I
mom.
need to make? Why would I need to make a tier out of it? And what's your evidence that I mismanaged the funds?
Very
Where's your
simply,
proof?
why wouldn't you put it in a quarter?
So
in
it's
Berserk Guts
circular.
words,
So it's
bag and board.
circular logic then, because it didn't come in a bag and
Circular
board.
logic, quality.
Yes, and I'm actually going to explain
Quality
to you. I
is
understand that you're not a smart
quality.
guy. That's okay.
Oh, I'm
not
not a
everybody
smart
has
guy.
intelligence. I mean,
Oh, I
I've
know,
met some pretty
especially
dumb
you.
cops before, and you're definitely one of them. That's why I compared you to Derek
hold
Chauvin.
Hold on.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were to
a
put
quarter,
your
a
knee.
quarter.
If you were
A
able to
quarter.
raise your knee, it wouldn't surprise me
one
if you put
quarter.
it on a black man's neck and killed him. That's just your character.
Hold on.
Wow, racism.
That's
A
just the
black
way.
man's neck.
Hold on.
That's you, man.
Hold on. Gentlemen.
Wow.
They want that 25 cents,
Wow.
dude, for a bag.
Hey
of beer.
guys,
They're
hey guys in
supposedly
Discord,
comics.
clip that real quick.
They're
And I'm talking
supposedly
about your
comics,
Discord,
though.
Liam.
They don't got bags and boards at their house, dude. Bullshit, dude.
I have a
You should
question.
have a bag
Are
and
you
board for
okay?
Liam, I'm so in your Discord. They're talking about it right now. It's so funny. You guys are.
What did
all
Liam do to
pathetic.
you, dude? Like,
Again,
Liam is
con
fucking war
artist.
campaign. Like,
You're a failed law
con
enforcement
artist.
officer in a wheelchair.
A
Who are you
I'm-
talking? Who are you talking
Hold-
about?
hold-
Like
hold
failing?
on. All right, hold on.
There's a reason I compare you to Derek Chauvin. You're just as much of a creep.
Right.
I'm in a wheelchair too, huh? Okay.
Or so I've been told. Are you not? I mean, you could always get on camera and show me.
Oh my god.
Testify. Why do you feel like these guys are not worth investing in?
Because they're liars and they're gonna ruin anything that Comicsgate possibly had
What
going
did I
for
lie
them.
about? That's an interesting conspiracy theory.
What have they?
too.
What have they lied about? I'm just.
Yeah, I'm
no,
interested
I
in
think
hearing
Liam's
this.
a better writer than Gat. Maybe it's that.
And that's your
Well,
opinion.
he doesn't need as
That
much
is my
editing, at least
opinion.
from what
Let him
Steve
say
Dice
his
told me.
piece. Let him say.
I
his
did. All
right.
You're right.
All right. You think that they're liars and they're con artists. Why do
Yes.
you feel? Why do you feel that way? I want to hear it from your own.
Okay. Can I ask a question to to be able to give a correct answer to that?
I prefer you just give your side.
I
of the story.
I don't have all the answers, so I need.
That's
how
fine.
much you-
That's why I
no,
said,
let
why do
me
you
ask.
feel that
Let
way?
me
I thought
ask.
you
Hold
did.
on. Let me ask.
All right.
Micah.
What?
Dear Micah, how much did you charge for shipping?
On Inglewood, I do not remember. It was not very high.
And you're in charge of your company and you don't remember?
Not off the top of my head. The campaign was
Wow,
a year ago.
you are a business genius, man.
Yes, because
God.
you know so much about
You
business.
must have
don't
learned. You must have been groomed by Liam.
Okay, these are just insults. I want substance. Why do you feel
You're not
like
going to get it, Twitless.
you know?
How,
Like,
he's not a bright guy.
Twitless. How much do you think you should be charged to get a comic in a board in a bag in a Gemini mailer? How much do you think that should cost?
Still waiting for the lie. I haven't heard that.
I
part
actually
yet.
I don't know because I don't know shipping very well. It's actually something I'm looking into. What is the standard
if you
cost?
paid, let's say you paid more than say $5, do you think you should get something like that?
If I pay more than $5, I should get what exactly?
In domestic, I'm talking about in the United States, which Micah is, sending it to me.
Uh-huh.
Do you think it would cost more than $5 to get it in a board, a bag, and a Gemini mailer?
Well, it's interesting because on mine you wouldn't have paid that even $5. From what I
Well, how
pulled up
much?
here on the campaign, it was actually $4.
4. Okay,
Yes.
so should it cost more than 4?
I don't know. I don't ship.
A
I've not
board, a bag, and a Gemini mailer. And here's the thing: Micah knows how much those things cost, and there's way less than $4.
Yeah,
Yeah, and but you didn't send them out in those.
I should have.
Well, you have
Woulda, coulda,
Micah-
shoulda. So you're a woulda, coulda, shoulda.
You got to pay the stamp too. Like
If it comes in perfect condition, who cares if it comes in a mailer, dude? I got the whole
I do.
box.
I do.
Why?
Well,
Because I want
but
quality.
why do we care about what you think, though?
Because everybody that makes quality products sends them in those.
Okay, no. So to clarify your point, you have
Langer?
you have. Wait, let me finish. All right. So Testify has a standard of shipping. You feel like these men have not met it. Is that
They
what I'm
haven't.
saying?
He admitted he didn't.
Okay. So here's how could he make amends to meet that standard in the future?
Send it in a Gemini mailer, a
For you.
board, in a bag.
Done.
Okay. So he just agreed to that.
Okay.
He agreed
So
to
where's
your
the problem?
Don't
Because
do
you're
it.
not shipping them out in those.
Micah,
I will
you're
in the
bending the
future.
knee.
I'm more than happy to do so
No,
in the future.
yeah, you're right, Berserk. You did it for me by saying a quarter for a board in a bag. Thank you for giving me the idea.
They're
You
cheap,
helped.
dude. What is that a big deal? If it comes to you, you can fucking display it however you want.
Because
You're gonna
Conquest
read
Comics.
it first.
Conquest
What are you
You're
look at it?
deflecting. You're deflecting again. Testify. Testify.
Really?
You're deflecting.
So you have
Stay on
admitted
topic.
you have admitted on a stream to sending out shit.
I'd rather
quality
read it.
wise.
No, I did not.
I'd
send
rather
out
read
shit. I
it.
sent out a great book.
Yeah, but when
And
people
by the
get it
way,
in good quality.
Black is the
Fuck.
first person that I have heard from yet that has
Wow.
complained about the quality,
So what
including
was
from
this
War
about a
Campaign
black guy
members,
putting a black knee on somebody?
including
What
Pan
black-
did not complain either. He said his book came in perfect condition.
Who's talking from War Campaign? Are you talking to me?
I thought you were. Oh, that's right. They kicked you out, didn't they?
Did they?
No.
All right, let's
He's
not get
back.
personal. Let's not get
Well,
off.
actually, no, they actually did at one point. In fact, I can show
Did they?
some images that were sent to me from Kabir Kumar.
Oh, it's like hurting cats.
Oh,
No,
really?
no, he
You
brought him back.
Show it.
Absolutely.
Do
He
it.
brought him back on the last D-Live show, I think, Micah.
Micah, show it. Do it.
I would
Absolutely.
really like to hear the evidence you have that Micah Curtis is an employee of Conquest Comics.
That's an interesting one too. I've never seen.
Well,
any
prove
sort
that
of-
Oz doesn't have anything to do with Xenotype, and then I'll answer
You're
your thing.
deflecting again.
Okay.
Testify.
No, wait, no, I will.
Do it, Liam. Do it.
Oz,
Prove it.
Oz,
Show us the contract. Show us the contract.
you want to see my contract?
Yes, I want to see your contract.
For lock and load to show
Show it.
evidence that he's not.
Now hold
doing-
on. You're asking for
to
something that might have an
Xenotype.
NDA.
No,
in
no,
it.
no,
Th-
no,
that's
no,
ridiculous.
Micah, you guys don't know business. You don't know what NDAs
Says
are. So show
says
it.
the failed law enforcement officer. You do not understand
No,
the
well, wait a
glass
minute.
house that
How
you're
does
sitting
me-
in.
How does
testify.
me? How does
You
me?
sound ridiculous.
No, wait. How does me showing a contract with Oz for a separate book unconnected to Xenotype in any capacity prove that he's not
It's
connected
the
to
echo
Xenotype?
chamber that Micah and Liam live in. They've heard this and
That's
they think this.
Echo chamber.
That's
So
hilarious.
So you want me to
Wow.
provide?
Conspiracy.
You want me to provide evidence?
Yes, because
that
you're a
there-
liar.
there's none
You're
of
a
it. No,
liar. You're a con man. You're full of shit.
Yeah,
and
and
you
you're a
don't have
stalker,
you don't
dude.
have any brain problem.
Tell me who I
You are
fucking
full of
conned.
shit.
Tell me who I fucking conned.
Everybody.
Who?
That you're
How? In what
deflecting
Everybody.
again. You're
Why don't you go
deflecting
groom
again.
some more children, Liam? Go groom.
Oh,
Yo, fuck
wow.
off.
That's childish. Goodness.
Did he not say he's going to groom a young autist?
Liam,
That is
Liam, this
not-
motherfucker's
what
trying to
on
get
earth
to
are
you,
you
dude.
talking
Liam,
about?
don't
That won't
respond.
work. That won't work.
No, what you
That
don't
is-
get, berserk guts. What you don't get is this is going to drive him mad right now.
No, it's
Because he
not.
knows that he's just exposed himself.
I think Liam's
No, I
over
haven't
it.
What the
exposed
fuck are
myself.
you
You're-
even talking?
You live in this
Testify.
weird, fucking insane.
He's trying to get a
world,
Call
man.
Quits
He's
comics.
trying to get a reaction out of you
Testify.
still,
You
Liam.
haven't been
I've already
able to
got it.
even. You haven't
Yeah,
even
I
been
know you
able to
did.
prove a
Berserk Guts,
single
you are
point
right
since you
now.
come in here.
Berserk Guts, you are the most intelligible person on this right now. Thank you.
Congratulations, you got responses.
Why is he being such
I'm
a
pretty
pussy?
retarded, so
Well, here's the thing. He comes in here and he constantly makes these claims. And anytime you ask him, "Do you have evidence of
He's
such?"
accusing me of
It's
criminal
not there.
activity. He's
I'm sorry,
accusing me
Oz.
of
Go ahead
committing
and read that super chat.
that's what he does, dude.
Black Daddy for $1.99. Thank you very much. Says Testy, ask Liam if his book is coming in a Roo pouch.
Well, he dropped off, so
No. It will not come in a Roo pouch. I'm sorry. To get them to sort of hop overseas and all of that stuff, it's
Okay.
way too expensive, you know.
But anyway, he asked here, if I had any evidence of whether or not he was banned from the War Campaign Discord. This was sent to me by Kabir Kumar. It was sent to me a while back. In fact, I can get the exact date if you'd like me to. I'm not going to show the messages on Twitter. I don't want to show the exact conversation. But basically, he told me something about platform rights and that, they basically just got tired of him being a psychopath.
you're engaging with him though. Like he is a psychopath. He's a stalker.
This is really all that really needs to be said. Should I have shipped it in bag and board? Absolutely. And like I told Black, email me so I can go ahead and get a replacement if it was damaged. He hadn't actually made me aware until right now, which I find interesting. He took the opportunity to do it on a live stream as opposed to doing it and just asking me about it. I never gave the impression, by the way, that I would never actually fix such things, at least not to my recollection. So I find that this is just a game that these guys are playing, and it's really silly. It's very childish, but this is what we can expect. I mean,
It's childish, and this is regarding people's businesses. For people that claim, oh yeah, we're not going to get involved in people's money, seems an awful lot like that's exactly what you're fucking doing, right? Like trying to come in,
Liam, it's promotion. They're promoting their shit
they're
through
trying to
you
promote-
too.
Yeah,
Like,
well, it's ridiculous. And the thing is, like, okay, so when I hired Oz to work on my book, like, I gave him a share of ownership of the property that we're going to release when we release it, which we haven't even announced. It's a long way off, right? That's not unethical. Okay, for starter, that's not unethical. When Oz was on my show and we're getting super chats, I sent him half the super chat money because
That's
He
right,
was my
though.
co-host. That's the fair thing to do. If someone's your co-host, you know, I didn't want it to be like I was greedy or anything. And people had sent questions to him and stuff too. I just thought that's the fair thing to do. And that's how you do, you know, that's how you do business right. You know, like there's nothing more to that. He has no connection to Xenotype in any way. And the reason that he's trying to get Oz to have a link to Xenotype is because he wants the people in War Campaign and other parts of Comicsgate that don't like Oz to refund my book, because they'll think, oh, if Oz is connected to Xenotype, then I'll refund it. And he wants to turn more people against me. It's
But what happened to War Campaign? They weren't like this.
All right. I need a palate cleanser. Micah, can you bring up your artwork again?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Please.
Because you're off Twitter. Well, like I said, Black, you could have just emailed me, and I would have definitely taken care of it for you. I don't understand why you're so upset with me. I'm just not a fan of some of the things that I've seen you say within the War Campaign Discord about people that I like, you know, and you're.
So here's what
It's just childish to me.
Here's the bone I'll toss. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I understand, and I think you guys were agreeing that if someone got a product and they were dissatisfied with it, that they would feel, you know, a small measure of dissatisfaction, maybe even feel betrayed, and that there's an inclination to go, "Oh, this is a scam." I can understand
for
that
a bag and board. Like
no.
Let's talk real numbers here. Okay, so it's
Hey,
estimated.
Liam, stop
it's
interrupting me and let
estimated-
him talk. I get you're worked up, man, but you got to let him speak.
I said I understand the feeling. Okay, notice I said feeling, not the facts. Okay, I understand how someone could be like, "Oh, it's a scam," but it's like that's when I tried to ask him what could he do to make it better. And he said, "Well, ship it this way." And then Micah said, "Well, I'm going to do that." So that's where he loses me, because it's like when you have a customer service exchange, it's like, I'm dissatisfied with my chicken sandwich. I'll give you a free one instead. I still hate you. I still hate you. And it's like, I can't do anything else for you, sir. Like it's.
Well, and this is the thing. Black says in the chat. Liam, give me a second. Jesus. Black says, I expected excellence, not to have to reach out to a creator about his fuck ups. Well, here's the thing. Again, Black, I am sorry that didn't come in bag and board. It should have, but I can't control the weather either. So, but again, like I've said over and over, I'm willing to replace that comic for you. So you can get in touch with me through email, like anybody would, and do so. But right now, you're just acting like a giant Karen.
Now,
okay.
And as I've been trying to say, right, this is a business thing, guys, so that everyone in the chat understands. There is a 10 to 15% likelihood that a product will be damaged in shipping, right? That's your numbers. Right now, that's for anything, for any business that you work in when you're shipping, right? That's the sort of that's the rate you have to calculate for loss for replace, okay? When you're working with the postal system. Now,
hold on.
The fact that
was it even damaged? Damaged?
It was not. It was not even damaged. But the fact that, well, now he's saying that it was wet, and that's fair enough. Now, one book out of his entire campaign showing up damaged is significantly below that 15% margin for being replaced. Now, when those books are shipped out, there are certain things that are beyond the control of the person shipping them. Again, they could be run over, they could be bent, they could be crushed, you know, like a samurai could cut them in half with a sword in a ninja battle. Anything could happen, right? And then all that matters is that so long as the person who sent it out, they can account for that, they can say, okay, we have proof of damage, and they can send the replacement. That's all we can do. We cannot guarantee that every single product that we send you is always going to get to every single customer pristine. It can't be done. Multi-billion-dollar companies can't do it. Small indie guys sure as hell can't do it. What we can do is send you a replacement if you get damaged at no cost, right? That seems fair to me. Like, making this huge hullabaloo out of it, screaming con man, screaming grift, this is absolutely absurd. If it was like 50% of the product, if there was like a major issue, okay. The situation with Micah with these boards and his boards and his boards and sleeves, did he say on his campaign they were going to be sent with boards and sleeves? And let's talk.
I want receipts. I want to see his picture of the wet comic. I want to see his picture.
It's don't even worry about that. Like,
let's talk about the issues.
If Black does want to, if Black wants a replacement, he's more than welcome to send me an email.
Show his wet
we'll
comic.
get it, and we'll go ahead and get you his get you sent one. I have no interest in your penis. I don't swing that way, dude. Especially French people. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. But
Delta says we'll send you a replacement, but also break you live on YouTube. Well, I'm not doing that.
Well, actually, no. Here's the thing, Delta.
And here's the thing: when people come on and start making claims like, "Oh, criminal," it's like, okay, like,
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
a con man.
Like,
claiming things like Micah is my employee. Micah is not my employee. I've never paid Micah for a service ever. I haven't paid him to appear on my streams. I haven't paid him to produce any work for me at any point. He is not an employee of Conquest Comics. But the goal here is to spread paranoia and mistrust and misinformation between you guys to get you angry about things.
It sounds like they're trying to keep Micah under a certain dollar amount to me.
well, this is generally the game that gets played. Is that war campaign members? Not all of them, but there's certain ones. Whenever they burn the bridge with somebody, they will try to find something, one little mistake, to constantly berate you on. And even when you do the customer service thing, they continue to get aggressive. They'll lie about you, things along those lines. And that's what Black did when he first came in. He didn't come in and say, "Hey, Micah, my comic is damaged. Can you send me a replacement?" Which the answer would have been yes. He came in all caps, just fucking raging. And that's, I'm gonna make sure he's taken care of, like anybody who's been a customer of mine. But if you act aggressive towards someone that you bought something from, they are going to not react well to that.
But it sounds like they're trying to get you to bend your knee and shit right now.
Here's the thing: I'm man enough to admit whenever I've made a mistake. I'm absolutely man enough to do so. Anything beyond that, there's a lot of this happens, a lot of jack John. It doesn't mean anything to me. The fact of the matter is that I'm confident in what I can do. And if I screw up, I'll get it fixed. It's not that big of a deal. I don't really feel the need to go into people's chats in all caps and start saying this and that and whatever. Because at the end of the day, the people who act that way, the people who act that aggressive and so on and so forth, whenever you hold the mirror up to them, you find that they're not people of character. You find that they're absolutely silly. Black Daddy's a good example. He is a short little French guy. He's just constantly angry.
Well, I'm angry, but
women. I
I'm not short.
If it doesn't work out, if ladies don't work out for him, that's fine. It happens. Well, he says, "I am me, not war campaign." Well, I am addressing you, but you're not alone in this. There are other people who have done it as well. Delta's been in there. He just called me a spin master. Question Comics just said, I'm confident you can do nothing, so on and so forth. In fact, is there a person in war campaign that has shown up in this chat? Let me finish, Berserk. Is there a person in war campaign that has come into this chat since this stream started and said one positive thing about me? Is there? The answer is no. So when it comes right down to it,
well, they could be trolling too.
Your guys' words, you've burned that bridge, guys. I really don't give a shit. That's on you, by the way. That's not on me.
Look, guys.
So for $1.99, Black Daddy, thank you very much, says, "I am me, not war campaign."
That's true. But there's other people in here. Black Goat's a war campaign member. Delta Spirit Force is a war campaign member as well.
And what about guys like me, right? Like, is this all just pre-setting so that they can sort of rage? I've made it clear in previous streams that Xenotype very likely will not fit in a Gemini mailer, especially the Platinum Edition. I'm going to have to go for an alternate form of delivery, right? And the book is far too thick to fit in a standard sleeve. Like, it is far too thick. So if they're expecting Xenotype to show up in a Gemini mailer, which you cannot purchase within my nation, if they're expecting me to pay for international crate shipping to get Gemini mailers imported and then an import fee just so that I can ship them out in the sort of standard agreed upon, pre-approved, company endorsed, thing. Like, I never promised I was going to do that. I promised that they would arrive safe and undamaged.
Well, you said you would put them in a Ziploc bag too for rain.
I'll remember to
Exactly.
meet you, Black.
Exactly.
Have a nice day.
You know, and but you know,
this
I was
is the sort of stuff I mean, though. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, I'm gonna see you on Twitter, boy. Like, what the? I'm going to see you on, and what? Yell at me? Oh no!
Yeah.
On
Stay off Twitter.
The guy,
and yeah, you're gonna have a fight in a steel cage in Twitter. Sunday.
I know, right? Like, give me a break. This is so childish.
Yeah, what are you gonna do, Liam?
In general, like,
Like, I have a serious question. Like, what is Liam gonna do? That's a thick ass book. Like, good luck, Liam.
This is all pre-staging, so that by going after Micah, they're trying to link Micah to me. They're trying to breed mistrust in my brand, trying to get people to refund so that they can hurt me, so they can sit around and commiserate and laugh about it because they've got nothing else going on in their lives, right? And they want to damage my business. He says, "Oh, who are you? I don't know. I'm the top earning crowdfunder in the entire nation of Australia. How's about that? How's about that for who I am? I'm a published author for 14 years."
I was his
You
Liam.
know?
Technically, it's the continent of Australia, right? No.
Yeah, the continent. Yeah, exactly. But it's like I can't use a Gemini mailer. Like, one book would fit in a Gemini mailer. One book would.
But they don't ship to Australia,
No.
sadly.
And they don't ship to Australia. So the demands are too high. A standard comic book sleeve will not hold a copy of Xenotype without warping or busting it. Right? I've tested this already. It will not. It's too thick. So if that's what you're expecting, it won't. It will come sealed. It will come safe from the weather. It will come in a way that, you know, it's protected, and it will arrive safe, but you're not getting it on a board and a back unless you're getting the Lost Years, which was only 24 pages, which is the size of a standard floppy. The full-size
Liam-
book will not come that way.
Liam, that's like saying I bought a trade. Where's my board and back? Like, come on. Like, who has bought a trade here with a board and back? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, not every trade that I get gets sent to me from comic shops and things like that have them. Some do, some don't. You know.
Yeah.
if they can fit.
Yeah. So
how thick is it?
It's thick. It's almost. It's about 2 of my fingers wide. It's a big book. It's a big book. It's like a small phone book. So
Get ready, dude. Get ready, Liam. Oh my God, you're gonna get hit, dude. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
If they're going after Micah for this, like,
well, the thing about it, like, Liam, you really gotta stop letting these guys' words just get to you. Like,
it's not the words,
here's
it's the lies. It's the blatant lies and attempt to damage my brand and
that's what
damage
they're
my
going to
people. And
do,
it's
though.
You know, yeah, and when
They
that
don't
didn't
care about
work, they
truth.
started stalking my talent, and that's kind of fucked up. You know what
It
I mean?
is,
Like, leave
but-
my guys to work.
Here's the thing. You gotta, as the guy in charge, man, you gotta just simply have a plan for that. You're working on the internet, dude.
Yeah.
People, you get crazy people like that. You get people.
I never
that'll
should have
just-
come in. I never should have
no,
come in the
no,
first
Liam,
place,
you're all
you
right,
know?
dude. You didn't say nothing bad, dude. You just got a little heated, and that's it. It's all right.
I never should have
You're
come
human.
into the show in the first place. I should have just
No, you're human,
I said
dude.
my
Like-
one joke and then just gone back to work.
Liam,
you know?
you're
Like,
human. It's okay. It probably helps you. So
Nah.
No, it does.
Here's the thing. Anybody can see the game that they're playing, and what they are trying to do, and it's ridiculous, and they'll continue to blather about the same thing over and over. Let them talk. What the fuck does it matter? If they're and here's the thing about it. If they're saying you're not worth investing in, if they're saying that this and that, it's not true. Well, they've just basically said, we're not customers. We don't really care about your
they
product.
don't back your shit anyway, right?
Yeah, they're not they're not concerning, and they're obviously not interested in the future either.
No.
Hi.
So why
Hi,
does
guys.
it even matter?
What's up?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Just so you know, since you posted your little racist thing about me, yeah, Conquest Comics is now officially labeled as racist, and it's been clipped. It's already out there.
Wow.
So
you
explain.
must be an idiot,
Have
then.
fun, boys.
He's trying to get to you. Like, what?
What the fuck?
That's all he does, dude. He wants to poke you.
How am I?
Liam, he's a guy at a bar that wants to get in a fight. Like,
I know,
Listen.
How am I racist? What's being clipped?
Well, that's I
Liam,
I guess you're racist against white people.
That's a good one.
That's interesting.
You know, it really is telling when Berserk is like, dude, that guy's trying to start a fight with you.
Well, I fight with people I think who were SJWs. Like, I thought you were a big one. I don't know. You could be still, but
I'm
These
not.
are
I'm not.
SJW. These are SJW tactics, aren't they? This is what we see all over.
Well,
and
and
I
that's
thought
what happened though? Dude, War Campaign was never like this. What is going on? Like,
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's very strange. It's very very strange that some of these guys were super nice dudes, you know, just a few months ago, and they seem to have just stirred themselves into a frenzy. At least that's what it looks like on the outside in.
Testy says he doesn't start fights; he ends them. Testify.
Sure, I'm sure you don't.
Start
how's that a
fights,
fight?
and you never end them because you don't want a resolution or an end to anything. You want to endlessly piss off people because you're a miserable person who sits at home all day with no dreams or aspirations or goals. You just commiserate day in and day out, and you have nothing to offer anyone, and it's fucking probably sad and lonely. And so, you know, you're someone that was previously in law enforcement. I thought, oh, I'll be buddies with this guy, you know, but you are a miserable person full of hatred and bile and lies, and nothing that you have ever started, you have finished. You're thinking that you're ending a fight with me. You haven't hurt me. Clipping things out of context, you're not going to hurt me.
That's like what the life has been, though.
Chat, so I can go ahead and answer it. So
everyone knows what's fucking really going on. It's transparent and it's fucking pathetic, and it's social justice warrior games, right? Like, and I thought we were meant to be better than this, but apparently not. Apparently, we're gonna have we're gonna use the social justice warrior playbook to try and
some people simply they have too much time on their hands. Go ahead, Oz. I'm sorry.
It's pathetic.
Oz is passed out.
Or
he's
am
got
I
a couple
reading
rounds.
No, well, he's not passed out because he clicked the thing. Am I reading it, Oz, or do you want to?
Micah, who is a nobody charging $25 for a joke?
Well,
This is a joke.
Thank you for giving $2 to my friend Oz to insult me. Like, if that's what you want to waste your money on, then at least it's going to a good dude. Anyway, $25 is actually pretty standard for graphic novel costs, or at least close to it. So how well known or how not well known I am is completely irrelevant.
It is important to point out that mainstream they print in massive bulk, so they're able to use economies of scale in ways that indie people cannot.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing that sort of works against us in the market.
No one even buys them. Like,
on the flip side, though, we also, my books are printed with, from a really good printer. We use heavier paper stock than what the mainstream comic book industry uses, so there's no fluting on the pages or anything along those lines. So,
yeah. Anyway, guys, I've had my fun.
Liam, listen to me. Listen to me right now.
Yeah.
Don't let this shit get to you, dude. And just be yourself. Flow with it. And that's it, dude. It's people trying to fuck with you, dude, constantly.
I know they're trying to fuck with me, man, and it's not getting to me. Like, I'm not going to click off this and cry. Oh my!
No, don't. Please.
Like, I'm going to click off this, and I'm going to click off this and go back to work. It's just, okay, guys, we want to build a model where we have open communication with our fans, and so that you guys can come to us and talk to us with legitimate concerns, and we can make sure that the product's really what you want, and have fun and excitement. And when we've got to deal with people that have blatantly ill intent, that are deliberately trying to hurt other creators and make them uncomfortable, it puts us into a situation where we want to close the doors and we feel apprehensive about interacting with people at all.
Well, that's what EVS is saying.
Yeah, I know, and isn't that shitty? Isn't that a shitty thing? When Liam, who is all about bringing everyone up, is sitting here going like, I just want to walk away and do my own thing because I'm sick of hearing about this shit from people. It's just lies. And they just, when they've got nothing to bitch about, they make up new shit and then they go around and tell everyone, let's see how many people we can get to refund this guy. Let's see how much pressure we can put on him.
Which is anti-Comicsgate behavior.
Won't this be fun? Yeah, that's literally the shit that Renfamous and them were doing. And
it's canceled.
Now we got it over here and no one's saying nothing about it. Well,
yeah. Well, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
You see the quality of care of someone's characters and their actions. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Testify is new. Like, Testify is new. Like, not even Roe or Gat. Like, So, like, is he having an influence on them? Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, they were so
The
fun.
only person that should hold anyone responsible for anyone else's actions is the person. So Testify is responsible for Testify's actions.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't want to.
Don't blame those. Don't blame those other guys. Don't blame those other guys, except for the shit that they say. That's the way that.
I just want to
Lethal
highlight.
Diva says we all tried to warn you, Liam. Yeah. Okay,
We've
all right.
definitely. I think it's safe to say that Liam and I have definitely learned a lesson about the character of a lot of these guys.
I just want to highlight that I never thought I'd see the day where Berserk was a motivational speaker. So wonders never cease.
Well, dude,
Hey, Berserk
like,
is
I'll
having
get
a
angry.
day.
Like, I'll get angry.
Imagine we're in 2020, okay, and imagine a comic book industry where you can't create your comic books without enduring abuse from and lies and propaganda from people that claim to be your customers but aren't really, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and that's
like,
how it goes sometimes, man.
it's kind of ridiculous. It's like, thanks. Sorry, Alien Xenomorph for $2 says standard for real name in Comicsgate, not a loser. And guys, you know, Xenotype, it's done. It's getting colored. If you want to see progress on it, go check out Scotsman TV. You see it getting colored live just about every day. And the days that you don't see it, it's still being colored. It's just you're not allowed to see those pages till you get your books in your hand, until you get the book in your hands. I want to say thank you to Oz for having me on, even though he showed me off as a little orange koala guy. You know?
Dude, you're
And,
uncircumcised.
So much for coming on, Liam.
Good luck with Xenotype.
I'm not sure I'm going to do it again, dude. And it's nothing
no.
against you.
Come-
It's just this whole
Liam.
thing. Like, I wanted to get away from all this whole fucking
Liam,
thing, you
stop, dude. Like, don't let people control you. That's it.
know?
Like,
I'm not controlling you, man. It's just I don't want to deal with the fucking wankers, right? Like, I don't want to spend my energy dealing with the people who are real, who are actual real fucking people. You know what I mean? Not fucking these weird, degenerate fucking psychos.
Do what
right?
do what you have to for your mental health.
yeah, like,
Yeah. I mean, the other day, like, he's like, oh, Liam, you had to go and get, I'll tell you guys what's going on with that. Everyone's, oh, he's going to destroy his own business. I had an aneurysm about, like, fucking, like, way back in the day. And it healed up. It was lucky that was healed up. The doctor said that I could have died, you know?
you could
So
have
I
a
gotta
stroke.
keep
Like, that's a
myself-
stroke,
yeah.
kind of, right?
Exactly. It was a big deal. And the other day,
I didn't
a
know
few weeks
that.
ago, I'd been working very, very hard, you know, and I noticed that I was starting to have a bit of memory loss. Like, I started to notice things that, like, I was like, I don't remember that, but I know it, you know, and that's one of the warning signs for my stress levels. So I had to make an appointment for last Wednesday to go down and see the neurologist in Lismore so that he could do an EEG to see if there had been any sort of further stretching of the tear or anything like that. And everything was good. He said that I've just got to keep my stress levels low. And this guy, he's apparently been talking to people. He's heard about this on the grapevine, and now he's trying to throw it in people's face to try and make them, like, doubt me or something. And it's like, I'm not ashamed of this, guys. I'm not ashamed of who I am. You're never going to be able to make me ashamed of who I am and the things I've had to overcome in my life and what I do. And it doesn't affect my product. It doesn't affect my delivery or my ability to deliver. And if there was an issue, I would have made a public statement about it. And I've already planned for what happens if things do get worse, right? But I'm meant to be staying out of a stressful environment, and these guys know it. And so they're deliberately trying to fucking stir me up and get me all riled up to hurt me for no reason. That they're spiteful people. I said, I don't want to associate with you anymore. I don't want to have you on my show anymore, right?
Good luck with
they
your book.
pretend. Yeah, thanks, man. They pretend.
Yeah, like, be
that there's
yourself,
some sort
dude.
of justice in what they're doing, but they are genuinely evil, malicious people with no heart, no soul. The way that they're acting, the things that they're doing, like how they treat other people, it's horrible. It's horrible.
I never thought they would come after Micah, dude. Like, Micah was always, like, just chill. Like, and now I want to back his book more.
Alien Xenomorph for $2. Thank you very much. Says, I'll spend $25 here before I pay Micah the grifter.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Oh.
Black Daddy says, Liam, I don't care about your crying. Just get the book in good condition to your backers. I will. As
Fair
soon as
enough.
it's valid, it will be shipped out. I'm way ahead of schedule. I've got more book done. I've got more product done in addition to what I've already produced. And as soon as it's done coloring, you'll get it. If you're not interested in hearing more about this stuff, then tell your friends to stop bringing up publicly and making big hullabaloo about it, so that I have to make public statements addressing this, because there are people who are my customers who are genuinely interested in the business contracts I have, who are genuinely interested in the people I'm working with, and do genuinely have a right to know how I'm operating and what I'm doing, because I built my model on transparency and being accountable to my customers. Right? That's how I operate.
Speaking of customers, David Bowser for $5 says, I've bought thousands of dollars of CG product, and as long as it isn't damaged, I don't care how it's shipped. If it is and I get a replacement, I'm good.
Well, there you go. And like I said, I'm willing to replace
all it
anything
should
that's
be,
damaged.
though.
Well, and here's the thing: some people, seem to have come in here with the impression that I wasn't going to do it or something
Micah,
along those lines.
Now you're
and I
bending
just
the
saw
knee,
on
though.
Twitter that they're
Micah,
doing the same
don't
thing.
bend the
It's-
knee to no one. Like,
Well, here's the
dude, you
thing.
should have a bag and board that you can put. I want a comic I can read right away. Like, I don't give a shit what it's wrapped in. It could be a bubble wrap.
The thing is that the one weakness of the Gemini mailers is that they're made of cardboard. So let's say you go to work, it gets shipped, it gets to your house around 2, you get home at 5 and it rained, and it's not in the mailbox, it will get damaged. That is what it is, and that's
Not your
here's
fault.
the thing. I'm a businessman, and I have, unlike some people, I actually have a history in it, and when it comes right down to it, I'm more than happy to take care of it. And I'm not quite sure what Black's talking about. Like I said, email me and I will give you the replacement.
Yeah,
I've said that
yeah, but-
several times, so I don't know
okay.
what the heck you're talking
Okay,
about.
so they don't have a PO box or nothing. Like, I do that shit. I got a PO box, right? If that happened to me, somehow, I would take a picture of it and be like, yo, man, like, I would email you or something, and it didn't show up, like, intact. Like, and it would be done.
Yeah. But you'll see that these guys are constantly going over the same thing over and over again, even though I've acquiesced to my mistakes and said that I'll make sure to take care of it for them. It's not about the comic to them. It's about getting me in a position to try to make me look bad for the future. Because they're assholes. That's basically it. They're being children. They're throwing tantrums. And that's all I've seen today from these guys. And by the way, earlier when I talked about the situation between me and War Campaign, I was nothing but respectful. I basically stated the way that it was. When asked for evidence of certain things, I provided it, so on and so forth.
I'd be more
It's not a. This is generally how it is. It's not about the comic. I really don't think that they ever gave a damn.
All right,
I
someone,
think-
They
you're
care
wrong.
about controlling people. They
it's
care
someone,
about keeping people in line. When I said I wouldn't go to war with Ethan, some of these guys got pissed at me. Even though some people in War Campaign also said, "Don't go to war on our account." That's why I don't treat them as one mind, because there are some really good dudes that are still in there that might not agree with everything that's going on.
All right, someone
So-
else's turn to read the super chat. Who wants it?
I got it. David Bowser says
Ziploc
$2.
bag.
Yeah, I wanted Winger Ziploc tier for the lulls. I love Winger.
My Ziploc bag. I shipped it in a Ziploc bag. I love him, dude. I fucking love him.
He's a great dude. Stand-up guy. I'm really looking forward to finally reading Super Harem when I get it in, but I backed it late, so I'll probably be one of the last people
All right,
to get it.
Alien Xenomorph for $2. You make yourself look bad every time you talk Micah. Alien,
Okay, buddy.
Alien Xenomorph has a lot of discretionary funds.
So I actually have a story about that one. So
So do I.
This back around the time that I was first promoting Inglewood. So this is over a year ago that this guy's actually held a grudge with me. He was complaining about a writer named Cal Jameson who does a comic book called Shinobi Sasquatch, and he said that he refunded John Malin's Graveyard Shift 2 because Cal Jameson was attached to the project for some of the supplemental material, and he said that he refunded it because of Cal's soy. Well, I called him out and I said that sounded ridiculous, and I didn't believe that he did it in the first place, because why on earth would you refund John Malin's book for something, for a part of the book you don't even need to read? Like, seriously?
So whatever. And ever since then, he's held a grudge. It's very strange to me.
Comic books.
Well, this is just business. You know, I dealt with this stuff when I was a salesman. I dealt with it when I was in insurance. I dealt with it when I was a bouncer. You know, people just have this tendency to want to control the situation, want to do this, want to do that. The fact of the matter is that, you know, the customer actually does not control you. And the customer is not always right either. The customer,
we're still not mainstream comics and shit, though. Like, it's not like you're a major corporation. You're just like putting the shit in the mail and then going. Like, if it arrives fucked up, it's not really on you. Like, you can try to fix it, but what would a bag and board do for you, Micah? Like,
well, it would protect it from a situation like
maybe,
which is what is being claimed. But again, I'm still waiting for the email that verifies that.
Yeah, I want pictures, dude. Receipts,
Black, you need to calm down, bud. Like, you're going to give yourself an aneurysm. Like, this guy keeps saying the same thing. Let me address this real quick, Willis.
All right.
He keeps saying the same thing over and over again that I already said that I should have done in the first place and I would do later.
See, I was just going to say that, you know, if I've learned anything today, it's that put your work in a bag and board, or else.
Yeah, apparently some
you're
people
going to hear about it until you
lose
die.
their damn minds about it. Like I said, I'll make sure that he's taken care of, you know. But the insults and all this other stuff wasn't necessary. But then again, that's kind of what separates the men from the boys, or in this case, the men from the Karens. So,
Alien and Xenomorph for $2. I'm not shocked that Micah is shipping cheap. Why would you want to ship expensive? Just out of curiosity.
Don't make sense, Twitless. Oh, God. That's funny. Black Goat says, if you don't attempt to protect your product, you're going to lose future backers. Well, here's the thing. You guys basically cut yourselves off once you started calling Preston Acevedo a cuck for being nice to Cecil. Yeah. Come on.
So, back to that nice looking cover.
Yes.
So I'm still trying to learn a little bit about coloring. So what rendering technique is used?
I'm actually not sure. You'd have to ask Oliver, my colorist. He's really damn good at what he does. And not to mention what I've found interesting about this. So usually whenever it comes to, you know, comic book production, the steps that it goes in are there's the pencil layer gets done, then the inks, then the color work, right? This is just color over pencil, you know, and it gives it almost this a different feel, you know, and something about it. I don't know. It's hard for me to describe because I'm not an artist myself. I'm just a writer. So.
Right. Alien Xenomorph, man, you've got.
Like I said, he's still mad at me a year later, man.
I mean, you have a serious. Do you have like the world's largest collection of $2 bills?
I guess.
Is that where that came from? All right, Alien Xenomorph for $2 again. Micah could care less backers. He is above them.
I have never said such a thing in my life. I simply said the truth. Is that some people, when they started attacking my artist, and you know, I had a feeling that they probably weren't ever going to back anything I did. In which case, that's unfortunate, but that's their decision. You know, ultimately, whenever it comes to burning bridges, the only person who really is responsible for that is the person who sets the gas and lights the match. You know, and a lot of people have done that and continue to do that, you know, during the course of this.
Well, Testify would like you to keep talking.
Okay.
Is what I'm seeing.
Well, Micah, I have a question for you. What happens if you're like Dynamite?
No, I have to read this one. This one's for me. Alien Xenomorph again for $2. Twitless and his feminine voice hurt the show. It always does.
All right.
Oh, yes.
What happens if you're like Dynamite and people are coming at you with this kind of shit, like customers and shit?
Hi
And
guys, how you doing?
Hi,
They're
Testify.
also coming after your IPs
Hi.
too.
How specifically?
Hi, Mika. How you
like
doing,
Dynamite.
buddy?
I'm good, man. How about you?
Mika,
They're gonna pull shit.
Did you just, by any chance, possibly say the exact words, the customer is not always right?
The customer isn't always right.
Are you a customer? Testy.
And this shows me you've never been in business.
What? How do you respond to that though?
Like I just did. I just ignore him.
So if you're gonna appropriately like pick that apart, because I could see where he's like, oh, haha, it means you're anti-customer service. Then you'd have to ask, is there ever a situation where a customer could be theoretically wrong?
Yes.
Yes.
All the time.
And what situation could that be? So, for example, theoretically, if a customer said, you owe me a $1 million refund, then yes, a customer.
Well, and here's the thing: is
could
like
be
I actually checked Twitter real quick, and if there is no war campaign narrative, why have several war campaigners? Wow, that was quick. Started badgering me about something. Not a collective, huh? Interesting. All right. Well, to each their own. But no, the customer's not always right.
Yeah, if he's jacking off, if he's jacking off in the back of your store to like women's underwear and shit, you gotta get him out.
Yeah, you're entitled to what you pay for.
Micah, you have
What?
done so much to yourself right now.
Sure, I have. Okay, buddy.
So please tell me how I am a customer, and how am I going to?
You said I was. You said you weren't.
You said no. I said I was. I would not be a further customer in anything you put out.
Oh, well then,
That's what I
what's
said.
the point of this conversation then?
Simple. You just said that I will put my knee that I apparently don't have in your mind on a black person's neck.
If you physically could, yeah.
If I would. Why would I do that, Micah?
No, you're
Of
terrible.
Conquest Comics.
I'm not of Conquest Comics, actually.
you
but
are.
No, I'm not. You still
Yes,
haven't proven
you
that.
are.
Testify.
I don't have to
You-
prove it.
What is
you
con-
prove
what
it?
is-
You
what is-
don't have
what
to
is-
prove the claim you made.
I'm the customer. You got to prove it to me.
What is Conquest
No, I don't.
Comics?
Conquest Comics
Micah.
is Liam's brand.
Oh.
Testify. What do you
Wow.
know? What burden of proof is?
Micah, do you know?
I understand
what
you're
you've
not a
done to
smart
yourself?
guy. It's okay, but do you
Micah,
at least understand what burden of proof is?
Your little
Answer
YouTube
my question,
clip of
please.
the black thing is all over Twitter and exploding right now.
So what?
So what? You don't care.
No, I don't.
Wow, you're all about
That
systemic
you guys
racism.
burned that bridge, bud.
Who's you guys? I'm talking
That's
to me.
like an SJW thing, dude.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Like, what are you trying to
no,
cancel
no.
Micah?
No,
Yes, they
Michael
are.
canceled. Micah canceled
Who's
himself.
Michael?
Michael?
You are.
No, I'm Micah.
Micah, you
I understand
canceled
you can't.
yourself.
I know you're not a smart guy. It's okay. Not everybody.
Neither
is.
are you, because you keep talking
Okay,
right
bud.
now.
Okay.
You keep
Whatever you
keep
say,
talking.
testify.
Keep speaking.
Absolutely.
Please keep talking.
Testify.
Give me more.
Testify.
Give me
I
more.
think Vestige
No,
needs
give me
to
more.
bend the knee to Black Lives Matter. I think that's what they did.
Okay.
They'll get a lot more fans
Go talk
with
to
like
them.
kiwi farms and shit.
I think you have a super fan right here. He wants more and more from you, Micah.
Give me more,
Yeah,
Micah. Micah, tell me more.
He's got some issues.
Micah, tell me more.
About what?
You know what?
No, I
You're a
don't.
racist.
Racist against who?
Did you draw that
Everybody.
dessert? Did you draw that
Everybody.
dessert?
Yeah, I
Racist
did.
against everybody. How does that work?
You are a
My
systemic
first sketch, my
racist.
power is out.
Against who?
That's surprisingly good.
What's the system?
I know. Oh, I'll do it again.
What's the system? Testify. That's
You
what
like to
systemic
go
racism
out in
is.
the streets of Chicago and hurt black people, don't you?
I don't live in Chicago anymore.
Not bad.
Yes, you do.
That's how I
No, I
passed
don't.
high school.
Yes, you do. Where do you live?
No, I live in Bloomington, Illinois. It's 2 hours
Oh,
south.
I was more good with pastels,
So
though.
you like to go into the streets of Chicago, hurt them, then go back to Bloomington, Illinois.
What I don't get is how do people draw? How do people draw
This is
from their
hilarious
mind?
to me because he just continues to run away from conversation. You
Then
know, I
Micah-
ask him questions and he dodges them. You know,
I have
I
a
ask
question.
for evidence of things. He says he doesn't have any evidence.
Hold on, I'll draw you something right now. But I can only look at things, though. It's weird.
We just learned
How
that
do you draw from your?
Berserk is an artist. Now Berserk is an artist, a motivational speaker, a writer, and a sandwich connoisseur. I mean, this is like
That's how I
blowing
passed high school.
blowing my
I
mind.
passed high school because I was good with pastels. So I think. Like I'm actually pretty good, but I don't know how you can can you draw from a picture in your mind? I can't do that. Like I have to look at something. Like I'll draw you Vegeta right now.
All artists sometimes use references, but when it comes right down to it, it's just a talent.
Oz,
You know,
just
at
to
least-
prove that you're alive and that you do some work, you should read that one.
Pilgrim Maga, thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. For $2 says Oz, thanks for that
Still
short
one right now.
campaign clip. You're welcome. I hope
enjoy.
you enjoyed it.
Alrighty, so yeah, it's kind of weird how Testify just pops in and then pops out and then pops in and pops out. It's interesting. Interesting discussion tactic.
Well, he's not really here for a discussion. He thinks he's making a point, but he really hasn't. I haven't said anything that's really, out of the ordinary for somebody with some sense of sense, but he's got a sense of entitlement from what I can tell.
Yeah, I thought he had half a point for a second, but then it kind of...
Well, when it comes right down to it, I've, admitted the mistakes that I've made, and I'll fix it for the future.
Right.
And that's really all you can do. I don't have a DeLorean with a
that's
faster,
That's what I was saying. It was like, he said, okay, I have this problem with the product. I was like, okay. And then you said, this is how I'm going to bake it right. And this is how I'm going to do it right in the future. And I'm like, okay, that's what a businessman does.
Hi again, guys. Hey, buddies.
How's it going?
How y'all doing?
Hey.
Hi.
You having a problem with your internet, man?
Twitless, you sound like you actually know what's going on. Do you have, and I'm being nice right now to you, Twitless, because I have no reason to have any issue with you.
Sure.
Do you want to be in comics or anything like that?
I am in comics. I have a webcomic, and I'm currently working on my first
Get off this stream now, because you're going to be labeled as a racist.
Okay.
Okay, bud.
Thank you
Micah
for the
Curtis
thank
and
you for the advice.
Conquest Comics are officially racist.
Okay.
They don't like handicapped people. They
That's not
don't
a
like
race.
any people that have worked in the police business.
That's not a
They
race
don't
either.
like anything. They are against authority. They're against anything. And they especially they strive to show the worst customer service ever.
Okay,
Hence
bud.
his mailing techniques of his comic books that nobody will get because you have to keep funding another thing to fund another thing to fund another thing.
Gonna need
You
evidence
are-
of that.
It's very simple. Did you send out the shit without a fucking bag and board?
Circular logic.
Circular logic. Keep typing. Racist.
Typing?
You're a racist.
All right,
Okay,
you,
bud.
You sound very offended by Micah.
Whatever you say.
Twitless. There's a lot more to all this than you know right now.
I don't.
Seriously,
Yeah, I'm sure.
Seriously, to save face, get out of here.
I've never saved face
You're
in my
gonna be
life.
labeled. You're gonna be labeled in all this.
All right. Well, I guess. Thank you for the advice, sir.
Telling you.
Whatever you say, bud.
Thank you for the
Anything
advice.
these guys offer you, they're full of shit.
I've not been offered anything yet, but I thank you.
but there's
I
talks.
appreciate you. I appreciate the concern.
Oh, there's talks too. What's the evidence of that, bud? Wait
tell
until that one too.
Testify, you're missing the point. It's that I have returned.
Oh my God.
Liam's dad from the dead. Just like my son, whenever he says he'll never be back.
So this sounds like Charlie the Unicorn. Like the two. First off, you're more high pitched than I am, and that takes a talent.
I didn't know we were going to have an appearance from Mr. Hanky.
Well, that was really lame.
Oh, incredibly. Incredibly. I was just checking my emails here. Still nothing from Black.
Isn't he going back onto Twitter for you?
I wouldn't know.
I'm not
going
gotta
to pay attention to him.
Not to get mired in this, but Testify did say it's blowing up on Twitter. But when I pulled up the tweet, it looked like it only had like 5 shares. So I don't know what the metric we're using.
Well, I guess it's like a firecracker. It's like a small explosion.
Now I could be wrong. It could be blowing up somewhere else. But I was just looking at.
Well,
the
War
one.
Campaign does have a Discord server, so they're probably talking a lot about it right now. Which,
All right.
whatever.
Alrighty. Berserk. This is turning into a Berserk drawing stream. I mean, this is history right here.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
How are you?
What is up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
You are audible.
I'm good.
my friend.
How's everybody?
Pretty good, actually.
Nice. Yeah, I don't get all this, man. I don't know why they're giving you all such a hard time.
I had a feeling it was
It's
coming.
it's nuts, man. Don't listen to these fools.
No, trust me, dude.
They
I
just
appreciate
complain for the
support.
sake of complaining.
I was gonna say I think Liam needs a bit of a pick me up after this. He sounded pretty down.
Yeah, I'll talk to him a little bit about it later. Make sure you're doing all right.
He's a sensitive man.
Wears his heart on his sleeve, but that's what I like about him. I know. Whenever I talk to him, I'm gonna get exactly what he's thinking. You know.
Zoom in on Berserk. He's got his newest piece.
Hi guys, I'm here.
Oh,
You're on the wrong
douchebag
avatar,
is
bud.
back.
Hi guys. Oh look, it's Berserk Guts. You going places? That's Conquest Comics material. We can't hear you.
Real
you
cute.
dumb fuck.
Real cute.
Hey, Testify.
I just sketched it, so.
I'm just curious about something, Testy.
Oh,
Who do you like less, Liam or Anna?
Oh, don't throw that away.
I never didn't like Anna. What are you talking about?
Sure, he didn't. I totally believe you now.
No,
I've been drawing
bullshit,
fucking
dude.
since I was in high
Bullshit.
school, so.
Bullshit. What?
Yeah, bullshit. Saying that you don't like Anna. You talked more shit about her than anybody.
Who?
I did? When?
Oh, he's a stalker, dude. Testify.
Testify did.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he did.
When?
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, you're saying I
There's
did.
a reason why you're not
When?
on their Discord
Hey, guys.
anymore.
Who's
Oh,
Discord?
no. Well read.
When this whole thing went down on War Campaign's Discord.
I don't know. There's almost 20 people in Discord right now. What are you talking about?
Somebody just said there was nobody. That's interesting.
I got.
No,
I'm
that was
guessing
a
they're
couple months
incorrect.
ago when this whole fucking Anna cover thing went down. You were talking more shit than any of them.
He was hopping streams, too. He was then as his stream after her stream. Like, it was fucking weird. Like, super
How
chatting.
long
it.
ago was that?
Oh, dude, I remember it. You derailed a stream better than me, dude.
I mean, so I paid money and I typed a super chat and somebody read it and I.
What, like May, maybe in May?
You know,
He
it's
left?
rude, to not let someone finish.
Yeah, he leaves.
Fucking
He
rude.
gets called
Come
out
on,
for his
shut up.
shenanigans on his
Shut up,
Discord.
you're not us.
Testify does it. He kicks people all the time.
Oh.
Hey, left, dude. What are you gonna say, bitch?
Yeah, he tends to head out quite a bit, Wanderer.
You got something to say, Wanderer?
Me?
No,
Yeah,
the other
he
Wanderer
fuck-
behind
he
you.
dipped out.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
What's on your mind, Wanderer?
Yeah. War Campaign records all of their Discord streams.
I'm not War Campaign. I didn't even know they
So
existed.
yeah,
I thought it was all
he's
a
definitely
fluke.
on there. He complains.
But anyway, what's on your mind, Wanderer?
Yeah, what's up?
What's on my mind?
Yeah.
I don't know. My mind's on this delicious food here.
What you eating?
Yeah, cheese with mustard wrap. I don't know. Trying to be creative. Trying to come up with something new. Everyone loves food.
So this
Fair
is,
enough.
This is a sandwich stream now.
Just cheese and a mustard wrap.
I was lazy.
All right.
Sometimes you just got to get something in you just to.
I prefer the hero sub sandwich.
Never had that. What's on that? Oh, testify.
Hi guys. How you doing?
Doing just fine, sir. How about you?
She's back.
Oh, I'm here. I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry.
All right. How often does that happen?
A lot.
Yeah, I believe it.
Well,
Yeah,
Micah
yeah.
said I was disabled to everybody.
That's about as convenient as Zach's shitty internet.
Everybody here is disabled.
Amazing.
It's probably not wrong.
Micah, do you know how much damage you've done to yourself and Liam and Oz and everybody?
Well, that would include you too, because you're in the stream as well.
Yeah, but I have no financial gain in any of this.
Oh, okay.
These guys are dumbass businessmen that know everything.
I don't feel that he's done any damage to himself.
Really? Did you hear what he said earlier? Good Lord.
And I'm more of a customer than you'll ever be. And he hasn't done any damage to himself.
Really? So you're for the rolling over of black people's necks?
What?
Oh,
Yeah.
ouch.
You
Okay.
did say it. You
Okay,
did say
bud.
that.
Yeah, that's totally what was said.
It is. It's right here. Do you want
Oh,
to show my
Jesus
screen?
Christ. Yeah.
I do.
Let's see the screen.
Here, I'll share
Let's
it.
see it.
Share it.
Here,
Go ahead.
let's share it.
Let's show it. Let's see it.
Don't show it. It's probably porn.
No.
He's probably
No, let's
trolling
see
so
it.
hard it's going to be
Oz can
porn.
Let's see it. Got me intrigued. Let's see it.
Come on, Oz.
Is he
show it.
actually going to show something for once, and then
Come on, Oz, be a
mischaracterize
pal.
what he's showing?
We can do it.
Yeah, it's right there. Go ahead, share it. Okay, here we go.
Oh, there I am.
So it's
Berserk
circular.
God's word,
So it's
bag and board.
circular logic then, because it didn't come in a bag and
Circular
board.
logic. Quality.
Yes, and I'm actually going to explain
Quality
to you. I understand that you're not a smart
quality.
guy. That's okay.
Oh, I'm
not
not a
everybody
smart
has
guy.
intelligence. I mean,
I
I've
know,
met some pretty
especially
dumb
you.
cops before, and
Is there supposed to be something playing?
Hold on.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were
A
to put
quarter.
your
quarter.
knee. If you were
A
able to
quarter.
raise your knee, it wouldn't surprise me
one
if you
quarter.
put it on a black man's neck and killed him. That's just your character.
Wow. Okay, discuss, guys.
Yeah, that's what I think of your character.
He was talking about he was talking about
Wow.
you, buddy.
Well, how would
Yeah,
you know
I
that?
don't
So
understand.
he
Like,
just called
testify. I
somebody that
get
is
that
not
you're
a
not a
racist,
smart
a
guy.
racist.
I mean, you threw a tantrum when Oz outsmarted you, so this
A
isn't really
tantrum?
anything new.
That's what you're doing right
In
now.
fact, I thought you were supposed to stream whenever he does.
Micah.
Yes.
We're talking about you, the racist.
Because you are the type of person who would be a Derek
Micah, you have
Chauvin.
a
I'm a
history of
racist.
racism.
The history of it,
Yes.
such as
Documented.
where?
Discuss.
Where?
I don't know what I'm supposed to be talking about, apart from the fact that Twitter.
This is the part where you don't say anything because you don't know what's going on. Dave
Testify,
Bowser,
no one
you
knows
don't know
what's going
on.
'cause You're making shit up, dude.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Look,
yes,
man,
you
look,
are.
you're just a
You just
douche,
said
man.
history, and then
Micah, you
earlier
just
you
said
said
that
I had
you-
systemic racism.
You are.
know
You're
what
a systemic racist.
means?
Yes.
Do you know what? So what is the system that I am taking part in that is racist
Micah
by definition?
Curtis of Conquest Comics.
I don't work for
Racist.
Conquest Comics.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. You haven't
Yes,
proven
you
that
do.
yet either.
Don't have
Testify.
to.
Do you know? Yes,
Berserk, you got
do.
the right
made the
idea, man. I
claim,
need a
ergo you
cigarette
must make
too.
it. I thought you were a cop.
Liam, where'd Liam go?
Liam has work to do.
Oh, he has work. I bet he's crying right now again. He's got to exit the internet for the 198th time.
Okay, bud.
I mean,
Come on. What else? Keep talking. You're doing so well. Keep going.
Well, of course.
God,
I
you're
make
so
money
helpful.
off of it.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do actually.
Really?
Quite a bit.
Really? How much?
I'm not giving you my financials.
But you can't spend a quarter to send people a quarter in a bag.
he already admitted that he made a mistake on that, and he's going to do right in the future. What more do you want from him? Do
What,
you want
what
him to,
else would you like?
Hey, testify. Did you buy the product?
Let me finish.
Yes,
Do you
Dave
want-
Bowser, I did.
Did you buy his product? Testify.
I just said yes.
Did you
Anything
buy it?
else?
Did yours come damaged?
I haven't got it yet. I haven't
Is
got
he
it
gonna
yet.
send
Well,
you
if it
another
does
one?
come damaged, let me know.
Okay.
I
so
won't because I
shut
don't
the-
want to. I don't want
until
one from
until
Well,
you
then shut
either
the
don't
fuck
get
up.
your replacement.
No,
shut
I'm
the
not
fuck
going
up.
to.
What more
I'm
can
not
he do?
going to.
Can he repent in sackcloth and ashes?
Well,
and
then what? Then what do you?
Yes.
What do you want then?
Apologize for saying what you did to me about putting a knee that I do have that you said I don't over a black
No, I
guy's
said
head.
I didn't think you could lift it, but if you can, that's fair enough.
Micah, don't
But
apologize.
no,
to
I'm
this
not
dickhead, man.
apologizing for my feelings of you. I think you're a piece of
Yeah.
shit.
No, you have totally said that you're a full racist, and you
Sure, I did, bud.
of Conquest Comics too.
Nope, don't work for
No,
Liam.
no. You said he was a full racist.
Dave Bowser, are
He
you
never
part of
said that.
Conquest
You
Comics
did.
too? Dave
So
Bowser, you're a racist.
everybody is a member.
Sure,
of
why
Conquest
not?
Comics
Why
now.
not? While we're making shit up, sure, I'm part of Conquest Comics.
Thank you, David.
Did you see
Discuss.
the chemtrails, Testy?
All right, let me get some of that Xenotype money.
Wonder of the Moonlight. I haven't seen.
I'm
you
out here
around
making the
before.
fucking frogs gay, man.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm just
Wonder of the
genuinely
Moonlight.
curious as what he's going to say next.
Drew you to this to come on, Wanderer? You there, Wanderer?
I'm just a random person that just love to see a random stream.
Fair enough.
So you have the purest of normie vision.
No, just whatever hits my fancy, I guess. I don't know.
What's your opinion on trains?
Trains.
Are you pro?
I'm not much of a train. Wait, are we talking about the vehicle or what are you
The
talking
vehicle.
about?
Yeah, yes, the vehicle trains. Yes. What is your opinion on trains?
I don't have a particular favorite, but I think I like the Western ones better.
All right.
Versus
The
the
ones from the
Japanese.
Western movies, the locomotives.
Yeah.
I think those.
Hey, Oz, do you mind if I ask you a question real quick? I'm sorry to interrupt, but this just came to mind. Oz?
Yeah.
Didn't Testify said anytime you go live, he was going to go live a minute earlier?
Testify says a lot of things.
True, but
from
I
what I
thought he said
understand,
something
he's not
like
even
that.
able to be on his own show for most of the time.
I guess.
So yeah.
I'm still waiting for this 17-minute video he says he has.
He's got an
No,
awful
well,
lot of
he doesn't
things.
even understand the definition of the word systemic. And that
He doesn't
I'm
understand a lot of things.
Clearly not.
I don't really understand why there's all these people still here watching. When I asked them to go off and watch John, Malin, and Cecil.
I have no clue. How many people are actually watching right now?
It's just under 80.
Oh wow. That's actually, that's actually a pretty decent amount. Given how many people, like, it's just one dude coming in, like, blah 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 blah, leave, blah 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 blah, leave. I mean, Well-Red's been sitting here quiet like for a while, and I'm genuinely curious what he wanted to talk about.
I'm trying to catch up.
I didn't even know Well-Red was here.
Well, Well-Red has been angry at me for a bit, but are you still ticked off at me, man? Because we can talk about that.
Drama stream. I've never been ticked at you.
Okay.
I just like trolling you in the chat.
I wanted to-
fair enough, bud.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it possible for Well-Red to emote that hard to be angry?
Yeah, it's not really. I
Okay.
think I've cussed once on this stream, and it was actually at Testify when
He kind of brings that out in people.
it was he and Pan were cursing out Ethan, and I think I had to jump in because he was getting ganged up on, and that was the first time I yelled and cursed anybody out in like 10 years.
Wow.
And this stream brought it out in me. Thanks, Oz.
Hail Oz.
I'm here to help.
No, I've actually had quite a bit of fun with this. It's been a while since I've like been on a stream where like somebody is just like that obsessive. It's weird.
I feel bad for Liam. Oz, you need to go to that beach that you all frequent that you posted and that I know you all have access to because Australia is a very small continent, and you need to give Liam some cake.
Yeah, poor Liam.
Hi guys.
It
Hi,
could
guys.
be. It
How
could be
y'all
in the
doing
shape of a
again?
clam.
I'm here again. How you doing?
All right,
Just wanted to say,
Testify. I'm
I
going
heard
to
you guys were
close up
talking
the
about
stream.
trains. I
I'm
heard you
gonna
guys were
close up
talking
the
about trains.
Testify.
Well, I was just
Testify.
wondering, Micah, were you
Only
a
the
fan
one
of the
Berserk
Underground
is going to
Railroad?
put you on.
The Underground Railroad.
Yeah. Were
Of
you
course.
against it?
What? Well, I wasn't alive for.
There
it,
were no
first and
trains on that.
foremost. That was back. That was a while ago, but I'm not that
You
old.
do know
Come
that
on.
wasn't an
I have a
actual
photo
railroad, right?
confirming Micah is for putting black people in front of trains. Discuss.
Is it another one of your memes that you're so proud
Oh,
of?
he dropped out too.
That wasn't worth the 30 seconds.
His whole life is trolling and memes.
I know.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Like, dude,
People are
you gotta
finally starting
think of
to
it this
leave.
way. I kind of like.
Hope we helped.
I came around like during the Gamergate days. Before that, I worked for Blistered Thumbs, and he's not the first guy I've ever ran into that's kind of like that, and probably won't be the last. But it is what it is, You take the good with the bad. I have more good interactions with people on the internet than I do negative, and I do well for myself. There's no reason to really be bummed about anything.
All of
People want you to be
Well,
bummed.
as long as you know how those type of people operate.
Oh yeah. Well, they've shown that themselves, and
Well,
that's
the guy-
that's
he
generally
got-
how it goes.
Yeah, but
He got a
Micah,
little bit of notoriety in the War Campaign Discord for making memes, and now his whole life is just one giant meme because he thinks
And
it'll get him
stalking.
attention.
Well, he's got, from what I understand, and this is from what he told me, he's basically stuck at home all day.
good.
And
Little
I feel
bitch.
I feel bad for him in a sense,
Mm-mm.
because it's like
I imagine you get stir crazy.
Don't.
You know.
Empathy and compassion are
that doesn't give him the right to be a dickhead to everybody.
Oh no,
though.
no,
trust me,
sure, but
yeah, there's
that's
definitely
his problem. That's not everybody else's problem.
Yeah. Well, I think it was C.S. Lewis that once said, "An explanation of cause is not a justification by reason." So yeah, there's definitely no justification for the way he acts.
Yep.
You know, Testify has never made a single meme. I mean, he needs to catch up.
All right,
Okay.
thank you, Oz, for having me. I gotta
Get
jump.
out of here, Twitless, you little fucking SJW cunt.
Thank you Thank you for coming on, Twitless. Go answer.
Anytime.
Yo, Dark Gifts, phone's ringing.
That's not my phone.
No, it's me. It's me. It's me.
I'll catch you guys later. Good to see you, Berserk, Well Read, Dave, Bowser, and Micah. Good luck.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Twitless.
See ya, man.
Good to see you.
Where's Risey in all this?
He's probably passed out.
Somewhere
it's
calling
really
me a
cold. It's cold today, so he's all rugged up.
Yeah. It is what
I was gonna say we need some drunk Risey wisdom here.
I'm drunk.
Look, you lot.
I'm getting there.
Well, Berserk, that's
I
a
keep
different
telling you
kind
to
of
leave, but
wisdom.
none of you leave, so I'm gonna shut down this damn stream. So all you guys go over to Malin's stream, and even if you don't want to stay, just go in there and say Oz sent me, so he gets a raid.
Will do.
All right,
Uh,
we'll do, man.
Thank you
Good
very
stream,
much,
Oz.
all of you, for coming on. It
Yeah,
was a
thank you for
delight.
having me.
Micah.
Micah?
I hope
Yep,
you enjoyed
thanks,
yourself,
man.
and that you'll come back again.
Absolutely.
I like Micah more now.
Later.
Like I do.
All right. I'll catch you guys all later. I'm
Later.
going to bed.